Hello, good morning. Wow! Thank you, brave souls, for being here at 10 o'clock in the morning. So happy to have you here to help us kick off. I hope everyone is feeling reasonably hydrated, had a decent enough sleep, maybe not. All right, cool. Well, we're going to go ahead and kick off our programming today with Paul.
I assume this is my mic. Can everyone hear me okay? I want to lean into this thing. All right, so if I could kick over the slides. Thanks everyone for coming by, waking up early, hopefully not partying too hard last night. So given the topic of this conference and what everyone's building in the privacy space, I thought I wanted to talk about how we get privacy generally adopted. How do we get people using it? Especially considering that we've been trying to build privacy tools for decades, and many of the tools have failed adoption, some have succeeded. So my goal is to kind of go back in history and look at the different privacy tools, protocols, technologies, and see and analyze what we think might have been their kind of good decisions or missteps, and hopefully learn from that, especially for everyone out here who happens to be a builder, to really help build the tools and technology that get not just interesting from the viewpoint of what privacy it can deliver, but to make sure it actually gets adopted and delivered to the masses. So quick introduction, my name is Paul Puey. I'm CEO and co-founder of Edge. We're a self-custody, multi-platform trading app for cryptocurrency. Former senior engineer over at NVIDIA back before AI was even a thing, or what was called. Been in the crypto space since about 2014, now running on about 11 years, and spoken at a few dozen conferences in that period of time. Can't say I know everything about crypto, for sure. I don't think anyone does. The thing I've noticed is as the years go by, the industry grows faster than anyone can actually learn it. So I feel like I know less and less every single year, but try to give insights on what I've seen over time. So going into history of privacy technology, let's start with stuff that's not even cryptocurrency, just encryption, which is obviously the core of what delivers privacy. And so doing a little case study of PGP. PGP, or pretty good privacy, was a technology invented in 1991 by Phil Zimmerman. And it was a technology that allowed you to both sign and encrypt messages or data. It was primarily targeted for email use, right? For us to actually be able to sign to verify that a message that we sent was created by us, and then also to encrypt that message so that obviously the recipient could decrypt and see it and no one else. It had plugins for various email clients. Outlook was fairly ubiquitous at that time. Thunderbird, Eudora, if anyone remembers that era, back when Qualcomm was barely a chip company. They actually made email software, and then like MacMail. But in 1999, the fifth version of PGP, PGP5, was analyzed by some researchers, and they looked at the usability and tried to see, how usable was PGP5. And they analyzed it using two different techniques. One was basically just a walkthrough and looking at the different steps needed and pretending that you're a beginner or someone not familiar. It's kind of what we try to do is, when you're inside the bubble of cryptocurrency and you analyze your own product, you pretend that you don't know. So that's the best you can do. And then they also took true laboratory user survey and studies, asking people to walk through the process of, creating keys, signing email messages using PGP, encrypting messages, decrypting them. And at the end, they really gave a good analysis of everything from the visual metaphors used, such as these icons, to the types of keys and the challenges that people had deciphering the kinds of keys, the key sharing, and backup and security of keys, which we can definitely attest to in this world of crypto. They analyzed things such, these visual metaphors as an example, these buttons that showed keys, encrypt, and sign. And some of the challenges that they noticed were the analogies to the real world of keys kind of break down, because in encryption you have public and private. And in the real world you just have a key, right? It unlocks, it locks and it unlocks. There's not a concept of this public versus a private key in the real world. in decrypting, there's no key on the icon, but you need a key to decrypt. So these little subtle visual metaphors really broke down for a lot of people with their study. And at the end, their summary was, it was a complete failure. This was a fully, by and large, unusable both app and protocol. And the summary was they took about one third of the people that they had passed through the test could not successfully sign and encrypt an email message given 90 minutes. 90 whole minutes, that's an hour and a half, and they could not successfully do it. That's, what was it actually? Yeah, one third of them. Only one third could do it. Two thirds could not. And so an example of what I would say is definitely not what to build when you want to get mass adopted software. One of the challenges, I know I had looked into this paper, was actually the key sharing, not the private key, but the public key. How do we properly get the key from sender to recipient, discovery of the key servers, and that's something that will go into newer technology and how that newer technology solves and helps with adoption. But key sharing was easily one of the biggest challenges that people had. Let's go to another technology, good old SSL and HTTP, invented in 1989 by Tim Berners-Lee. We had, finally, the web and browsers. Prefixed with HTTP, everything was in the clear. Every piece of traffic could be seen by every server that happened to be in the middle of the hops to go from sender and recipient. Come 1994, though, we introduced SSL, or HTTPS, as you'd see, which now exists today. First implemented, I believe, by Netscape. And then looking into today, that little snippet at the very bottom is actually a clip from the government's website saying, use SSL, use encryption. Everything should be considered sensitive. Not something that we would have expected the government to do, given that they were trying to clamp down on any kind of encryption at the time. Now they effectively mandate it. SSL, by and large, I would consider to be a successful deployment of encryption. It came with trade-offs, especially in that public key discovery. We have certificate servers that are, in essence, somewhat of trusted entities that we go to determine, is this truly the public key of a server that we're going to be communicating with? And while we have that compromise, we've distributed that trust across many different certificate authorities. And so the benefit is, it's automatic. You go to a browser, you punch in a URL, you're done. There is no key management, there's no encrypt and sign, there's no, it's impossible to get it wrong. And that's kind of the beauty. And there are now even newer domains that mandate SSL. If you ever say .app domain, you punch that into the browser now knows rules that say this cannot be non-SSL, this has to be SSL. So looking at this protocol, I would say this is the shining example of one that took, what I'd argue are the good alternatives in compromises of privacy versus usability. Now getting into some of our favorite things, chat apps. I'm going to analyze a handful of different chat apps and where they've kind of gone right and gone wrong. So Telegram, ubiquitous in the cryptocurrency world. What did they do wrong with respect to getting privacy adopted? Number one, it's optional privacy. You have to specifically create an encrypted chat, or what they call a secret chat, with people. All right. So by default, nothing is encrypted in Telegram. If anyone told you Telegram was a private chat app, they're wrong. All right. By and large, unencrypted. Every chat that you do that is encrypted creates a different key pair. So you could find yourself chatting with the same person and have multiple chats that are individually encrypted, and it'll appear in the app as two different chats with the same person. You're like, well, why are my chats confused? And they arbitrarily target different devices. So if you have Telegram on multiple devices, when someone tries to send you a secret message, it finds one of them, shares keys with that one specific device, and that's where you chat. So I'd find that Telegram on my iPad and on my computer, on my phone, when someone sent me a message, I wouldn't know which device it would go to. It, very, very bizarre user experience. What do they do right? In my opinion, nothing. This is a complete failure for adoption of privacy because no one's using the actual privacy protocol that Telegram has. From an adoption point of view, they've got 800 million active users, and privacy near 0% at this point are using the privacy portion of Telegram. And I think this starts to veer into one of the biggest challenges of privacy is when it becomes optional. So WhatsApp, what do they do right? From the viewpoint of discovery, that key management part, they made phone number discovery an easy way to find someone. There are a few other chat apps in the past that didn't do this. You had to like find handles and share keys. This one, simple phone number discovery at the compromise of, even though chats are encrypted, you do know which phone numbers are talking to which other phone numbers. So that is a compromise, but realize that they did allow for people to get encrypted chat almost invisibly. It's encryption by default. So contrary to Telegram, you're always using end-to-end encrypted chats. But what did they get wrong? Single mobile device use, this is a small little gripe I have. I can't have an Android and iPhone. Both have WhatsApp on it for whatever bizarre reason. Seemed like an arbitrary limitation, which try to avoid bizarre limitations like that. Doesn't make any sense. But their biggest flaw was that WhatsApp automatically backs up your chats to Google Drive, if you're on Android, if you have that, and iCloud on an iPhone, and those are not encrypted by default. So what's the whole point of this beautiful end-to-end encryption when two of the biggest companies in the world will effectively have copies of your entire chat history unencrypted? And so while they've got a huge amount of adoption with 2 billion monthly active users, the privacy, I'm going to ballpark based on anecdotal asking of people, how many people don't have iCloud active on their phone or Google Drive. Probably less than 10% of people don't have that. So you're not getting quite the adoption that you'd like. So less than 10%, maybe 5%. So instead of 2 billion, maybe 200, maybe 100 million people might actually have the benefit of privacy. And the problem is, you might not have your chats backed up, but the people you talk to might. And therefore, you've exposed your chats through someone else. iMessage, I gave credit to Apple as being one of the few companies that really mass deployed end-to-end encrypted chat. And they did it for a lot of people that care nothing about privacy. And so similar to WhatsApp encryption by default, phone number discovery, as well as email discovery through iCloud, they did that right. What they did wrong, iOS only. So iOS and Mac, you're really limited there. As soon as you chat with, for those of us that have iPhones, you chat with an Android friend, your green bubble friends, you're going over SMS, which is probably the worst of all from a privacy point of view. And they have very similar flaw as WhatsApp. They back up by default everything into iCloud unencrypted. That has partially changed with newer versions of iOS, like 16.2 and above, where you could encrypt your backup, but it's extra steps that you have to look up online on how to do. So another example of gosh, this was a great opportunity to drive massive adoption of a privacy tool, but failed because, well, Apple basically sees all of the backed up messages. And with 1.3 billion active, once again, a guesstimate of less than 10% of that, we've lost a huge amount of potential adoption. And I think a lot of the privacy advocates' favorite, Signal. What do they do right? Phone number discovery, obviously encryption. By default, you cannot send a message that's not encrypted. They've recently added user handles, which helps a lot on privacy because you no longer have to expose a phone number to that other user that you're chatting with. And what they did wrong, small little gripe, the synchronization of chat history. So when you switch devices is a complete mess. You basically lose chat history by and large when you switch devices, especially going from like phone to desktop to iPad. But there is no unencrypted backup. Like you would have to manually go through the trouble of trying to back up your chat history, which isn't even possible on certain types of devices. So it's kind of harder to mess up, even though it's inconvenient that you don't have this backup. Unfortunately, it's just a much smaller user base, at about 4 million total, not active, but 4 million total as of 2021. Hopefully that's much larger now. But all of those people get close to 100% privacy. So let's look at crypto. cryptocurrency protocols. Look at two of the most popular that are trying to drive privacy, Zcash and Monero. Starting with Zcash, what do they get right? Biggest one is the cryptography. Like, these are some of the smartest cryptographers in the world working on this protocol. The anonymity set baked in to the protocol is everyone that is using their private Z addresses, as opposed to trying to mix with a handful of inputs and outputs. But what they got wrong is, once again, similar to PGP, they got wrong optional privacy, meaning by default, what are people using are the transparent addresses. And another gripe is synchronization performance. It takes a very long time to discover which transactions are yours. From an adoption point of view, in 2020, only about 6% of the transactions broadcast were actually shielded. And a study by Carnegie Mellon showed that about 99+% of the transactions could be traced. And so it shows that even though you might have a really, really good technology, if you don't have more people inside of your pool of private transactions or private communications, you stick out like a sore thumb and therefore increase by a large margin the traceability. And I like to say, if you're in a room of people, you're the only one with a mask on your head, and everyone, the entire kind of head count of who's here, you'll know who is hiding. And the same model happens in crypto tools. And so the adoption curve, unfortunately, of Zcash, which I think there's still hope, right? That it's a smart team, they know what they're doing, but really trying to drive that default privacy is kind of, without that, you've really leveled the amount of adoption, and I think the people who do care about privacy are not quite using it yet. That strong cryptography needs to be paired with more of that default privacy. Then in contrast, Monero, what did they do right? Privacy by default. It didn't start that way. It had definitely poor privacy early on until about 2017. But now it's by default with about what they call a mix, a ring signature of about 10, which gives pretty good privacy. A fast sync option, so once again, that performance issue I was mentioning. The My Monero API allows people to effectively sync their transactions with a bit of a privacy compromise, but with a huge performance improvement. What do they do wrong? Much weaker cryptography. So the cryptography in My Monero does not use ZK snarks, instead ring signatures, which is effectively hiding your inputs and outputs within 9 other decoy inputs and outputs. But ironically, because the anonymity set is so much larger, because all the transactions are shielded effectively, the same researchers from Carnegie Mellon had determined that recent transactions, in all of history, about 80% of the transactions are by and large untraceable, with the recent ones being almost 99% untraceable. And so the weaker technology, but with a very high level of adoption across many more people and many more transactions, actually equated to a higher level of privacy. So adoption is key in that sense, not just because we want people using it, but for the people that care about privacy, getting more people adopted into our pool helps give it to us as well. And that shows in their adoption curve. So the traceability, this is a traceability graph, and the traceability dropped off a cliff, which is a good thing, as soon as they had adopted some additional technologies, such as ring signatures and increasing the ring signature size to about 10. And the adoption curve has kind of grown with it. These are the number of transactions, the red line, number of transactions on the network over time. And I think we see that people that do care about privacy are adopting this, adopting Monero nicely. And so in summary, right, what do we have to take away from some of this study is make privacy hidden, is what I like to say. We use privacy to be hidden. Well, privacy itself likes to be hidden. Hide it from the users. Don't make them go through any extra effort to get it. Otherwise, you'll only get really kind of the illicit actors and the people that care, which means we get lumped into that same group. We don't want the people that care about privacy to be lumped into the illicit actors. In a way, that's somewhat what happened with Tornado Cash. It didn't have enough usability and seamless invisibility to get the masses using it. make privacy default, and then yeah, don't actually make a backdoor, right? Like that backdoor with a backup. You don't want one. You didn't intend to do one, but suddenly you gave it one. So you don't weaken it for no good reason. And then anecdotal requirement from our experience having deployed many privacy protocols is make it performant. In our experience, when Monero didn't have bulletproofs, it took about 45 seconds to sign a transaction. We easily skyrocketed our tickets, our support tickets, because people would say, well, what's taking so long? And they'd give up and they'd close the app. In the same sense, when it takes a long time to synchronize, tickets shoot up the roof, and then people just stop using the protocol. The MyMonero API for Monero did definitely improve that. So learning to keep things performant and with an interactability is a pretty key thing. And that is it. Thanks for listening. If you ever want to get in touch, @Pollinator is my Twitter handle, edge.app. You can find me there as well. We do support multiple privacy protocols. You see on here Pirate Chain, Monero, and Zcash. That's where we help learn a lot of what it takes to get these things adopted, and we get feedback from users, which is helpful. I'd love to hear feedback from you guys as well. So thanks, everyone.
Great. Awesome. Thank you so much. We have a couple questions from Slido. That if you'd like to take some questions. Cool.
Mic check.
So the first, and everyone remember Slido.com. We've got it right here. Ask your questions. So the first one we have here is, what was the peak of adoption in Zcash in summer 2022? Was it Tornado Cash related?
So because it's private, it's hard to tell, right? So that was I'll go back that slide. That huge peak right there, you'll notice that was one of the times when the red bar was almost 50% of the total transaction volume, as opposed to 6%, which is what it had been in the past and today. And so there's believed to have been a spam attack, unfortunately, as opposed to there being real transaction volume. But in all honesty, it's hard to tell. They were encrypted and shielded. So unknown,
Good
but
answer.
believed to be a spam attack, which definitely slowed down the network. Made it take days to synchronize a wallet, right, to discover your transactions. And with that, a huge drop in, effectively real usage of the network by at least people that we were aware of.
And so we've got another great question here. What did Monero do that Zcash could learn from, adoption-wise?
The two things that I'd mentioned, which is privacy by default, is one of the big ones. Don't make privacy an extra step. Make transparency an extra step. A lot of the criticisms of privacy by default are like, oh, but maybe I want to be transparent because I'm a nonprofit and I want to be able to show what funds we're getting and receiving. That's easily possible. You can share a key that can decrypt all the transactions that you receive. Doesn't mean it needs to be the default. And so that's one thing Monero did. I think that all the privacy protocols honestly should do is allow for transparency, but don't make it the default. And then second, the protocol where a view key is given up and it compromises some privacy, but at a huge, huge usability and performance increase. Those are probably the two biggest things that I would say any privacy protocol should learn from the viewpoint of adoption.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, everyone.
All right. As I mentioned, if you have questions for panelists or our speakers, you can go to slido.com and go ahead and post your questions there. All right, folks. Let's see. Filling up. Everyone's waking up a little bit more. Everyone's hydrated, got their coffee. Cool. All right. Next up, we have JJ. Oh, mics are over there.
Very excited to be here again today. This time I'm gonna be moderating this one panel today, so that's all you have from me. Thank you very much, Sterling, for doing today. Very looking forward to it. So we're gonna have a panel discussion about security. So in crypto, we don't trust how protocols approach security. And I was very surprised by this lineup because I think it's pretty fucking dope. So I'm really excited for that. So can I please invite to the stage Jack, CVH, and Cadmil, please. And you can sit down, grab a microphone. I can see there's two microphones, so we may have to share. But yeah, so woo! Yay! Matthias, please don't judge us.
Hello, hello.
So the way this is going to work, we're going to chat shit for like 20, 25 minutes. And please ask the questions on Slido because, again, as I said yesterday and today, these people are here for you. So if there's any things that you want, please put it in Slido. So to kick things off, thanks ever so much for being here this morning. And yeah, can you each give a very quick introduction of yourself and keep it lean, mean, and sweet?
Yeah, quick. I'm Chris, CVH as well. I work for Polygon. I'm a VP of security over there. And yeah, I've been with Polygon for like 2 years.
Hey guys, I'm Jack. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sherlock. Sherlock is one of the big audit providers out there. We specialize in audit contests, and we also offer smart contract coverage after the audits we do.
Hey, I'm Kadmil. I work for the ops team in ETHDam. So.
Dope. Thanks ever so much for coming. So to kick things off, in your own words, why are external audits necessary and valuable?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I would say, yeah, F audits. No. They are necessary, but they're not all-inclusive. So they are not a guarantee on security, I would say. It is just a checkpoint in time that actually tells you, hey, things look good, they conform to the standard, you pass the basic checks, doesn't seem to find, general type of things, but I wouldn't say they are necessary. I wouldn't say that they are the only thing you should focus on. And if you have limited resources, limited people, just maybe don't even get an audit and focus on some other areas of security. But yeah, maybe my partners over here may think different.
Yeah, I think once you have the context that you can never prove that any smart contract is 100% secure, that helps put the right context on audits. They're not going to be, the end-all, be-all of security. But I think why external audits are valuable is because if you're a team, even if you have, someone on the inside doing security, you can get very familiar with your own code base. You can start making certain assumptions around it, and bringing in somebody who has a totally kind of independent viewpoint coming in with fresh eyes is able to, we've seen this in data, kind of find bugs that others aren't able to.
I'd say that I fully agree that audits are not like a silver bullet, but basically, if you are trying to build something very transparent, you want to have third-party verification of what you built, like holds water. So there are two questions: whether like it's doing like auditing or doing any particular security thing is getting your code 100% secure, and like it is not. But from another point, having third-party verification of like someone looked through the code and it's like works and does what's on the tin is very valuable.
And just to make a point, like I hate the fact that we use the word audit for these type of assessments. It's terrible. It doesn't represent exactly the job that the security researchers, like the people that work in your team on the consultants do. An audit is basically a check against the standard. ISO, you do audits on ISO 27001, you do audits on SSA 16. You don't do an audit of a smart contract. You actually do what it would be called a security assessment. Even we could use the term penetration testing because that's a lot what security researchers are doing when they review the smart contracts. So I know it's impossible now. It's done. It's called security audits in the Web3 world, but yeah, I think people should understand very well what that actually means. No.
Well, on that note, what other questions do you think people should be, or projects should be asking their auditors, other than just a PDF report?
Yeah, I can start off on that one. So we've done, hundreds of audits and audit contests, and I think we have a good sense of what the right questions are to ask us or to ask any auditor. The first one is that an organization cannot do an audit. Every audit is done by individuals, and so you need to know who the individuals are that are going to be looking at your code base so that you can know, okay, the next question is, does this individual have relevant experience on similar code bases? You know, is there a reasonable likelihood that they'll be able to find bugs in this code base and understand it? And do they have experience finding bugs in similar code bases? I think those are kind of good questions to start with because audits are done by individuals.
I have another viewpoint. Basically, one of particular things we have been asking the audit teams, like doing security research or penetration testing for the code base, or like you name it. Unfortunately, it's really called security audit in industry right now. Basically, for what DAOps is doing, having verification of not only like that's GitHub commit is sane and adopts the spec and works well. Particular thing we're asking is whether the addresses of contracts deployed to actual blockchain is the same contain the same code as what auditor has audited. So you want the full track of record, not only between code and audit report and whatnot, but you want for like DAO voters, for token holders or general public to be able to actually track if on-chain code is what auditor audited and what like they think is sane. So this third-party verification should go all the way from the code to on-chain.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I completely agree. It's a tough one to do, obviously, because it's very technical. Most people, especially investors, users, and stuff like that, will not be able to easily figure out, like from GitHub all the way to, you know, the bytecode of the smart contract. If anything has changed, you know, if it has been audited. I think there's a lot of companies and even there's a security team trying to solve that problem as well, but it hasn't been solved. So if there are any builders over here that want to abstract what the security teams are doing and making it easier for a user to be able to verify that what's deployed has been audited, that it represents what is on GitHub, that represents as well what you see on the web page itself, you know, please solve that problem.
Yeah, just quickly on that, I think probably, we've looked at a few examples, but probably 90 to 95% of the audits you see on a team's website are actually a different version of the code than is deployed, which a lot of users probably don't.
100%.
95%. Ours are good.
It's a huge personal pet peeve when you go to like a website that's kind of like CoinMarketCap and you see that they have this audit list and it's just such a false sense of bollocks. Audits are great, as you've mentioned, pen testing, whatever we want to call it. Maybe we can end the day with a new term. If anyone has anything, please tweet it. What happens when something goes wrong? Could you share maybe a story or maybe something that's happened when something's gone wrong and kind of the feeling I think there's a very emotional reaction. There's an adrenaline reaction when something like this happens. And I'm just looking to maybe share some of that with the audience of something that's happened to you guys. You don't have to get too into the weeds, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I've been through a couple of them in Web3 and Web2 over the last basically 20 years of my life. And what I can tell you, obviously, the typical, don't panic, you know, be like Napoleon, you know, dress me slowly, you know, I'm in a hurry, all those type of things. But you're going to panic, you're going to freak out. And I think the best thing you can do is try to reach out to somebody that can help you. If you don't have a security team or somebody responsible for security, reach out to the community, reach out to your auditors, reach out to anybody that you know around there. Don't shut up. Don't try to solve the problem yourself. Ask for help. I think one of the things that I've seen in Web3 more than Web2 is the camaraderie that the security community has. It is amazing. It is the amount of free hours of consultancy, free hours of investigations, free hours of support when a protocol is being attacked or anything like that. I haven't seen that anywhere in the Web2 world. So don't be afraid of asking for help. Don't think that, it's not about getting hacked. Like everybody's gonna get hacked. It's just like death. It's part of the life cycle of being on the internet or everything else. But it's really, people are gonna criticize you around how did you react to that hack? How did you react to that issue that you confronted? If you reacted it by acknowledging it, asking for help, doing the right things, your users are going to come back. I'm absolutely sure about it. If you did the wrong thing and you hide it, and then people started figuring out on Twitter, and no, that's a way for just death.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think hiding it. Hopefully, less and less auditors are kind of staying uninvolved. I think that was kind of a problem maybe a couple years ago. Not to show Sherlock too much, but we are very deeply involved with every single potential security incident that's happening with any of our customers, especially the ones under coverage, because we're fully aligned with making sure that damage is mitigated and anything that's happening, can be addressed as quickly as possible. So we'll help set up the war room. We'll do all these different things that need to be done as soon as possible afterwards. And I think we've posted on Twitter every single time there's been any kind of potential security incident related to a Sherlock audited code base. And yeah, I hope that more auditors move in that direction over time.
Don't want to share like the nitty-gritty of the story, but we actually had I had a conversation with Audit team for like one of special projects we did a couple years ago with folks literally asking, okay, you have like too much TVL in that thing, and we are working on an upgrade, and what if something goes wrong? We can't. It was literal question like we can't pay it, which like. Of course you can't, like, team can't either, so we, like, and as the story goes, something actually went wrong, but not, like, for all the tokens under this specific project's management, thankfully, but still, upgrade process missed some small part. We figured how to mitigate it, we figured how to make users whole, and how to compensate for losses in like for no, it wasn't losses. It was like locked in some tokens locked in a contract. But like that was an actual question. We went to the team auditing the thing afterwards and said, okay, there was an issue, and we have figured it out. But like that's been quite a long time ago. Actually. So things go wrong, and you have to go figure. You have to like either have a strong security process, strong incident response like team inside, or if you can collaborate, that's also awesome because that's a skill which is very hard to acquire. But like apart from being in war rooms for quite some time.
I'd like to add as well, and I'm to blame as well on this type of things. Share also the things that happen, even if you keep them private or internally with your auditors. Like it's completely normal. They will understand it. That they missed something. It's normal. Again, an audit is not on 100% coverage on security, but share it with them. Else, they're never gonna learn. They're never going to understand, okay, what did I miss? Why did I miss it? Is this a new attack vector? No, Web3 is very new. Smart contracts are very new. Decentralized technology or distributed technology is very new. We need to be able to understand, to standardize, and to figure out, basically write down all the different possible attack scenarios, because that's really what I ask an auditor, especially if they're an individual. If I hire like an individual or something like that, what's your methodology? Do you use a checklist? Show me your checklist. What things do you cover? When you look at it, what's your strong point? Are you DeFi guy? Are you an NFT guy? Do you know lending? Do you understand whatever those type of things? So.
Yeah, that's fair. And Jack, you're not allowed to answer this question, but for Chris and Cadmiel, what do you think about the model of auditors actually standing behind their audits in a way that Sherlock does, where they're actually putting their own cash on the line? Because I think this is a much broader, just macro discussion about auditing in general. There are some people in this room that don't.
I think that's very great. Why? Because like oftentimes in DeFi protocol design, you look to align incentives, and putting something like putting skin on the game is aligning incentives to a significant degree. So that's very strong, even if not, like most likely not in financial sense. because like the level of being security firm or being like a protocol development team and actual TVL users put in is ginormous. So like I don't think as with audits, audit is not like mark of security, it's mark of something else. Quite a lot of things, but mark of quality, but never mind. Like this insurance is not insurance for TVL in general, I think. Like there's just not enough money in this market. But in a sense, that's like very real alignment of incentives, and that's really cool.
I would say start looking for a new job, because that's going to be tough to continue over time, to be honest. Yeah, I like the model. I think it's great that there are other security companies as well that have said, like, oh, if somebody found a critical norm on any of the things we audited, we'll pay you 10K or whatever it is. Like, yeah, I think, it's more to shill than anything else. While, a good incentive, it's not sustainable over time. I don't think that we have seen the magnitude of what hacks can actually do. We've definitely seen a lot, but the space is very small. There's not a lot of total value locked in a lot of these protocols. Imagine if we, in 10 years from now, 100x the total value locked. That's going to be tough to sustain an insurance model or having to pay for hacks. That means also there's going to be even more state actors. Right now we have like North Korea maybe looking for some money, or China or stuff like that. But in 10 years' time, every single country will be looking after bugs or vulnerabilities in these protocols, because North Korea is going to be on chain, and China is going to be on chain, and the US and Europe are going to try attacking them, and that's going to be cyber warfare. It's already happening right now. It's just not happening inside of the on-chain economy.
Jack, I will let you say something for sure.
Yeah, thank you. So, to Cadmil's point, I think it's really interesting that both Polygon and Lido have, billions of dollars at risk, essentially. And there's no coverage protocol. There's not even any traditional finance actor that would ever be able to kind of take on that full amount of risk, at least not in the near future. So I think kind of the middle ground, or the first step that Sherlock has taken, I think others hopefully will take as well, is putting money on the bug bounty. So like when you put a bug bounty live and there's code live, that is a much more manageable dollar amount, usually $1 million for a fairly high quality protocol. I'm sure these guys have even bigger bug bounties than that, but that's something that I think is more realistic, because a lot of teams have 250K bug bounties or something, and I think auditors can get a lot more involved in having skin in the game and putting money on the line to help those payouts.
But you need to make sure that the code that is in the bug bounty and the code that is live is actually the code that you audited. And as we talked before, most of the code online is not the same version that was audited at all. No, I guess that's tough. I guess that's a tough situation, obviously.
Yeah. So when Sherlock does this, we actually check. So we do the bytecode check as well, which hopefully is coming in Foundry, it sounds like. And I hope that other auditors, would also do that. You have to coordinate with the team more, because the team is obviously going to want to change things after the audit. There's a fixed review after most audits, and maybe they want to add more features. And so you kind of have to stay in communication about like, hey, what is actually coming on chain, and is it the same thing that we audited, a month ago?
But I do like the part where you actually, match the bug bounty. You don't have to match it fully, but stuff like that. Those type of things could be nice incentives, for a certain period of time as well.
Cool. To the last point, like maybe even like being a responder for bug bounty, or like being involved in responding to like actual reports would be another like good measure of incentive alignment, because there is a shit ton of bad, like low quality bug reports for smart contracts and for like not smart contracts. So that's another rabbit hole. But like having better filter here and having auditors piling in and working there could be also seen as a very big like incentive alignment vehicle.
Would love to go down that rabbit hole, but
this is just a question that literally just popped in my mind. On a scale of 1 to 10, what scale would you give on like, will AI be able to replace an auditor? 0 being fuck AI, 10 being our new overlords that can also audit smart contracts. I just want a number.
It's like 6, but to what end? Basically, the question you are...
That's not a number. We're going to get all the numbers and then we can discuss.
Ah, okay.
8, 9.
Okay, that's a lot.
In terms of 0 to 10 likelihood, I would put it at a 1.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
It obviously
Yeah.
it depends a lot. No, what exactly? I think it will replace the 95% of all the security researchers, consultants that you see on Twitter. Basically, sorry, you guys are not security people. Like,
In basements.
You're just following a checklist that somebody else made and finding bugs. So you are going to be replaced absolutely by AI and all those type of things. The people that are really smart, the good security people, the good security researchers that actually understand how security works, that actually go and revise, look at the slots and look at the bytecode and all those type of things. Those are going to be tougher to be replaced, but they're the 5% of what we see right now in the community.
I tend to agree. And basically, the most value you can get in like security practices you take are not easily like checklistable. Like checklist get you the first 90% of work, and now you have to work for the rest of 90% of quality and like making sure the thing is like works.
Yeah, so I guess to explain the 1 out of 10, that's kind of like what are the chances that there's a perfect AGI out there that can basically do everything that we want it to do perfectly, and you get into this problem of like kind of like an oracle problem of how does it know the ground truth and the intentions of a protocol. But I think it will maybe approach 99%, like the AI will get that good that it's 99.9% at this kind of stuff. But I also think that teams will develop way more complex protocols once they have the ability to do that, and AIs can find way more bugs. So it's going to be kind of this like war between how good is the AI at security versus how complex can an AI make a protocol. And I don't really know how that plays out, but I think people building AIs that are good at security will be kind of the end state unless we get AGI.
Yeah, I think it's more about will the AGI be able to think as a human? Because really the biggest mistakes are made by humans and human error and human logic. That's really where the issues are.
Yeah, you'll suck.
If AGI gets really to that level, like I'm sure there's worse things to realize. Like Terminator is happening for sure. Like
Right.
I want to apologize for the people that asked the AI audit questions. I just checked Slido and that was the question. So credit goes to you guys. I feel really embarrassed, actually. Okay, I have a couple more questions and then we'll move on to the Slido. We're going to try and do this a little bit quick fire, so keep the answers short. How has your approach to security changed in the last year? Any big shifts?
Yeah, well, before Polygon, I've done 2 years. I was on Web 2 and I worked in cloud and software as a service and stuff like that. And I really had to change my approach because if the cloud gets hacked, basically I just had angry customers that were not able to use my service. But in the last 2 years, if the blockchain goes down or we get a hacked at Polygon, I'm going to have very, very angry users that have lost all their money. So let's say the stress levels has gone up a little bit. And therefore, I've spent more time thinking about the deployment process and the development process of everything to make sure that by the time we get to on-chain, this is really, 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 really secure. Like there's very little room for error over here. No, and I think I've just become more paranoid. I've already was paranoid. I've already been a pessimist my whole life. I've just gone worse on that area. My wife is not happy.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll try to answer this concisely because we've seen a ton of teams doing a ton of different things. The biggest changes over the last year are essentially teams are just doing more. So a team that would have got 1 or 2 audits is now getting 3, 4, 5 audits. A lot of teams are supplementing audits with an audit contest at the very end to kind of do like a bigger, we've seen more $1 million audit contests this year than ever before. And then I think the monitoring and threat prevention is getting a little bit more adoption now, which it really wasn't a year ago.
We spent, basically we used to run minimal blockchain action checklist, which spans for 2 pages at the beginning, and now it's five or six, and we have a couple more specific checklists for specific kind of things we are looking to do. Riffing on like your comment, we're doing way more types of checks, both internal and external. So looking not only for auditing, but for the biggest upgrades, we're looking for formal verification on like code level or bytecode level, and looking for that very intently. We're dividing way more attention to alerting and to making sure alerting works and whatnot. So that's another like big part of the puzzle.
Yeah, monitoring definitely, and I think there's so much room for improvement on the monitoring side of things and alerting. And there's good teams building it, but there's a lot to improve. And I think that's where AI can really help and predict things that are potentially going to happen before they actually happen. And it's not about just looking at the main code, it's about behavior. Hey, there's some behavior here that looks weird. You know, Polygon, have a look because this could be bad. So.
Cool. Sorry, I'm just trying to launch a poll because this is going to be a big discussion point. So if you guys can open up Slido, and we can put Slido on the screen. We're going to ask the question to the audience. Do you think, or does a secure smart contract also equal a quality smart contract? And one is going to be no, a secure smart contract doesn't need to be a quality smart contract. And 5 is going to be like, yes, those things are, I hope that makes sense. Maybe someone can explain it better. I just made this up on the fly. While people are voting on that, I'd like to go to the Q&A, and then we're going to come back to this question with also the audience poll. Question number 1, why audit so expensive?
Oh my God, yeah. Listen to me at 12 o'clock, I'll give you.
Yeah, I guess to try to answer why they're so expensive, it's because you need people who are the best in the entire world at what they're doing. Because if you had, let's say, all of the black hats, you know, some of us have heard of North Korea having some smart people who can hack smart contracts over there. If those guys are the very best in the world and the white hats, the other auditors can't come close, then crypto is kind of, we're in a bad spot. And so the reason auditors are so expensive is because you really need somebody who's in that, like a 90% auditor doesn't do you much good. You need an auditor who's in like the 99th percentile who can find that critical bug that only a couple people in the world can find. And those people have a lot of opportunities, and so they're expensive.
If you had to name that person, like Chad or something, what would you call them?
Go ahead.
No, maybe a legend. I don't know.
I think the main reason, like why audits are as expensive and why like teams are spending way more resources on security in general, is because of the like lever. Protocols have a lot at stake and a lot of users of like tokens at stake. So that's really scary, and you want to make sure it's like as safe as possible. So that's like the market force behind pricing as well.
It's also about talent, I think, for those of you that are auditing companies over here, is like, how do you keep somebody hired in your auditing company if they can go and just become a black hat or a white hat independently, and make tons of more money. Yeah, there's ethics and everything else, but in the end, you got to pay them good, because else, like, sorry, I'm just going to go to Sherlock and be an independent guy. I'm going to make much more money.
Cool. The next question: if an audit finds issues and then you fix those, should you ask brackets and pay for a follow-up audit? Do customers actually want this?
Yes, definitely.
Should be included.
Okay, if you fix something and want to redeploy, you actually like, okay, the teams are following the process, which requires you to have an audit even for smallest changes. So that's the case. If it's included or not is another topic, and like is a big one. But like I tend to agree with you, but don't think that's mutual.
Cool.
No, yeah, for sure.
That was a yes, I think. On a scale of 1 to 10, how big is your pre-quantum encryption anxiety Chris, I don't want to bring more anxiety to you. Sounds like you have enough. Quantum computers.
I think it's fine in general, as long as you keep building. The problem is the fact that if you leave legacy code, legacy encryption algorithms on the blockchain or anywhere else on the internet, those could potentially be broken in 100 years. So, those pictures that you encrypted, with zip like 20 years ago, maybe in 20 years in the future, they're going to be able to decrypt that. Just re-encrypt it again. Encryption goes, hand by hand.
Yeah, I don't lose much sleep over it, but I might be undereducated in this area. I think, if you have a 20-character address with quantum computing, the address just needs to be longer, essentially.
You don't know everything about quantum computing? Come on, man. Cool. Now we're going to discuss the poll. So I'd like you guys to turn around and actually have a look at this, because what I really like about this is it's very split, which is a nice surprise. So it seems like, yeah, there's a split. There's a huge split. And the fun thing is that we were discussing this before this panel, this exact question. And so I would like you guys to basically pick a side and discuss whether you think a smart contract equals a quality smart contract.
No, it kind of doesn't. I'm for closer to one. Why? Because there are multiple layers of if the thing is secure, even if the thing is secure, and if it's code of good quality, and thinking of good quality is another issue. But basically, you want layers. You want the auditor to check if the code adorns to spec, and you want to and you want a good auditor to think whether spec makes sense even. So that's one thing of thinking through things. And if it's implemented in good code or bad code is the whole other thing. So that's closer to one, I guess.
Yeah, I would say you can have a quality smart contract that is not secure, and you can have a secure smart contract that is not high quality. You can have a quality smart contract that does a lot of things well. I guess there's a lot of features outside of security that a smart contract is expected to have, such as potentially readability or the ability to execute a transaction with low gas. If you have a very inefficient smart contract, then you would call that maybe a low quality smart contract. But that contract could be very secure, perfectly secure even. So I think there's definitely not a strong correlation between secure and quality.
I think quality definitely helps security. It just doesn't guarantee it. Security has nothing to do, better security doesn't mean anything quality. There's a lot of smart contracts that were built years ago that are horrible, use a lot of gas, revert, all those type of things, but they're unhackable. They, you cannot steal the funds. So I would definitely say, yeah, okay. I would definitely say, definitely aim for quality. It's going to help your security, but don't expect that just because you use good knapsack and good gas, functions and all those type of nice things, that means that your smart contract is secure. It's just going to help it, and auditors are going to be very happy if you have good quality code.
Cool. Thanks so much, and thanks everyone for participating in that. I really like how people were changing their answers. Buggers. But I hope that was informative and got you thinking a little bit. There was one question that I can get to, which was kind of what are the newest tools that people are adding to their security stack. So I'm actually going to ask you if you all can make a tweet after this with some of the tools that you would recommend, and just use the hashtag ETHDam. I think that's going to be the most valuable for also everybody here. But thanks so much for coming this morning, and thank you all for coming. And please give a huge round of applause for this panelists. You can leave the microphones on the couch. And,
thanks, JJ.
back to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Is everyone awake now? Are we awake? We've had coffee. It's a little bit later. I see a few new faces have come in, maybe. Some of the later risers. That's all right. Next up, we have Owen from Near Protocol. No? Yes? Yeah. Yeah, you should be
this work? I get a microphone as well. But can I like have a handhold one? Thank you. Perfect. Really good panel. I did a bit about quantum computing in my bachelor's, and it's far off. We're safe. They just call them quantum computers to get more funding. It's just a quantum system. We're secure for a while. Yeah, at some point it'll be an issue. There we go. Okay, yeah, so I'm from NEAR, Developer Relations Engineer, and we're doing a lot about chain abstraction here. And part of this chain abstraction narrative is chain signatures. How can one sign a transaction from one chain and pass it over to another? Well, we're sort of enabling that over at NEAR. So, myself, as I said, I'm Developer Relations Engineer. I'm also co-founder of Vex, which is like an esports application building on top of NEAR. So I didn't just come to NEAR because they paid me. I was there before because it sort of has the best tech. Sorry to let you guys know. And yeah, that's me, and this is my online identity. So if you see that in any group chat, just ping me and say hello. So I'm going to have a bit of a complaint, to be honest. There's a lot of problems with blockchain at the moment, and I think a lot of that is to do with interoperability. So it's a very fragmented experience at the moment. Applications are normally only accessible on one chain, except for like Uniswap or whatever. They'll have multi-chains, but most applications are siloed onto one chain. The same with liquidity. So if we want to use all these chains and all these applications, then we're going to have quite a number of wallets, like at least half a dozen, like a MetaMask, maybe a Cosmos one, a Solana wallet, whatever. And these separate chains, the way people have been solving it in the past is with bridges, but bridges just have historically have been vulnerable to hacks, and also the user experience is somewhat terrible a lot of the time, but not just terrible, it's different. So you've got to learn the complexities of each bridge, and then like you've got to use all the gas tokens and whatever. It just hurts my brain in the end of the day. And say I'm quite active on NEAR, as I say, and I get paid in stables on NEAR, but I like to dabble into a bit of the degen side, so I go on Arbitrum and swap tokens and whatever. And my process at the moment is taking USDC from my NEAR wallet, pinging it over to Binance, swapping that for Ethereum, and then from Ethereum to, from Binance to Arbitrum, and then I swap it to the token I want or to some meme coin. And it's a bit of a laborious process, so I'm just a bit annoyed with all of this. And like NEAR doesn't have the best liquidity at the moment, but there's some really cool apps on there. So it would be great if I could tap into all the liquidity on like Ethereum mainnet. But don't you worry, there is a solution. So with NEAR, what we're doing is you have one NEAR account, one wallet, and you basically have access to any chain as long as it conforms to certain like elliptic curves. More are getting added soon, so you can interact with Cosmos ecosystem, Polygon, like any EVM, and Solana is coming as well because it uses a different curve to like EVM, and you can even use Bitcoin, which is pretty epic. And basically, you can sign transactions from your NEAR account, and
you can hold any tokens that are available on this chain. So I can have one Near account that has access to Bitcoin, like native Bitcoin, access to Link on Arbitrum or Polygon, whatever, or a cash on Cosmos, which I saw on my coin market cap that went down. So yeah, we know what it is now, but how does it work? So it works through programmable multi-party computation. So basically, you have these MPC nodes, and there's like n MPC nodes, right? And then you have to have m of them. So say there's 5 nodes, you have 3 of them jointly sign a transaction. This is called threshold cryptography. So they jointly sign it without revealing the private key. So no one party can just sign the transaction by itself. And how do we get these actual accounts from like a Bitcoin account from a Near account? So it basically works the same as, like, you have a ledger, and from that ledger you have like a seed phrase, and you can derive multiple accounts from that. Well, it works the exact same. So you just have your Near account, which is a named account. So I'm PyVortex.near, and I also own iSpice.near and some other crazy ones. But you have this account, and then you throw in some metadata. So the metadata could just be like an empty string, or it could be Owen, or it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever you want it to be, and it will change the derivation path and derive you a new address. So you can have not an infinite amount, but a near infinite amount. So like millions of accounts tied to just one Near account. And yeah, once you've signed the transaction, then it comes back to you from the MPC nodes, and then you send it over to a relayer, which sends it to the target chain, basically. So what can we actually do with this? I think one of the coolest applications is DeFi on Bitcoin. So for example, you can have an account that you have an ordinal or buy an ordinal or whatever on, and then from that, you can transfer that account. So you could give it to someone, or you could decide to put that ordinal up as collateral on like Aave or some other lending protocol. Also, a big thing we're trying to do with Near is near.org, one of the gateways. We're trying to create a unified open web experience. And basically what that means is having one gateway or one website where one can just log in with one wallet and interact with all these applications from whatever chain without having to understand the complexities of each blockchain and each application. So a big thing like maybe a year ago was account abstraction. Well, we've done that, we've completed it. Now we're on to chain abstraction. So you don't have to change wallet to interact with each of the applications. And then it also enables you to do actions that were previously not possible unless you had to burn and mint tokens. So this has no burning, has no minting. The assets still live on their native chain, really, but they're just tied to a Near account. So you can swap, say, native Bitcoin for Link on Arbitrum or some other crazy swap that's never really been done before, without bridges at least. And then we can take this like one step further. You would usually have to pay for gas with the native token. So if I'm signing my transaction from Near, to call the MPC nodes, I would have to hold Near, and then I would also have to hold Ethereum if that transaction is happening on Ethereum. But what we can do is use what is it called? the multi-chain gas relayer to pay for that gas in just NEAR, and it converts it from NEAR to Ethereum and pays for that gas. So I only have to just hold one token. But maybe I don't want to hold NEAR at all. I can use meta-transactions, and when I'm setting up my application and my front end, I, as an app developer, can pay for the gas of my users. So you can send transactions across any chains without paying for gas at all. This basically just works by having your transaction and then wrapping it in a meta transaction and passing it to a relayer who signs it on your behalf and pays for the gas and pays for the storage cost or whatever. So let's talk about an example here. I talked about using an ordinal as collateral. So, well, this is the example of swapping an ordinal. So basically, how one would do this in code is you set up this marketplace contract, which is a smart contract that lives on NEAR. And this marketplace contract will just have a map of addresses, so, or a map of derivation paths which link to addresses and the target blockchain. So you would have, say, a Bitcoin address on one line, and adjacent to that, it would have an account name. So it would have this AB125 whatever public key is associated with PyVortex.near currently. And then if I want to swap that there and give it to someone else, then I don't just swap the ordinal, I swap the whole, I guess we can call it a sub-account as a whole. So we'll just take that name, my name, out of the map, and we'll replace it with someone else's name that will now link it to their NEAR account. So it'll go from PyVortex.near, owns this Bitcoin account, and it'll go to, who knows, Jerry.near or something else. And I don't want to just give it for free, so you could either buy it with USDC or NEAR on NEAR, or you could do another swap in that. So I could swap, who knows, what coin do we want to think? Bonk on Solana. I could swap that for the ordinal, and I would just, instead of changing one address, I would change two addresses. But in this example, the accounts are actually being derived from the marketplace contract, so it somewhat has control over those accounts. So what you have to do is make sure your contract is secure, run through multiple audits, and then you can remove the access keys to that account and that contract. And an account and a contract is the same thing on there. And you just throw away that key, and then no one will have access to it, and it's not custodial. But you still need to access your Bitcoin account. So you'll have a method or a function in this marketplace contract that says, if this address links to the person, so if it's PyVortex.near, then I'm going to check that the person signing this method is who they say they are. And when I'm signing this transaction, I'm going to put some parameters in there, which can be a transaction as itself, or it can just be a pre-decided transaction, like I want to remove my ordinal, or I want to move all the tokens on that account to my own account, and that could be to my own Bitcoin wallet that I fully control, or to like an off-ramp, centralized exchange, and trade that for stables. But another way we could do this, which is I suppose, less custodial, if you don't trust the contract, is with near accounts, you can actually convert them into NFTs. So you can have your access keys to your account. You can have a million different, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, whatever accounts attached to it. You can have assets on that. So you could have 1,000 different assets on like 100 different chains. And then you can take away your access key, turn the account into an NFT, send that to someone else, and it sort of uploads a contract onto it, and it says, when you perform an action on this NFT, then it will supply you with a new full access key, allowing you to do whatever you want with that near account. And with that near account, you have all these sub-accounts attached to it as well. And with bridges in the past and like interoperability protocols, you need to, like, you have big BD functions where they're going about at events and saying, I want to integrate with your protocol so you can message from near to Ethereum or from whatever small chain, not well-known chain to some other not well-known chain. And this can get expensive for the protocols. But with this technology, it's, I suppose, chain agnostic to some extent. It's sort of like curve agnostic. You need to abide by some set of rules, and if you spin up a new chain or a new roll-up or whatever, then it will automatically be adopted. You don't have to integrate at all. And yeah, I'm going to give a bit of a shill here. So we've got some bounties, we've got some money. So the first one is implement chain signatures, just what I've talked about in whatever capacity you want to do. I want to see your craziest ideas. And then if you don't want to do chain signatures, that's fine. I mean, it's in JavaScript, and I don't really like JavaScript. I hate JavaScript, in fact. So, but I love chain signatures. So you can do something else. Like you can make a Rust smart contract, whatever you want to do. The near stack has a lot of different, it's quite modular. There's a lot of different layers to it. So integrate whatever you want. At least build something cool. That's what I'm looking for. And yeah, that's a QR code. Give it a good old scan, and we have access to resources. And there's like a group chat in there. Give me a DM. All right, that's all I've got. Thank you. Come ask me any questions, whatever. Come for a chat, have a coffee. We got a booth out there, and thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I can't remember. Are you doing one of the bounties today? Or for the hackathon?
Yeah, we got the bounties up there.
And that was the ones
Yes,
for
yeah.
today. Cool. Is there anything that you don't want to see from hackers?
Don't want to see. Probably a submission when I try it out that it drains my wallet. I would not be very happy with that. But I don't know. I come to these hackathons and I just want to... The project doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to work. The user experience is going to be pretty dismal a lot of the times. But I just want to see... I'm more crazy about the ideas and trying to implement these crazy ideas. Like build an MVP, build something that's even smaller than an MVP. As long as it's cool and it gets me hyped about the tech, that's what I want to see.
Cool, cool. What is probably the craziest or most interesting project you've seen from a hackathon so far?
So, well, I've heard some crazy ideas about chain signatures recently, some swapping of NFTs over different blockchains. I'm really excited to see what happens with that. And then there's some submissions that are coming from the degen community with just some crazy meme coins and some prediction market stuff, which will be interesting. Yeah, see if you can beat these ideas.
Cool. And remember, if you have any questions, please submit them to Slido, and we'll get them going. Oh, I had another question, and I just lost it. And so, can we pull up the slide again with the bounties on them?
Oh, yeah,
is that possible?
Sure, for sure. I will.
Because I don't know, do we have any hackers in the room? Is anyone building on Near, or are you all?
Oh, I just closed my slide.
That's all right.
I don't know. I can tell you what the bounties are again, but they're chain signatures, 3K, and Near, that's not chain signatures for 3K as well, 6K in total.
Cool, because I know it seems all the hackers are either upstairs or downstairs, probably building. And they can come to your booth at any time to ask questions.
Yes, that's
Fabulous.
what we're here for.
Yeah. Awesome, awesome. All right, cool. Well, thank you so
a
much.
lot.
Awesome. Oh, thank you. Perfect. All right. Let's see now. Do we have, looks like we've got a few more faces in here. That's good. Good to see. There are a couple things I wanted to remind you of. First of all, as you see, this is Owen. He just gave a talk. If you still need to take a photo with the speaker for your ETHDam bingo, you can ask Owen very politely, or any of the other speakers that we've had to take your photo with them. And remember, as part of the ETHDam bingo rules, you do have to tweet about it. You can't just keep all these photos in your phone. We want to see, what you're doing, who you're interacting with, and so use the hashtag ETHDam bingo and share it on Twitter. You're also welcome to share it on Farcaster or Instagram or whatever it is that you're using. But Twitter is how you're going to qualify for the prizes. And we've got some good stuff, all kinds of swag for Crypto Canal. And then I also heard another tip from the venue, in case this wasn't obvious. Please only flush toilet paper in the toilets. I don't know what anyone has been doing over the past few hours, couple days, but they asked that you please only flush toilet paper. So with that being said, for our next panel, we have Emily from Chain Security, who will be moderating. And we've got this mic for you. Mm-hmm.
Hello, can I call my panelists on stage, please? Can you try to set the same order as this?
We got it right.
All right. What time is it? 24. Okay, let's wait one. Hi, everybody. So we're still waiting for one panelist, but I guess we can start. I can start introducing myself, maybe, because we don't need him for that. I'm Emily from Chain Security. We are smart contract auditors. We are the bug people. If you've seen bugs everywhere, feel free to get them. The wordplay is that we find bugs and we give them to you. So yeah. I am very happy to have here this staking panel. I think it's pretty much what everybody's talking about at the moment with EigenLayer and restaking. So we'll try to tackle this. The three topics we're going to discuss today, restaking and EigenLayer. We're going to spend half of the time talking about this. Then 5 to 10 minutes talking about DVT, distributed validator technology, and then talking more in general about decentralization and solo stakers. And if we have a little time, we would talk about rainbow staking, but if we're very fast. All right. So I guess let's not wait for Paul. Maybe can we start with some intros? Can you introduce yourself super quickly? Your name, your role, what is your project, and who's your main client, and what value do you offer for them? You want to start? You seem very in the starting blocks.
Is that on? Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. My name is Ben. I'm a senior protocol specialist at Figment, covering the Ethereum ecosystem. So folks not as aware of Figment, we're an institutional staking service provider. We're on something like 36 networks. Historically, our focus has been on institutional token holders, but we're broadening a little bit now. For instance, we have the Fig app, so kind of DIY stakers can use that and effectively get access to our backend.
Can you hear me? My name is Glenn. I head a product at a company called Kiln. We're a staking service provider. We also do DeFi yield aggregation. We focus on many different segments, so institutional, we have a retail offering, and we also have a white labeled solution that a lot of custodians and our wallets are also plugged into.
This is yeah, it's working. Raul, I'm co-founder of Diva Staking and also co-founder of the Nectar network. Diva Staking is a liquid staking protocol based on DBT, and the Nectar network is a restaking layer, actually a multi-layer restaking layer, aiming to provide an alternative solution in the world of restaking.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so let's start with a quick overview. What is restaking and why does it matter in just a few words, just to kind of, scratch the surface? Ben.
Yeah, so I think in the simplest terms, restaking is about securing multiple protocols with the same stake. This isn't a new idea. So you look at some networks like Polkadot, like Cosmos, you hear about things like shared security, replicated security. That's ultimately what we're talking about. Why this is so exciting now, of course, the launch of EigenLayer, or at least the second stage of EigenLayer, the launch of EigenD, and the ability to delegate to an operator. But effectively, it's securing multiple protocols with the same stake. That's the idea of restaking.
Thank you. Glenn or Raul, you want to add something? Or maybe say it in different words so that we really get the picture?
I mean, from my point of view, I think it's exactly the same. Like Ben said, at the end of the day, restaking is no more than securing other layers with the, in this case, Ethereum, or translating Ethereum security to other layers and to other services, so they can benefit out of that network of operators, of a network of validators that we have in the Ethereum network, and also the security, the economic security that is being provided throughout the Ethereum network itself.
Yeah, and everything these guys said, but I think also the innovation that it enables and the speed of innovation. So the new projects that can build on top of this quite quickly without having to create their own kind of source of, that backbone. So they can very easily build on top of that, and we're seeing that already.
All right. So the different actors in the EigenLayer ecosystem. We have the restakers, we have the LRT protocols, the AVSs, actively validated services, and the operators. Can you tell me what are the goals and the risks of each of these actors and how they interact with each other? Maybe we can start with the restakers. What do the restaker want and what do they risk?
More money?
More money. That is, the usual.
No, I mean, put it on nicer terms, I will say that the restakers at the end of the day is people who is willing to take an additional risk, delegating their ETH to other actors within the network. So they are willing to delegate their ETH to operators so they can perform additional duties. And yes, obviously in exchange of for higher reward.
And what do they risk more?
Because actually what they are doing is, they are risking more because actually they are facing other dangers. At the end of the day, what the difference with restaking and what you are getting with restaking is that you enable the operators to perform additional services to those AVSs. So that increases the chances for that operator to be slashed. And actually, that increases the chances for your ETH to being slashed.
Okay, so they don't only risk getting slashed on Ethereum, but also through the different AVSs, so increased slashing risk.
Yeah, but it gives you also exponential returns because each one of the AVSs gives you rewards.
Okay, thank you. Something to add on restakers, or can we move to the LRT protocols?
No, I mean everything Roel said, but I think the restakers are just widening their. It's not really an attack surface, but they're opening that attack surface to their staked cryptocurrency. So it's just adding that additional risk.
I guess just kind of one nuance to add. Obviously, from a staker's perspective, as mentioned already, rewards are very interesting in terms of why restakers would be interested in restaking. But I think there's a slight nuance here. And so folks that have been following Ethereum for a little while, you've heard of things like MEV burn, minimum viable issuance. This idea that the Ethereum core community being Ethereum Foundation and core devs, can reduce the reward rate for validators. I think that in addition to providing more rewards, restaking has the potential to give stakers more agency back. By opting into restaking, you can choose the operator and you can have more control over your risk reward profile. So I think that's really important.
Okay. So we're going to talk more about the operators as well, and I think Kiln is an example of an eigenlayer operator. The LRT protocols. What do they want? What do they risk? And can you give some examples of LRT protocols?
Yeah, I can jump in. So there are a handful of LRTs you may have heard of. So EtherFi, Renzo, Rio. And I think from a high level, the concept of LRTs are relatively straightforward. Think about an LST, liquid staking protocol or liquid staking token. The concept with an LRT is very similar. You deposit your ETH or your LST on the LRT protocol, and you get back a liquid restaking token. But unlike an LST, the LRT protocol is not just staking your ETH, they're restaking. Okay, so they're going to be staking on eigenlayer, and then they'll be delegating to an operator. So I think on the surface, what's happening looks very similar to an LST, but one of the key pieces underneath is managing which operators they're delegating to, and then understanding which AVSs they're involved with, because as already mentioned, every additional AVS you're securing, or every time you hear AVS or actively validated service, just think protocol that's built on eigenlayer. But every time as a restaker, every time that you're securing an additional AVS, you're adding incremental risk. So these LRTs will have to manage that risk and understand it, to just know all the AVSs that they've opted into through delegating to operators.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, to what Ben has explained perfectly, and just to speak a little bit about my book, that one of the main differences, you were comparing them with the LSTs, and you were talking about the increased risk that the AVS is posed to the whole ecosystem. One of the main difference between an LRT and an LST is that on an LST, you are fully dependent on the Ethereum network, actually. You are building on top of the Ethereum network. With an LRT, at least if with the ones that are doing native restaking ones, they are building on top of Eigenlayer, on top of Karak, or on top of us, or any other of the solutions that are out there. So actually, the dependency and the risk changes dramatically in a sense, because you are not building on top of Ethereum itself, you are building on top of something else.
And yeah, Eigenlayer is at its infancy, right? So it's not yet battle tested. So this is also an additional risk. So we talked a lot about AVSs already. Can we define these a bit better? And again, same thing. What do they want? What do they risk? So AVS, actively validated services.
Yeah, I think I'll just jump in real quick, and then if anyone wants to add. So as I mentioned already, when you hear actively validated service, just think protocol built on eigenlayer. Unfortunately, I love to define that even more, but the thing is, with the eigenlayer, I think or AVS is built on eigenlayer, I should say. There's something like 60 today, give or take, I don't know, maybe a dozen or something like that, at various stages of development, and they run the gamut. They can be simple app chains on one side, all the way to full-blown protocols on the other. Like, you could build Ethereum on eigenlayer if you really wanted to. Additionally, these AVSs are not just limited to the Ethereum ecosystem. Most of them have focused on Ethereum-related services to L2s and things like that. But you can have things outside of Ethereum. I mean, at the end of the day, the AVSs are just looking to use some of the security, the so-called trust layer of Ethereum, to secure their protocols. That's really the only limitation. There are some other ones as well in terms of what can be used as that security. So whether it's ETH or LSTs or ERC20s. But aside from that, it's pretty open design space for AVSs.
Okay. You wanted to add something?
No. I mean, it's perfectly clear. I mean, to me, I mean, the best definition that I found about an ABS is anything that want to bootstrap a network. So, literally.
Sounds good. All right, so moving to operators, and maybe this time, Glenn, you can take it. What is an operator? What do they want? What do they risk?
Yeah, so I guess the operator in the eigenlayer sort of world with ABSs is very similar to an operator on Ethereum who's running a validator. So we're running the software to validate the transactions or the services for each of those ABS protocols or services that we've opted into. So they provide the software, and obviously the operator is running that is running the validation service on those different things. So.
Okay, thank you. So I think that was kind of all the important actors, right, in the restaking landscape. Did we cover that?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, perfect. So now, what do you think about the current hype around Eigenlayer? Did they finally launch, and how do you think that's going to impact the market?
If I have to jump in, I will say that actually, Eigenlayer, they've done great, and what they have done is suppose a new market vertical that we weren't aware of at the end of the day. I mean, I don't want to dig too deep into that. And, well, first, I think we have to know that Eigenlayer has not deployed yet, at least not fully. I mean, they have deployed something. But, yes, it's fully functional, it's valid. I mean, it's awesome what they are doing. But one of the core functionalities of a restaking is slashing, and they haven't implemented yet, for example. But they've done great, and it's something that a ton of people weren't really, they didn't believe in, like even 6 months ago, and they have realized that once you understand the economics of restaking, actually it makes sense, and it can be extremely beneficial for the Ethereum network. I mean, if we can leverage the risk with the benefits that we can get out of it, I think it's one of the best opportunities that we can get in order to scale the Ethereum network.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I mean, obviously so restaking as a concept, I think, is here to stay, and it's going to become probably a foundational part of the ecosystem. Eigenlayer won't be the only game in town, and we're already seeing that. And I think there's a real risk to Eigenlayer that the other projects that are coming through can see where they haven't done so well, and do a better job in that area. So around user experience, the way things are implemented, the way they execute. It's not to say that Eigenlayer aren't good, because I think they are, but it's clearly still in development but making great progress.
I think just the one thing I'd add specifically about Eigenlayer, and it's a good question. Have they launched? Because as Raul pointed out, yes, lots of the pieces have launched. Lots of the pieces of Eigenlayer have launched. But there's a lot that still has to be started, as Raul mentioned, slashing is a big one. I think about this, it makes me think about the launch of Beacon Chain. It seems like it's kind of following that minimum viable product, and there are these stages. When Beacon Chain launched, you had the two networks operating in parallel. And effectively what's happening on Beacon Chain is it was coming to consensus about its own state. There were no transaction payloads, in other words. It wasn't doing the heavy lifting of mainnet, which was still proof of work. Then you had the merge, so that was proof of stake taking over. And then about this time last year, you had Chapella, so that validators could finally get their 32 ETH back. So Ethereum Beacon Chain, I should say, kind of evolved in this manner. It seems like Eigenlayer is kind of taking a page out of that book, where it's like, there are these stages to get to the final product, and that kind of seems like where we're at with Eigenlayer. And with that lack of information on rewards and penalties and things like that, there's additional risk. When things are opaque, there's of course more risk.
Yeah. One last thing that I would like to add is, as you were mentioning, the competitors that are coming behind Eigenlayer are going to learn from them and trying to implement things better. I just wanted to point it out because at the end of the day, we are building a sort of competitor to Eigenlayer, but at least in our case, we are not framing it in the sense of competition itself. So, okay, we are building an alternative to Eigenlayer because we think actually that the ecosystem needs alternatives, and not everything needs to be concentrated within one single agent or one single protocol in this case. But at least in our case, personally, I never frame it in the sense of competition that I'm going to extract value out of EigenLayer to take advantage out of them. Everything that we are building, and I think most of the teams out there, is open source, is for the community, and yeah, it's although it's easier to speak in terms of competition, I guess.
Yeah, I think I chose my words wrong. Alternative is what I should have said, not competitive. So.
Do you think we would, at some point, get into a discussion the same way that we have now for liquid staking providers, where some are bothered by the dominance of some actors? Do you think we're going to get to the same thing with EigenLayer and the alternatives? Is it a risk to have one main restaking provider?
Obviously, I mean, I'm taking this one. I mean, that is one of the reasons why we have built that. I mean, it's not that we are going to get to that phase under which we are going to have one dominant within the market. We are already there. I mean, until 2 weeks ago, there was just EigenLayer. And also, when you were talking about restaking, you have spoken about the EigenLayer ecosystem, because it's the only thing that is out there. So that implies a monopoly somehow. And I think is what we should try to avoid, because actually they have become really, really big. I mean, and they are doing great. But
when you say the product that you launched, you're talking about Nectar?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we are already past our time to talk about restaking, but there's one thing I'd like to discuss still. It's about the risks of restaking, and specifically people are talking about this cascade risk. So I'd love to hear kind of a concrete example of what this cascade risk could look like, a catastrophic failure type of scenario. Can you describe step by step how that could happen?
Me crying in a bathroom, maybe? No, I mean, maybe an operator can describe it better than myself. It will be, again, as of now, with the current implementation of EigenLayer, what they have launched to mainnet, it wouldn't impact that much because they don't have a slashing implemented one. It is implemented.
No, I mean, like imagine in 2 years, you know, everything is implemented, everything is deployed. What could happen? Maybe, Glenn, we haven't heard you too much. Maybe, is this something you'd like to walk us through? Or Ben?
Yeah, I mean, so to be frank, I'm not thinking about the cascade risk. To be frank, I don't see it as overly likely. But so the scenario would be something like if there were a mass slashing event. So you're already seeing a lot of interest in EigenLayer. So I think there's something like 4.5 million ETH that's been engaged on EigenLayer, whether through the LST route or through the direct path. In other words, creating an eigenpod and then activating the validator. So the idea is, you know, if EigenLayer gets so big and there's this mass slashing event, what does that do to the security of Ethereum itself? And so this is one of the criticisms you see when you see the debates between Shreeram Khanna, founder of EigenLayer, and Justin Drake or others from Ethereum Foundation. The idea that Ethereum has this so-called social layer, Ethereum core community, I should say, has this social layer where if there's a mass slashing event on Ethereum, the core community can step in and try and unwind that if it's not an attack on the network. And there would be a reason to do that. And the concern from Ethereum Foundation is that there is this cascade risk potentially on EigenLayer, and the Ethereum core community could be called on to step in to bail out risks that are taken on EigenLayer. So I think that's high level to cascade risk. I think a couple things to say there. First is there is this so-called slashing veto committee on EigenLayer. Now, again, we don't know what slashing is going to look like on EigenLayer yet, which is a bit of a pain point for folks. But apparently there is the slashing veto committee, so EigenLayer itself has its own kind of social layer, if you like. So they could step in and negate this mass slashing event if we're a bug or something like that, not an attack on EigenLayer. The other thing, too, there are researchers at Ethereum that are looking at ways to kind of solve this issue. And one issue, which is kind of related, is that there's an asymmetry about ETH stake. So EigenLayer uses an Oracle process to see how much ETH a validator has on Beacon Chain, but Beacon Chain doesn't have the same visibility to post-exit balances on EigenLayer, meaning if there was a mass slashing event, Beacon Chain wouldn't necessarily know about it, and that's a problem. So if this interests you, just as an aside, check out Barnabé Monod. He's done a piece on this. He's a Ethereum researcher, this asymmetry. I think that is something that's important that's going to have to be worked out in the medium to long term.
Thank you. Some other risks of restaking we should touch upon before moving to DVT, because we don't have that much time left.
I think just one thing. Sorry, I don't know, Glenn, if you wanted to. Okay. Well, just I think the obvious thing, and I won't go into too much because I've already talked a little bit, but the obvious point here is that you're securing additional protocols with the same stake. You're necessarily stretching the stake. So I think that's kind of the one of the top kind of headline risks. There is nuance there, though. So that's another risk, I guess, just to be mindful of.
Yeah, and maybe not a huge risk, but people chasing yields, and with the alternatives or the competition between the different LRTs, maybe offering unsustainably higher yield, which could then obviously is not sustainable. So if they're cutting corners, if they're taking other risks, maybe higher risks that are hidden, that could obviously directly affect users who are restaking.
Maybe I will add that I'm really curious to really understand how those omni-asset protocols are going to work. Because at the end of the day, that is pure risk management. I mean, the moment that you are putting different assets in order actually to validate in Ethereum, at the end of the day, you have to convert it to Ethereum one way or the other, because otherwise you are kind of backing that with thin air. So I'm really curious to see how that is going to be implemented and what are going to be the risks associated to that.
All right. So I heard that DVT, distributed validator technology, can help mitigate some risks of restaking. So in a few words, what is DVT and why does it matter?
DVT is distribution validation technology, obviously, and basically, I mean, what we want to call it, or we want to explain it as a layer 2 for validation. At the end of the day, through DVT, what you are doing is in a peer-to-peer manner, coordinating different people in order to confirm one validator. So it's a decentralized network over the Ethereum network in order to perform validation duties.
So I guess reducing the risk of each of the participants.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, in terms of risk, yes, obviously the risk and one of the benefits, or the major benefit that it brings, is more resiliency. Is through using DVT, actually, even if 1/3 of the whole subset of operators or validators is down, the cluster still works. So it's way more resilient.
And I guess just kind of doubling down on what Raul said. I think one of the early blog posts from one of the DVT protocols, they use the analogy of airplanes. So you can have a single engine aircraft, that's single validator. When you think about DVT, all you're doing is making that a multi-engine aircraft. So if you're flying along in, let's say, a 4-engine commercial aircraft, and you lose one of the engines, the plane doesn't go down. That's the high-level concept with DVT for folks that aren't as aware. The other thing to highlight there with that analogy is that it's active-active redundancy, meaning that some operators today will have a failover, meaning you run your primary validator stack, and then if that goes down, you spin up a backup. That's passive redundancy, but active-active means that all the validators in that node, let's say you've got 5 validators or 5 operators in a node in a DV cluster, they're all operating at the same time, just the same way that the engines on a multi-engine aircraft are behaving. So from a high level, that's DVT.
And I think DVT is also interesting in the sense that you could have these kind of big liquid staking providers, for example, Lido, that implemented this DVT within Lido. So even by keeping this ecosystem, you can decentralize it while staying in it, right? So actually, Chain Security audited this staking router for Lido, so this is why I have that in mind. So how can DVT mitigate the risks of restaking?
I think it's double down again on what Ben just pointed out. You are eliminating single product failures, and I mean within the ecosystem. Is that redundancy that Ben was mentioning? If you are implementing DVT within restaking, actually what you are creating is a safe network or a safe layer that can take better the hit of a major blessing event. It won't go down straight away to an Ethereum validator, but if you have multiple sets of validator, you are spreading the risk between the whole network itself.
So by reducing slashing risks, it reduces the risk of this massive slashing event, right? Okay, interesting. All right, something else on DVT? All right, so we have 4 minutes to talk about decentralization and rainbow staking. Seems perfectly fine. So Glenn, you said that staking is a constantly evolving industry and that decentralization is a constant journey, is not an end state. It would be interesting to see what are the key decentralization metrics that we should use, and basically how do we know if we have sufficient staker decentralization?
Yes, as I said, it's a journey. It's not an end state, because every time we, everything's evolving. So we see Lido was quite dominant, and now that's come down a little bit, but it's still very dominant. With restaking, we see more centralization sort of appearing, but I think the Ethereum community and the ecosystem in general is quite good at regulating itself. So when these things happen, like the recent things about the consensus or execution clients that they came up with, forced a lot of operators to change their or to expedite their shift to a more balanced usage of those execution layer clients. So I think it's just a constant thing that we're always looking out for. These new innovations, like restaking, as I said, brings a lot of people together. But we still see centralization happening within that. But I think us as a community, we can see where those kind of risks and that concentration is, and it tends to even out over time.
So I think just a few things to add. When you think about decentralization, I think it's a nuanced conversation. So you think about Glenn mentioned the client diversity, for instance. I think that's important, but I think there's, as always, as I say, nuance. So one of the issues with client diversity is that we don't actually have certain numbers about which clients folks are running. So on the execution layer side, we have self-reporting, and we get a decent idea from those self-reports who's running what. But there are, of course, errors. Information can be dated. On the consensus layer side, it's more or less the same. There have been some methods, some fingerprinting methods that have been used to try and determine which clients are being used, but it's the same problem. So I think this is a problem that hopefully developers will sort out, but basically find a non-spoofable way to illustrate which client you're using, or to admit which client you're using. I believe Nethermind's working on something here, but yeah, some certainty around the numbers would be really helpful, so we know where we're at and where we should be moving to. The other thing is, when you look at certain kind of centralization vectors, I think you have to ask yourself, how are they centralizing things? So you can say, well, there's a lot of stake moving through this one entity, but if that entity is also onboarding DVT, for instance, and making that a standard for the whole market, is it a good thing or a bad thing? And so I think there's just, my point is just that there's a nuance. And like on the DVT side, for instance, you could theoretically have a very concentrated network where, the majority is running on Geth, and on the consensus layer, I don't know, whatever client, let's say Prism, the majority of ETH is run there. But with DVT, if everyone were running through a validator cluster, you could change effectively what the diversification looks like. So my point here is not that client diversification is not important, but it's a very nuanced conversation. And that's, I think.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot more to it than just the client diversification. There's a whole bunch of other stuff which we all know about, like where are these nodes running? Are they all running in Amazon? Are they all running in Google, Microsoft? There's a whole bunch of other stuff that comes into that, so it's quite important.
All right, we have 6 seconds. Super quickly. What is rainbow staking? Super quickly, just because we mentioned it and we can't leave the audience without knowing. So
Okay,
let's be late a little bit.
First and foremost, in like a few seconds here, Barnabé Monod, check out his post on rainbow staking. That's where you're going to get the most information. From a high level, it's just recognizing that you can't force the market into the way you view the world. Today, it's the way that validators look on Ethereum, it's a relic of design decisions that everyone's going to look the same. They're all going to run validators. But rainbow staking is about segmenting those groups. There are large token holders. There are large operators. There are solo stakers. And rainbow staking at the end of the day is about recognizing that and segregating each of those into different duties, different penalties, different rewards. That's high level what rainbow staking is all about. And you can see that with MEV boost and proposer builder separation. It's the same basic concept. You're separating the roles and you're further segregating folks. And it's just recognizing what the market is already telling you.
Great for 50 seconds. Very, very nice. All right, so that's all the time we have. Thank you so much.
Awesome, thank you. No. We got a couple questions if you're ready. All right, cool. So our first question here is, restaking hasn't really taken off in Cosmos and Polkadot. Why will it take off on Ethereum?
I think the proof is in the pudding. I mean, I don't know if you say, is it going to take, sorry? Oh, the point, yeah. Everyone loves points, right? Admittedly, I'm not a huge fan of points, but I think if you look at the data, I mean, 4.5 million ETH has already been engaged on EigenLayer. Some of that's probably related to points. I don't think all of it. Certainly not on the direct side. LSTs potentially just in the sense that you can move more quickly than you can on the direct side. I don't know if you guys had.
Yeah, I agree with Ben, and I think the real uptake or the real adoption will show when we get closer to slashing being implemented to see who runs away, take their points.
Cool. Compared to the Ethereum network rewards, what do you think would be the most lucrative reward source in restaking?
I think
Don't all jump at once.
I think it's too early to tell. But I think in the early days, the additional rewards that come through restaking are not going to be that high, just because they'll have a smaller amount of rewards to distribute to a larger number of people, so it's going to be diluted, at least in the early days, so I think it's difficult to predict.
Cool. And what would happen to your protocols if EigenLayer has a critical bug?
To my protocol in particular, nothing. Yeah, actually, yes, exactly.
All right. Should EigenLayer kill the validators, withdraw the ETH, if there is a slashing event, or just keep the money in a big immutable treasury?
I don't love the language "kill the validators."
Fair.
Obviously, but I will say that I think that EigenLayer is in a unique position to encourage the behavior it wants to see on the network. So we were just talking about client diversity. Glenn mentioned geographic diversity, things like that. So I do think with the attributable security model, if EigenLayer itself retained some of the ETH that's taken as penalties, they could also potentially encourage certain behaviors, like they could encourage home validators, they could encourage client diversity, things like that. So I do think there's something there to keeping it, and then not, I wouldn't say donation, but payments made to encourage healthier things that you'd want to see on the network, I think is possible and interesting.
All right, great. We'll take one more question real quick. What will happen to delegations if EigenLayer has problems?
To the delegations, actually, I mean that the stakers are, I mean, if EigenLayer has problems, is what I was speaking about. Actually, as a delegator, what you are doing is taking the risk of those delegates. So obviously, the market, the whole market, or whoever has deposited or interacted with EigenLayer will be facing that risk and will be eating the consequences, I guess. That is one of the good reasons why those people should diversify and use other things that are not EigenLayer.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for your time and for your knowledge. Let's give them another round of applause. Awesome. And now, next up, we have Matthias, also from Chain Security.
You have a microphone?
You have more? You have more?
Or should they share?
Oh, Gonzalo, you can sit here. So sit here on this edge.
Okay.
You're gonna squeeze it.
Get cozy. We do have always two need to share one. So this is one for you two. Okay. You have one too. Okay, so one needs to be shared.
Is this working?
Okay, next up is security panel. I'm Matthias from Chain Security, and I'm very happy to be here together with a lot of my colleagues in the security industry. So we're going to discuss state of audits and especially focusing on the model which has come up, which is the crowd audits, right? We have two people, we have some from bug bounties and so on, but I'll have all of them introduce themselves first so you know who you are talking to today. So, wants to start?
All right. Yeah, so I'm Oliver from Heads Finance. We do crowdsourced audits completely on-chain in a decentral way. Have a global community of security researchers, and since it's peer-to-peer, we don't even know where they are often. And yeah, we observed a lot of problems in the auditing market, especially when it's a crazy bull market and there's a lot of demand. Then we have seen that auditors have a great pain in scaling up and keeping audit quality high. And so we thought that if we can completely crowdsource this and make it the global community, then that we can solve some of these pain points and as well allow builders to obtain better audits cheaper.
Hey, I'm Jocelyn from Trade of Bits. If you don't know us, we're a security company where we specialize in high-end security technology, blockchain, cryptography, application security, machine learning. One of the things that I think differs us from some of our competitors is that we always try to apply the latest research in our day-to-day application. As a result, we have built a lot of open source tools. You might know Slither, Echidna, or Medusa. So are all kind of like the tools that we are trying to bring to everyone and to the community.
I'm Gonzalo, GM Hacker Online. I'm head of security at Immunify. Immunify is a Web3 bug bounty platform hosting some of the largest projects in DeFi, some of the largest blockchain projects. We've facilitated the payment of over $95 million to white hats that basically uncovered live vulnerabilities in production code and protected funds from projects, your user funds as well.
Hi, I'm Eric Arvidsson. I'm the head of cybersecurity at Euler Finance. We're a DeFi lending protocol that is modular, scalable, and we've been doing a lot of audits with these people over here. And yeah.
Thanks, everyone. So yeah. Why am I moderating this? I'm Matthias from Chain Security, and kind of more on the older side. Chain Security is an older audit company, right? And we had the pleasure to watch the space develop from its beginning till now, where historically you could say okay, there were the audits, kind of the first thing during the big times of the ICO boom, and then we started to see bug bounties, and then we started to see crowd audits, right? So this is kind of a little bit the evolution, and it keeps evolving, right? So we'll have a poll for you to answer in the meantime, which will help us a little bit. What we all do is we need talent, right? And we kind of give that talent to use to secure Ethereum, to secure projects. So what should projects expect of you, of the outcome you give, after an audit, after a code review, after a bug bounty? This goes first to the three non-projects, and then there is, of course, Eric here from the project side of things. So what should the ones hiring you expect of the outcome? Which parts, and then might be missing from the point of view of a project? So this goes then to you.
Okay, I can start. So for us in general, the whole system is incentive-driven.
and you only pay per vulnerability that has been found. So it greatly depends on how large is the available pool that the community can win for hunting vulnerabilities, and how large was the code. But generally, we give recommendations, and if the customer follow the recommendations, we have a very good experience of high audit quality. As well, we are doing multiple audits after the first audit has already concluded and finding a lot of issues that have been missed by previous audits, which gave us a really good track record. But overall, I think there's always a tail risk that there's still a hidden vulnerability in there. And we try to make a meeting with the customer after the competition and like discuss, okay, are we feeling confident in deploying this code? Do we believe there's additional security measures needed? But overall, of course, the ambition is to have a very low risk that something is still in the code, but it's never zero.
So from a kind of a security provider perspective, what you get when you hire a firm like TradeOffBits or Chain Security, basically you are landing a security engineer. So you have someone that is going to work with you for a couple of weeks to try to find vulnerability in your code base, to try to understand what are like the different risks, what are the different mitigations that you can put in place. It goes through like obviously fixing the bug, but also discussing about like the architecture. Are you using like the proper library? Are you using like the proper integration? How are you doing the testing? How are you kind of thinking about security in the long term in your incident response plans, in your monitoring? So I think like really like doing a security review is kind of encompassing all the different aspects of security and having someone dedicated to help you go in all the different aspects for like a period of time.
Yeah, I think that projects would first of all expect a security partner from Immunify, from all of these colleagues as well. We typically come in much later in the protocol's security lifecycle, I would say. Where we see the bug bounty program as one last line of defense after going through audits, etc., and well, doing everything one can do to harden your code. Never perfect, but one does what it can do. Eventually, in the end, you will have to deploy to production. You will have to have real economic value inside your contracts. So the bug bounty will serve as a last economic incentive, let's say, much like blockchain style, where you incentivize the security community to look at your code and potentially find vulnerabilities and responsibly disclose them and get rewarded for that and for securing live funds at risk.
So at Euler Finance, we think that like the strategy has been to do a like layer approach. We don't simply just do a single audit, we do multiple audits. And actually we start during the development phase, we do code reviews with security auditors to help us give us feedback before we go into the audits. That way we are getting like from the beginning, like not just like finding vulnerabilities, but we're also finding like improvements in gas optimization, code improvements just in logic, also readability, which helps make a better codes. And then the last thing to top it off is we do a code competition to kind of reassure of all the great value we've been getting across the different stages of audits and reviews and fussing and everything that we're trying to work with the security researchers.
On this, like, one thing we always have to do, except for bug bounties, which usually are like always ongoing, right? We have to think about how long does it take? How long do we want to spend on it, right? And this is very different between crowd audits and traditional audits. From my own experience, I have the feeling crowd audits are kind of often half as long as the time we would spend. Rough rule of thumb, right? Can diverge. Some crowd audits are very long, but most are very short. But we also have seen differences between traditional auditors estimating the length of a review, and as you might know, like it's time. Time is money, also in this business. So how do you figure this out? How long should it take? And the previous question was a little bit geared towards that, right? Because if I recap, Oliver said, like, at the end of that, you should come up with something where you feel you have ideally a high confidence in the security when you hand over your report. It's a stand I share. There is the other take of, like, you had a dedicated time for it, right? And you get that time, but how do you estimate if you say, like, this is a project, let's say like Euler, and you know in the end they need to be secure, right? They are going to handle money which will make you headline if they get hacked, right? And how do you estimate how long does it take to become secure? And again, at the end, to you, but yeah.
So yeah, I can go first on this one. So like the question is, how do we estimate how much time do we need for like reviewing a code base? I think the first things to kind of acknowledge here is that security is not binary. It's not it's secure, it's not secure. It's more granular, right? Like it's how much can you spend versus how much can you achieve. So when we have like a new client and they're like, okay, we have like this code base, we want to understand how much time do you feel you need to be confident. We are going to look at the code base, we are going to look at the size, we are going to look at the complexity based on what we know from the previous audit. Usually we can do like a pretty good estimate on how much we need to get some confidence. Let's say it also depends on the complexity, because if you are building something really new and it's like 10K line of code, we might not have the time to go in depth into all the components. So what we can do is usually like a first review where we are going to get like a good understanding of the code base. We are going to focus on some specific component, and at the end of the review, we can also provide advice and recommendation, such as like, for example, look, this component was not totally covered. We have found a couple of things, but there are probably more to be found. So we will recommend you to also focus a bit more time, either do like an additional review, do a bug context, or even like do like an internal review, more focus on this, or write invariant, or all these type of things. So my TL here is we can do like an estimate on how much we need, but there is also like a lot of back and forth that are going to go through the code review that might give you some insight into what should be the next step for yourself.
So for us, it's different because we are not conducting the audit ourselves. But before we do a review of the code, and then based on the complexity and pure lines of code, we're giving a recommendation, which usually is between 10 and 14 days. But often as well, if it's like 8,000 lines of code plus and complex, then we will tell them like 3 weeks. But honestly, it's often very tough discussions with the customers, because they say like, no, we only have 2 times, we want to deploy afterwards. And often good advice falls really on deaf ears. But what we try to do is, while the competition is running, we're constantly talking to the good security researchers that are participating that we know. And we ask them like, hey, what do you think of the code? Are you within time? Or they will as well ask us like, hey, can you extend this? And we often extend the audit competitions for another week or so. Sometimes we even increase the pool size. And that is often me just being in the DMs of some founder and harassing him like, hey, please, we need more pool size. We need more time, like this is not going to be the quality that we want to offer to you. Most of the cases I'm successful, sometimes I'm not. But in the end, we try to be a permissionless protocol, and we try to support the approach of the customer and then try to guide him into doing what makes sense. Sometimes as well, they have a hard stop because afterwards the next audit is starting. Then I worry less because I know, okay, there's like a next step and another audit. But yeah, it's difficult, and I think it will become even more difficult if the market is getting more crazy. In the bear market, it was easier to keep them, like in line and remind them that security is important. But if they feel pressure, they need to deploy next week because someone could fork their code and slap a token on top. Yeah, it's going to be a tough time for us security professionals, I think. So.
Yeah, I totally understand what Oliver is saying. Not just the rush to deploy, but also even just the fact that perhaps the more time a protocol will have an audit going on, maybe needs to pay more, right? So there's that constraint, which is maybe the biggest struggle of an audit will be that it is time-bound, right? Where basically, as much as a good talent as they can be, they have a limited amount of time to review the code, getting familiarized with it, and trying to find vulnerabilities, essentially. This happens both in traditional audits and cross-sourced audits. It's pretty normal. That's why I also very much enjoy the like Swiss cheese model, like the layer model, as Eric was saying, where you have multiple audits, if possible. But most importantly, and hopefully the industry will start growing towards that, is that it is very important to have a security partner, essentially. As Jocelyn was mentioning, it's not just the audit report output that you have, but also all these conversations and all those advising on what you maybe should be doing. Maybe this pattern will lead you eventually to struggles, etc. And of course, at the end, the bug bounty will precisely meet in the middle with that point where basically you have some security researchers that don't have a time constraint, so they can be months looking into your code and getting specialized into it and potentially find more bugs.
At Euler, what we found is that like one of the big indicators of when picking an auditor is like if they're evaluating the code that they're gonna give us a quote is based on lines of code or actually understand the complexity, because that really ties into the time. And I've noticed that people that only quote by lines of code and don't really understand the code and the complexity usually end up being bound, like you say, to the time constraint. But it's not like that easy, because like, you know, you're getting a quote, it's not like you're gonna get extremely familiar with the code. They try to do their best job giving you a quote, but it's never perfect. And we work with auditors that they've asked for extensions just because like they can't get it all done within that time. And it's nice when you get transparency from them to kind of what you said, like if you know that it's not gonna get fully covered, you at least get visibility early on that like this probably needs more time to get audited.
So most of here never got an audit. It is, but still quite some got one or many, right? I'll get to an interesting question right after this one. Quick follow-up on this, like you mentioned, sometimes there's not enough time, right? And the same applies to everyone, right? So how should I as a user, if I read a report from Heads Finance, from Trade of Bits, from Chain Security, where do I find this information that it's not enough, right? Do you feel you are the one who has to tell the public? We know the client is kind of the project, right? But still, it's your public report out there. Should it state this warning that this audit was like a limited review? It's always limited, but limited in a sense of, please be careful here.
So on our side, like all our reports have like a long coverage section detailing where we think there is like, improvement to be made. Let's say in practice, I don't think people read the report. Like there is a lot of emphasis, like you should have a public report, whatever. But I'm pretty sure even if we were having like a report, a public report from us saying, don't use this protocol, it's trash, I'm pretty sure no one will read it and no one will notice it. So yes, you can find this information. I'm not sure people really will have any takeaway from it.
Mm-hmm.
My perspective.
Yeah, so my view, unfortunately, until now, is that security is the job of the team and the community, and the user doesn't really care. Exactly like the users usually don't read audit reports. In very extreme cases, for example, we had one case where great team, great project, but they just didn't have the money for a decent pool size. And in the end, we didn't take any money from them, but we didn't give them an audit report because we just said, like, we don't consider this to be an effective audit. We don't have confidence in this. We will not, like, make a report for this and publish it. But usually, well, we are not auditing it itself. It's the community, and all of it's happening out in public. So the way our audits work, you have a GitHub repo and you see in real time all of the issues are getting created, and you can even, the discussion between the security researcher and the team is public as well in the comment section of those GitHub issues. And at the end of the day, we can only go through those issues and check like how many are there, how's the quality, how was the discussion, how was the people that participated. If we have a really bad feeling about it, we are not penalizing the team as of now. Maybe in the future we will do it, but we will very directly and clearly word it to the team. And then in the end, I feel a little bit like a lawyer. Yeah? I'm telling like, hey, this is the risk for you, and then the team has to make a decision themselves. There's some risk for our reputation in this, because if the customer completely ignores our opinion, but so far we are not shaming customers publicly, and I think it's as well a very difficult topic. So yeah, in very extreme cases we are refusing to make an audit report, and otherwise we're not.
But if you have an audit report out there, in general you say like we have high confidence at this point.
High confidence as much as possible, yeah. So.
Okay, and also like I can imagine if a bug bounty hunter would see there is a report which says low confidence, many things missing, right? Then obviously they'll spend a lot more time on this one because it's just more likely that they'll find some. So to me personally, it's actually a service to the industry to be more transparent, to be more clear, and basically to say, look, this is what it is, and take it, but not to hide this information which we have really as auditors. Give a public report, but state what it is, right? Be an independent third party, but yeah.
You were going to talk first, yeah?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, at least on our end, like, what we're doing is we're sharing the reports on our GitHub repo next to the code. We have, like, a report section with audits, and I guess I haven't seen auditors actually like put a disclaimer like of what they didn't find or that their level of confidence, but like they do leave like informational things that I think other auditors can take a look and maybe explore in a deeper, because they have more time or they're taking off, since we like have like done audits one behind another, like overlapped. And I think like that sharing of information and transparency, like, helps the other auditor find new things that the first auditor didn't find.
Would you publish an audit which says low confidence?
Again, they don't really say the level of confidence. It would be great if they put a level of confidence as part of the report, but I haven't seen reports actually including the confidence level.
Ours would, but would you publish it then, if it's low?
Yeah, I mean, if it's gonna help the other auditor do a better job, like, I think it's useful information.
It's always the scare of auditors to basically say like, hey, the client is like not going to be happy with that. Like, perhaps it's still their thing to like.
But I think Euler is not a great example here, because
one audit, yeah.
They have the motivation to be very secure, and they have the financial means.
Yes.
And I mean, you know it very well, right? Like, your end goal is that it's completely bulletproof. I mean, it's never completely bulletproof, but very, very close to it. And we're working with a lot of teams. They have budget exactly for one audit, and that's it. And if you then give them a report with low confidence, I think it will be a very different story than for like a team like yours.
Yeah, I completely agree. If you can only do one audit, like, the confidence probably not look great. If, I guess, you're using a single audit to like bring confidence to the project that they did their diligence to do security. But yeah, it's a difficult question to answer. If there's a single one audit and they put a low confidence, like, but maybe you can turn it into like a code competition after, like, to kind of like explore it once you deploy and keep finding bugs, and maybe have the contracts be upgradable. I guess it all depends, right?
Yeah, and just to add finally, I kind of agree with Jocelyn that, yeah, he's right. Most users won't read the audit report, or maybe not a single user, I don't know. And it ultimately...
Did anyone read an audit report here? You see, this
nice.
is also my experience.
I've read them.
But not your own audit report.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still quite some.
And at the end of it, it's the job of the project team to convince the users how secure they are. But I do think it's actually pretty valuable for that transparency, and because I see more and more that the security community actually grabs that, and if a project suddenly has a huge TVL and low a poor security stance, it typically gets called out. We see that in the bug bounty world as well, where we don't really need to shame projects because the hackers ultimately will kind of shame the projects if they really misbehave. There's a fine line there between whether that's actually true or not, because we
They
then
shame
can
the project, but they also shame the users of the project, right? Which trusted.
Sure, that's true.
In the report.
But it's kind of hard to prove that there was actually something going on there. Essentially, we cannot disclose typically, so sometimes the white hat is not right. But yeah, and on your final point that you mentioned, that maybe the bug bounty hunter wants to hunt on a project with a poor security stance and low quality reports. We see it all basically. Some elite hackers actually want to take the challenge of reviewing protocols that had an insane amount of audits, just to for that reputation that I got to find
this is the,
yeah.
Go.
I think there's a problem with this. Yeah, like the security researchers are do shaming, and I know it's a fine line, but actually pro shaming. But the problem there is I feel it always stays in our bubble. Like people like we will maybe see it, but the average users, they don't even see this kind of tweet or something. So our self-healing in the security industry is not working very well. Yeah, there's like auditors that keep doing like low-cost audits, and then projects are getting hacked. And I still have people coming up to me telling me very proudly, I have gotten an audit from this company. I'm like, this is not a good thing. You know, like for me, this is a negative thing. But yeah, so we need to somehow get this information as well to like the user side, I think. And this somehow we are not able to do so far, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, it falls back into the question of like one deep audit with one, right, versus many audits on the other side, layered approach, right? Pros and cons were already discussed on this. I know this is a take where, like, based on the model, it's different. But would you say, like, over time, a crowd audit is all you should get, right? Is over time the thing where you basically say, no, go to the best auditor you can find, pay them for the amount of time they say, be it 2 months, so be it, right? Or do it perhaps the Euler approach currently, which is hire a lot of people, follow it up with like, what, 1.2 million, 1.25 million code competition, like basically a crowd audit, right? So what to do?
I think at the end of the day, it's a question of budget. Like security
but
is how much budget can you put? And
with infinite budget, of course, we can do
but
everything.
how many?
But if you aren't,
you might have
what's the
infinite
biggest
budget.
bang for bucks, right?
I think it's more about, okay, you have some budget for security, how can you use it in an efficient way? And maybe doing 5 different audits at the end of the development is not the best usage of audit or bug test. Is not the best usage of your money. Maybe do 1 code review, halfway through your development to get earlier feedback. It's what we call early stage review, where we review like proof of concept or work in progress code base. Maybe some component is not fully fleshed. Maybe they don't know about some architecture, and you can have like an earlier discussion just to get, some of the things set done correctly, and you have like a stronger foundation. But at the end, maybe you don't need 5 different audits, maybe you just need 2 because you started early on. So it's really about, you have a budget, how can you first increase this budget, and how can you use it efficiently? We have seen also like, some team having 10 marketing people in their team and no one with security in the title in the organization. It's usually an indicator that maybe the priority is not on security, and it's kind of like a red flag, right?
I mean, the budget is always important, but I do recommend, if your budget is limited, to start with a smaller independent auditor. I found like they're usually really great, and you can create a lot of value and then follow up maybe with a big name brand company to do a bigger audit. But usually starting with a smaller auditor that has experience in participating in code competitions is a great way to get started at a low budget and also like bring a lot of value. And you find people that have worked in similar projects to yours. I think that's probably the best bet. Read their audit reports to pick your auditor.
So I believe you always should get more than one audit. And I think even though there are some companies that have earned the right maybe to claim we can do it with one audit, like for example you guys or Open Zeppelin or Chain Security, yeah, that could even say like, if you do one audit with us, we are confident. But even though I think no auditor should have this confidence and this ego to say like, just do one audit with us and you will be secure. So from my opinion, the best approach right now is to doing one audit with a firm. And then as well, like make sure to do like an architectural review and like a best practice review with them, and then do an audit competition. But it breaks down a little bit if you have very big pool sizes. So for example, if we have a $200,000 audit competition or 1.25 million, audit companies are participating in these big audit competitions. Yeah, we know it for our bigger auditors, and we even ping some of them and say like, hey, there's a very big pool coming up. Do you want to compete with your firm? Maybe as well, if it's something more niche like Rust, then we have like 2-3 like teams that we ping, and they actually start to compete with their company. So and then there's the question really like, how many audits did you get in this competition? Yeah, because you have like 50 solo auditors plus 2 companies or something are suddenly competing. And if you give them a little extra, they as well all make an audit report for you. So I think the boring answer, it depends. I think best practice, centralized audit competition together, and maybe in the future only audit competition, but with big pools and maybe some base fee for firms to make added services on top.
You have been a hacker before, right, on Immunify?
Yes.
So how did you choose in which projects to look? Was it related to how many audits they got, or
I think that
they got it
that really is different for every hacker. There's a ton of different incentives. I think that's ultimately the goal. How can a protocol attract talent and get some good security talent to look at their code, because that's the important part. So very underrated is, in my opinion, get yourself a security partner or a security guy, something that helps you look at your particular project, particular budget, and see what you can do and be as efficient as Jocelyn was mentioning. As for what will incentivize the hackers, there's a bunch of stuff. Obviously, money. The bigger the bounty, the more likely you will be to attract good talent. But also just the challenge, the technical interest in a given protocol. I think that security researchers are more and more getting specialized into a particular protocol model, or maybe a specific, for example, fuzzing or something. And they do. I'm glad they do that, because that's the way they will be more and more valuable in the future. Yeah, a very different set of skills for each hacker, for sure.
So I think we are almost out of time, or over time.
We've got time for maybe 1 or 2 questions.
Yes, yes. So I already got some questions, but take a look at them, also upvote them, right? Ask your own one. And then we can go into one. I'll start with one which was already mentioned on the previous panel, right? Skin in the game, very simple. Like, should a project, should like an auditor put skin in the game in the form of like money, right? Money which is being paid in case of a hack.
Yeah, I would say that it's not terribly needed. I mean, I do enjoy those models, and it seems like a competitive advantage sometimes. Some auditors will put skin in the game. Sherlock, for example, puts coverage in bug bounties and Immunify. I believe that you could also put like money in vaults on hats, I think. And auditors sometimes will actually enjoy the protocol and be confident in their security and put some money, right? So I think that's a great signal. You're putting skin in the game, not just your reputation, but also money. But I'm not sure how that will evolve over time.
Cool. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your very extensive answers. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Cool. And if you still have more questions, you can find these gentlemen outside and continue this conversation elsewhere. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. The next speaker that we have up is Slava from DRPC.
Can I take it? Or I can start. Hello? Okay, hello. In my today's presentation, I'll try to pose a question. If the future of Web3 data layer is centralized? And first, let me introduce myself. My name is Slava. I'm CTO at drpc.org, and we're building a decentralized RPC for the multi-chain future. So maybe you don't know what's this mystical Web3 data layer, but maybe you've heard about RPCs. Or even if you haven't heard about RPCs, you probably heard about blockchains. So yeah, if you heard about blockchains, you probably know that blockchains are basically a fancy way to synchronize state in decentralized fashion between different computers. So the real core value of every blockchain is its state. And if you're building Web3 application, you have to access it somehow. So typically, every blockchain client has some kind of API that you can query. So why is it called then RPCs in our industry? Well, historically, Ethereum and Bitcoin decided to go with JSON RPC protocol, which example of the query you can see on the slide. And the term sticks. It may be not the best word to describe blockchain APIs, but we kind of using it right now, so I'll use it in my presentation as well. So historically, of course, everyone thought is, for example, you're building Ethereum wallet, and how could you access this state? You would just run your own node, and everything would be in this perfect, cool, decentralized fashion, no censorship, nothing, everything's perfect. However, it's 2024, and we kind of live in multi-chain world. It means if you're building a serious Web3 application, you probably need several chains, maybe dozens of chains. So you have to run dozens of nodes, and it's just too complicated, too expensive, and basically nobody does that. So, of course, naturally, the type of company appeared that we call now RPC providers that run your nodes for you, and you just pay them money. So these companies are typical Web2 software as a service companies. So we're kind of building decentralized Web3 on top of centralized Web2 companies, but temporarily, right? Well, let's think about it. And first, let's ask ourselves a question. What do clients want? And we talked with hundreds of Web3 projects and asked them, what do they want from RPC or blockchain API companies? So first, of course, they want user experience and developer experience to be good. They want a high speed, high reliability, and of course, low cost. But what they don't want? First, they really don't care about decentralization, and they don't want a fancy technology with bad developer experience. And it's understandable, because remember, these are Web3 projects. They are businesses too, so they have clients, they have businesses to run. They now have time to think about, we were down yesterday for 3 hours, but we use decentralized RPC provider because their clients won't understand them. They will just go to their competitors who maybe use centralized provider. So centralization is a status quo. It's not because we're bad industry or bad people. It's just because it's the most efficient and the easiest way to achieve the client's desires. To provide this service with good reliability, good performance, yada yada. So let's talk about why would we even want decentralized RPCs? And let's try to be honest this time. First, maybe decentralized RPC providers or decentralized projects have better UX DX. You probably know the answer. The answer is no. Historically, of course, centralized RPC providers and, in general, centralized services have better UX and DX. Well, maybe then reliability is decentralized RPC providers is better. Well, there is an argument that we, decentralized RPC providers, have been running for some years for you, like that decentralized RPC providers don't have a single point of failure. They're distributed. But unfortunately, every single one of decentralized RPC provider on the market right now running centralized gateways. So effectively, there is no difference in terms there's always a single point of failure. And again, decentralized RPC providers do that not because we want to lie to you. It's just because of the previous point. We want to have good DX, and developers they want to just copy paste the HTTP link and just be done with it. So we have to have those centralized gateways. Otherwise, of course, because centralized RPC providers, they tend to think more about their clients because they don't have to think about all this fancy decentralized stuff. They kind of historically perform better in terms of reliability. What about performance? You could maybe argue that because if you're building decentralized RPC providers, probably you connect to your protocol some external companies that are distributed all over the globe, and then your latency, for example, is better. I would argue that actually centralized providers can do everything that decentralized providers can do, and because they also have everything is controlled environment for them, like they control networking, hardware for nodes, hardware for gateways, they can do the best setup and best performance in theory. So it all depends basically on engineering efforts of each team. But in theory, centralized providers even faster. The common argument in this decentralized versus centralized RPC is verifiability. And I'll just talk about it a bit. So we have a problem when you build your Web3 application, you talk to the RPC provider, you basically trust everything you get from them. You don't have an easy way to verify the response, and nobody cares most of the time. As every time nobody cares until something bad happens. And for example, someday you will go to some voting platform for very important project, very important vote, and this time RPC provider decides to tamper with your data, and you probably end up voting for some thing you don't understand or don't agree with, and it can be it can have a disastrous outcome. However, we haven't seen such cases yet, but how can we defend ourselves in theory? So the obvious thing is light clients. Maybe some of you heard about them, but essentially it's a very lightweight node that you can run on your phone. It basically connects to some RPC provider, doesn't matter centralized or decentralized, and it verifies each call, each response. So you then connect your DApp node to this light client and use it as RPC, local RPC node. And yeah, this way RPC provider won't be able to fool you. It's totally verifiable. Everything is cryptographically correct, yada yada. And there are existing solutions for Ethereum. For example, Kevlar and Helios are doing that right now. However, there are a number of problems. First, it's very inefficient. Every call to this client will probably translate to several calls to RPC providers, so we will probably pay more, and also it will be slower. Then not all calls can be verified in that way. And the latest thing is that not every chain supports light clients. For example, Ethereum does, but many more don't do that. Okay, then next we can imagine some solution with ZK magic. Imagine RPC provider will return some ZK proof of validity of the data they respond with. However, technology is not yet there. Of course, it's at first computationally infeasible. It's too computationally intensive to do that. And I actually struggle to imagine how can we do it universally for multiple chains. However, yeah, you can imagine in future maybe we build something like that. And the latest way is quorum check. You basically can ask different RPC providers. You can compare the result. And if majority agrees, you can trust this data. So in this case, yeah, of course, it doesn't matter, like decentralized, centralized, you can do that either way. And you can argue that in decentralized setup, you can punish providers that lie economically. However, yeah, it doesn't make matter. Like it really doesn't matter. So it goes both ways. So far, you know, it doesn't look good for decentralized providers. And centralized providers are clearly winning. So what about cost efficiency? And that's the first thing I would argue that decentralized providers can do significantly better than centralized. So first reason is because like those node runners that participate in decentralized RPC providers, they can actually squeeze more juice from their hardware. Because, for example, they can participate in different protocols simultaneously. And those protocols, for example, they can run DRPC node, Ethereum node for DRPC, then they can use this node for a graph indexer. And then, for example, if they have some spare compute that is not really utilized by those protocols, for example, they have GPU installed, they can participate in something like io.net or something like that. So they can squeeze more juice, as I said, from this hardware. And the second reason is that because those node runners, they have, there's a lot of them. If you implement some kind of price auction or price discovery mechanism, the price discovery will be significantly more efficient for them. So price will be probably lower or at least more fair than for centralized ones. And centralized providers, of course, compete on price too, but there is like not too much of them, so this price discovery is not so efficient. And also, there's a lot of stuff besides price, for example, like marketing, PR, BD, all that stuff. So what about multi-chain? Maybe decentralized providers are better at multi-chain. Yes, I think it's also true, because if, for example, you're building a centralized RPC provider and you want to support new chain, so what do you need to do? First, you need to add some code, like for a gateway or something. Then you need to buy new hardware or rent servers, and then you need to learn how to run the nodes. And that's everything is very hard, so it's like adding new chains is hard for centralized providers. For decentralized providers, you just need to add some code for your gateway, and then you need to find some people who already have spare compute, spare hardware, have maybe already running those nodes or know how to run those nodes. And it basically using crowd wisdom. And because of that, for example, DRPC is able to support 60 blockchains, I think the biggest number of the market. It's just because it's far more easier for us. And the last thing is, most important thing, of course, is censorship. So what about censorship? Censorship on the end of the RPC providers is not unheard of. We've seen this already multiple times. However, I will say that it's getting worse. For example, this paper was released recently by a group of legal researchers who actually they want to propose a framework for battling illicit activity in DeFi. And they say that, okay, in TradFi, that battling illicit flows is all about intermediaries. If you can control intermediaries, implement some measures on those intermediaries, you basically can, stop illicit actors from transferring the funds. And they correctly identify that RPC providers are actually the, ultimate intermediary in DeFi. Everything goes through RPC, like new transaction, read request, everything. So, okay, they say, well, let's then define CCT, this term critical communication transmitter, and basically say that every commercial RPC provider is CCT. And then we ask them, require them to implement risk management practices and procedures reasonably designed to help mitigate illicit finance activity in ways tailored to their operations, which is basically means implement censorship mechanisms. Can it work? Well, first I want to say battling illicit activity in DeFi is a very noble goal. However, imagine there's some hacker who stole some funds and they need to run a transaction. Would it be hard for them to run their own node or, for example, to find a censoring node to run several transactions? I would say no. It's pretty easy. However, For example, say we want to censor some big project like DEX or any other big projects. Well, for them, it would be significantly more harder to bypass those regulations. They basically would have 3 options. First, they could run their own nodes, they can use some unregulated providers, and they can submit a censorship. As we previously discussed, running their own nodes probably will kill any Web3 project because of complexity and cost. So it's not really an option. So the choice is really between using unregulated providers and censorship. And it's really hard to say how it will play out. However, remember in the beginning I was talking like this. In RPC market, it's everything about reliability, performance, and cost efficiency. So market leaders who are best in these things, they will immediately comply. It's not a question. So the unregulated providers we would be left with are worse than that. And in many ways, for example, privacy, security, you can compare this with, for example, free VPN situation, where if you use some shady VPN and can sell your data, it's a little bit frightening. Or those unregulated providers could be very prone to hack and tampering with data. So maybe in the end, if we have this status quo right now, the only way to do would be to submit censorship for those projects. And as I said, for centralized providers, it's not a question to comply or not. They will eventually all comply or close or cease operations in the country of regulation. But for decentralized providers, it's more complicated because, as I previously mentioned, there's a community of node runners, and they all each and one of them can decide for themselves whether to comply or not. And you can argue, okay, but you're running centralized gateway. Yes, that's true. And for example, this centralized gateway right now could be censoring. However, if we have a community of node runners who are all unified in some protocol, well, you can run multiple gateways, and some of them will be censoring, some will be not. You can compare with the situation in Ethereum right now on censoring on the protocol level. For example, you only need a fraction of non-censoring MEV relays, non-censoring block builders and validators for non-compliant transactions to go through. So if we still, if there's at least 10–20% of node runners and gateways will be uncensoring, it will be enough, and it will probably make those kind of regulations inefficient. So let's think about what we talked since so far. So if you're building a centralized provider, you have better cost efficiency, multi-chain, and of course censorship resistance. Decentralization is the only way to battle censorship we know of. Verifiability kind of goes both ways, doesn't matter. And centralization, centralized providers have better UX, DX performance and reliability. So if you remember what I've talked in the beginning, centralized providers are winning hard. So if nothing changed, everything our future is actually extremely centralized with censorship mechanisms on Web3 data layer. Can we do something about it? Well, actually, the real question, can we get everything? Because can we get everything? Can we get every trait of decentralized and centralized providers basically in one project? And yeah, that would probably solve the problem. So that's what we're exploring in DRPC right now. We kind of try to understand, is it possible to build a decentralized RPC provider that is on par or better in terms of reliability or speed? So far, I would say we proved, have a proof of concept because we were able to onboard very cool projects like Lido, SushiSwap, ETHDam, Curve, and many more. And they selected us not because of our decentralization or narrative. They selected us because they chose us because we're actually better or on par with our competitors. And it's because we decided that, we've already seen the projects who, for example, have a decentralized set of permissionless set of node runners. We know how to do that, but we haven't seen the project who can have the same quality of service as on centralized providers. So we focused more on our gateway. that allows us to offset individual problems of individual provider problems and optimize for latency and reliability. And we went with a permission set of providers because we know that in future we can decentralize it more and add permissionless, make it permissionless. So now we think our next step is how to push the decentralization further. But we don't want to do it just for sake of decentralization. We want to understand if it's possible to add more decentralization without sacrificing quality of service. Because in my opinion, it's the only way that we can have a future where there is a Web3, truly decentralized Web3 with truly decentralized data layer without censorship. And we're trying to build this future, and if you want to check it out, go to drpc.org. And if you want to follow our Twitter account, there's a QR code. And thank you for your time. That's it.
Awesome. That was a very action-packed, information-full talk. Thank you. And we do have a couple questions for you. So if you want to follow the Twitter, scan it real quick, because we're about to switch to the Slido. The first question that we have for you is, do end users care about censorship, and how can we make them care? $1 million question.
I would say that it's kind of, end users shouldn't care about it because they only care when their favorite project is on flying because of censorship, but it's already too late. So the industry, the Web3 applications, and we as a whole, industry as a whole, should care about that. The end user, we shouldn't think about them too much in terms of should they care or not. Some of them probably will do. They care more about privacy, security, stuff like that. But for example, censoring Tornado Cache. Do they care? Well, those who use Tornado Cache, of course, care. Others don't, and that's natural. And you can't force people to think about theoretical threat. Like when we talk about huge mass of people, it's hard. So you can convince individuals or individual businesses about that, but you can't say the narrative is very hard. Like to push this narrative and say you should everyone should care. We've seen successful narratives right now and in the past, but it's hard to control and hard to predict, hard to manufacture. So yeah. I would say we just need the awareness should be built throughout the Web3 businesses who actually are threatened by censorship.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of us are here trying to do, right? Talk about it. This last question we have is, so transactions would never make it to the blockchains because of this censorship, and why isn't this spoken about more?
It's a good question. So I'm doing my part, but it's I think there's two parts. First is, as we talked a little bit about, end users or, common folks, they don't care because they have a lot of information. It's hard, to care about everything. If we're talking about, I'm liking the better word of elite or something like opinion makers. Why don't they care more? Well, maybe it's because it's a little bit boring. I mean, it's it's not so exciting like, I don't know, sharding or, I don't know, data blobs, failing Solana transactions. There are probably more, more interesting, more exciting things that you can apply your mind and intelligence to than censorship problem on RPC layers, because I think most of the opinion makers, they think that it's not a very probable future. That eventually, there will be some way to pass your transaction still, because for example, all of them probably are capable of running their own node, and submitting transaction directly to this node. And if protocol is not censoring, so who cares? But I think a lot of them fail to understand that for like if you're an individual, you can bypass this problem. But only if you have a special set of skills. But for end users, for example, and Web3 businesses, it would be actually very hard.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. I think we all care, right? Yeah? Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much. And so that's what we have for the morning program today. You can go stretch your legs, get some water, have some lunch, and we will see you back here at 2 o'clock. Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you so much. Do you feel good about it? Oh.
3. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had an absolute wonderful, wonderful lunch. Did everyone have some poffertjes? No? Did I see someone shake? You don't like poffertjes? Ah, too much kipsate. No, but great for all of you to be back. This is going to be the afternoon of the content. You're going to be stuck with me for the next 2 hours, and then you'll have Sterling back, I promise. I promise. And we're going to have some panels, and yeah. But first up, we're just going to jump straight back into it. I'd love to introduce Anton from 1inch.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Okay, yeah, that's my presentation. So, hi, everyone. I'm going to talk today about algorithms in existing DeFi protocols, DeFi projects, and what's I consider the most important about them. So, 3 important parts here is first that, as far as you can see, that we experience that computations in DeFi, they are very limited. And I'm in DeFi development for more than 7 years, and I honestly does not believe it will be changed dramatically in few next like 5-10 years. So computations will be eventually very limited. And there's no any chance that if you are building any algorithm which should involve multiple participants, that if you will have linear complexity, it will ever work in DeFi. So you should use algorithms which have constant complexity or logarithmic complexity. So some of DeFi algorithms, so DeFi protocols, they already have algorithms inside of them which works with potentially infinite amount of participants, like thousands, millions, or billions, and the costs of these operations, of these algorithms, are constant. And the third part is that using those algorithms, which I will classify today, is like a new way to describe how exactly your protocol works on like a bit higher level than people usually describe it. So I came up to some classification of these algorithms. All these algorithms are infinite scalable, and they are classified by the asset. Is it the same asset as the deposit or nominal of users, or it's different asset? Is it happening instant, based on some event like transaction or like anything else? Or it's gradual over time? And direction, is it dispensing or collecting? It depends. If you're collecting from multiple participants to one participant some values, it's collection. If you're dispersing from one participant to multiple participants, potentially infinite number of participants, it's dispensing. So here I put some algorithm or some protocols, and algorithms in those protocols are classified like that. So let's dive into it. For example, in AMMs, fee from one user is being distributed among multiple liquidity providers. And it doesn't matter how much liquidity providers you have. Is it like 1,000 of wallets or 1 million of wallets? So this swap fee will be distributed proportionally to their liquidity with O1 complexity. For example, for money market, we see that those who borrowers, they are paying gradually interest, and this interest is being redistributed among lenders, liquidity providers. So it looks like 2 different algorithms are involved here. One is collecting assets from multiple participants, and another is distributing value among multiple participants. But actually, money markets implementation is a bit tricky, and they use the same algorithm. So it's the same algorithm of distribution. But for borrowers, they are just distributing same asset, their debt, It's like distributing of debt token. But it works. So let's get back to this classification. So you can see same asset instant dispersing. It's basically AMMs and many other AMMs. Here are just the most popular ones. For example, same asset gradual dispensing. You can see it's compound, MakerDAO, synthetics, DAI. It's DAI savings rate, Aave. So they are dispensing values, even if it's debt. They are dispensing debts to borrowers, and they're dispensing values, positive values, to those who provide liquidity. So if we would discuss same asset instant collection, it's basically rug pull and options and probably insurance protocols. So whenever Oracle decides that all the insurance sellers or options sellers should be charged, they will be charged with one transaction. So this happened instant. It's collection, proportional from every participant, and it's in the same asset, which is the nominal. So one more thing here is same asset, gradual collection. This is, I have a slide about this, it's here. It's about money streams or subscriptions. So the basic idea here is that people can have subscriptions, which is actually linear streams among wallets. And what's the most important part of the protocol, that each account here has some speed of incoming and outgoing streams. This allows to compute your next balance without enumerating all your streams. Like you could run Netflix on blockchain right now without like waiting for 1,000 TPS, hundreds of thousands TPS. So you can have subscriptions of millions of users where you don't need to enumerate all those streams. So collecting assets from millions of streams is same cost as collecting from 10 streams or 1,000 streams or one stream. So let's get back to classification again. So yeah, you can see that different asset is not very popular direction. So I see here only different asset gradual dispensing. That's basically farming. And project Synthetics. They were like the first project who started doing this, even without smart contract initially. Yeah, and then I, with my colleague Michael, implemented farming smart contract for them. I'm not sure that other algorithms are not existing. I'm not aware of all DeFi algorithms, of all DeFi protocols. Probably some of them could be here. So what I'm pointing to is that all those protocols, they have algorithms which allows them to involve potentially infinite amount of participants with constant gas costs. This means that those protocols, they are already ready for blockchain adoption. So you see that DeFi is like a future of finance, but it's not yet there always, because we have lack of computational like in system, our gas is limited, so we just can't enumerate millions of participants and do random algorithms like which are possible in traditional finance. But all those protocols, they are kind of ready already. They're ready for adoption. And that's why they're getting a lot of traction in DeFi. So whenever one operation involves a huge amount of users, like thousands, millions, if you would implement it with one complexity, with one of those algorithms, you are safe. It would work. It would work, and it is already working for most of the projects. But if you are trying to do something else with higher complexity, like you have much, much less chances that this would work. So what I also propose to discuss protocols and architectures in terms of those algorithms, because this would give a more clear explanation how exactly your algorithm works, how your protocol works, how it engages multiple of users, and yeah, what's the economy behind the protocol. That's probably it. Let me check if I have more slides. Ah, yeah. Okay, I forgot about this. So, yeah, if we would look at instant distributions, they have one common issue. They are all event-based, and this means that they are all triggered by transaction. This also means that they are potentially vulnerable to front-running attacks and sandwich attacks. So what happens with, for example, Opium protocol? Funds are locked in the pool until Oracle have a decision. Should they pay or not? That's fine. Lock works, and it protects from front-running attacks, sandwich attacks. But for example, for AMMs, it's not true. They're not protected, and that's what's happening. You see, there are, for example, there are 3 different pools involving USDC, USDT, and DAI, and someone have 3 million of those assets. So they are injecting their liquidity right before swaps. Why? What they are achieving? They are achieving, it's like virtually having 6 million of liquidity by really having only 3 million. So you see, it's like Uniswap version 2 or something like that. If you will have liquidity 2 million in each pool before huge swap, you will have like virtually 6 million. But if you will have more assets involved, this coefficient is even more crazy. Like if you would have 10 different assets, you will have much more different pools, and you will have much better coefficient of liquidity. Like 10 different assets, 10 millions will probably turn into hundreds of millions of virtual liquidity. And this is already exploited by aka JIT liquidity bots. They provide liquidity just in time. Whenever they see huge swap, which they want to get their fees, they inject liquidity, and then they withdraw it back. So potentially, it's possible to avoid this, to protect those liquidity providers who are not cheating like that. But you know, they are improving exchange rate for users, so that's good. But they are making liquidity providers less efficient. Those who do not use this strategy, they are less efficient than those who use this strategy. So yeah, this could be leveraged if we will have delayed deposits or delayed withdrawals or better deposits. Yeah. So technically, it's possible to use something, but the problem is here, and it requires something to be resolved, probably. We can ignore it, and we will have 2 sets of liquidity providers, those who provide it constantly and those who provide it like a JIT. So yeah, that is not an issue for gradual distributions. For example, here, when we have money market, it's not when you return your debt, these percentages are being distributed among those who provide liquidity right now. It works differently. Your debt is growing every second. And every second, your all debts of all borrowers are being redistributed among lenders. So that's how it works. Your debt is growing every second, and collateral of everyone is growing every second. So there is no any room for front-running or sandwiching here, because it's gradual. It's not event-based or instant distribution. So let me check if I have more slides. No. So this means that we have almost 10 minutes for questions.
Thank you so much. So take a seat. We've got 15 minutes of questions. And I'm really going to need your guys' help So if we could switch to the Slido view, that would be really, really great. And please get your phones out. I think most of you that have been here know what you need to do at this point. And yeah, we can just talk about some questions. My biggest question right now is, we're going to do the Q&A, not this one. What's next? All of that stuff, super cool, classification, completely understand, but where do you think that maybe the industry is going to go next, and maybe also talk about what you guys are also going to do next?
I had a recently discussion with my colleague Michael, and I think that's reasonable to think that the very first inventions in DeFi, which were like, they're pretty obvious right now. It's AMMs, money markets, like other protocols, which were also listed here. They were invented because it was like the very first things to be invented. They were not actually existing in this form in traditional finance, or in this kind of algorithms. They were not existing, definitely, because there was no any requirement to optimize this high to have no computational complexity at all, to have constant complexity. And I think that we will see more cool protocols involving these kinds of algorithms. Maybe we will see something new, but I'm not sure. I tried to kind of classify and analyze it from different sides. I'm not sure that we will see anything different, but we can see new applications of these things. They are also called accounting algorithms, and I see that there is like a huge room for innovations in this area. So yeah, probably we will see something new for options-like approach. I mean, we saw a lot of implementations of options which were kind of highly inspired from traditional finance options, but we could see something different, which provides something really similar, close to original options, but it's different thing. And it's more optimized for execution on blockchain. It have own advantages.
Okay. Cool. There's a lot there. There's a lot there. And what's next for 1inch?
Oh. We're currently exploring different opportunities. We are having research and development phase for multiple different products. We're working in direction of cross-chain actions for users. We're working on intents. That's very interesting about intents. You know, everyone is talking about intents. But the thing is that I don't see if anyone trying to summarize like what are the features, what should be done by this intents, what should not be done, what are restrictions, and that's something what everyone should decide for themselves. It's like
optionality.
Yeah, mostly people understand any signature-based actions that it's actually intents, but yeah, probably there should be more things like. There should be more things which how you can define restrictions or traits of your intents. You could have time-based traits or anything else based traits. You should have invalidation per selector or per action or global per user or something like that. I mean, there are many things. And no one is clearly defining it because everyone who came up to intents protocol is building own thing. The only common part is that it's signature-based. So yeah, but signatures are pretty hard. You see, yesterday there was an announcement in Twitter that next Ethereum hard fork is going to have Ethereum Improvement Proposal 3.074. That's something which would allow smart contracts to behave on behalf of your wallet with just your signature.
A form of account abstraction in a way, or?
Yeah, you know, this thing means that previous approaches for account abstraction, they are not going to make it. So this ERC...
Okay, that's a statement, I think.
ERC 4337, it's like capitulation. I mean, there is no any need to use it anymore. If this thing will be included in the next hard fork, this is like game changer for wallets, because you will be able to execute arbitrary logic from your wallet. Smart contract will execute it for you, but yeah, the same thing, audits, and you can make atomic things from your wallet. That's pretty interesting.
Cool. Thanks for sharing your thoughts there. We're going to transition to the audience questions, so please continue upvoting. So we're just going to go top to bottom. So the first one is, what do you see as the main revenue driver of 1inch in the future? We've got a lot to get through, so we're looking for short answers.
Yeah, I'm mostly focused on other things, like on potential growth. And I can share my vision of the market. I see that DeFi is a missing piece of finance world. And how finance world was built without this layer of blockchain and DeFi is kind of mistake. But there was no any other way to have it. There was zero chances that we would first have blockchains and then we invent all this economical and financial primitives. Yeah,
it's obsolete at this point.
Yeah, it's legacy actually. Yeah, and what I tried to say with my presentation is that DeFi is not something which is coming in like 5-10 years. It's already here, and most of the protocols which were in this table, they are ready for high scale. Like they are ready for millions or billions of users. Even if blockchains, layer 1s and layer 2s are not ready for this, they are already ready because they're involving millions of participants in single transaction. They are all like their balance grows or drops, but all these things happens on whenever someone can make transaction. All this happens without transactions in gradual approach. I mean, this thing like money market, it's already working. And right now, thousands or millions of people can borrow from thousands or millions of users, and it's already working. It can work. We don't need like billions of gas to spend this thing. We need only gas when people do some actions. But when they are not doing anything, this algorithm allows them to get this money streaming, debt streaming to money, and this happens via mathematics.
And soon a lot of privacy based off of the last 24 hours of what's been going on here. So coming soon with privacy. Next question is, do you stand with Uniswap, unicorn emoji?
It's new information for me that I should put emoji somewhere, okay. We should put emoji of unicorn /ACC, yeah? Or something like that. This would be even more promising. Yeah, I think that's interesting thing what's happening, but probably there's no any other way to get high level of confirmation of this DeFi being accepted worldwide without this thing, what is happening. So probably this is one.
What is happening for people that don't know what's happening?
To Uniswap. I mean, that's probably
legal stuff, or
yeah. I mean, that's probably one of the steps which is required for the future.
Yeah, the industry is growing up. There's going to be a lot of regulatory shit tomorrow morning here. Any thoughts about virtual automated market makers, VAMM?
That's interesting. I'm not sure how much they're different from automated market makers. Is it
they have a narrative problem.
I missed this thing, yeah? Virtual. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but I think it's something like AMM, but with some restrictions, like concentrated liquidity or other things like Uniswap V3, V4, like Curve, Balancer. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Whoever asked that question can go find Anton afterwards and have a discussion about that, I think. The last question, and then we're going to move on to the next panel, is when 1inch on Solana? WEN without the H. Fuck.
There are many cool blockchains out there where 1inch is not presented yet. I would say we are constantly working on this. We are looking at different chains and considering like opportunities for sure. Right now we are on EVM chains because it's much more easier to scale among those chains and support them. Development for other chains would automatically mean like months of work and also this access to nodes and stability and other things. It's like a different level. So
no one said it was easy.
But yeah, you see also like Ton blockchain is emerging. And it's
who here? Someone said this earlier in the outside. Who here is a fan of Tron? Not Tron. Fuck that. The answer is no. Ton. Telegram. Who here knows about what plans they have, what they're coming out with? No, really? Okay. Well, pay more attention. I think not to. I'm not shilling them. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm also not shilling. I'm just curious what I knew recently. I mean, that's the blockchain which have sharding already, and they force blockchain DeFi developers to shard their smart contracts by just restricting storage amount. So storage in Ton blockchain for smart contract is very limited. It's like few hundred slots. So you can't even have a token smart contract because you can store balance of multiple users. So the way they propose you to develop software is make sharding of your smart contract. It's like sharded architecture for smart contracts, sharded per user. I had a presentation about this 4 years ago. That's a cool story, actually. I had presentation about sharded smart contract architecture. If you would try to find this on YouTube, you will find it immediately. And 2 days ago, I discovered that Ton fungible token standard called JetTons is based on my presentation.
Nice.
They have this in their enhancement proposal. They have this link that was unexpected and fun. That thing which I came up to for sharded architectures of smart contracts with non-interactive checks for calls among those contracts, sharded logic. It's being used actually in sharded blockchain where they force people to shard their smart contracts. The idea behind the sharding is that they rebalance shards. They move different smart contracts among shards to rebalance computational complexity of the blockchain. That's interesting approach. I mean, it's like one of the few blockchains with shards which is actually working right now. I'm not sure that it will be possible to build such a huge DeFi thing which appeared on EVM already because, you know, EVM is atomic and atomic is much more easier for development. Sharded blockchains, don't have atomicity. Whenever you call any other smart contract, it's a synchronous call. It's like a separate transaction, and whenever it gets finished, you can get a callback. But if you send some tokens and then you change your mind, it's not possible anymore because those assets could be spent on this shard or something like that. So I'm not sure what exactly is possible to build, but it's something is possible to build. People build tokens, people build AMMs. I will be curious to see what else they can build in this highly different environment.
We'll find out, I guess. Maybe some AI agents thrown in for some fun. Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause. But you stay sat down. Stay sat down. Now we have a panel where Anton's going to be on, and it is going to be moderated by David. And so I'm just going to give this microphone to David, I believe, wherever he is. And I'm going to let him do the rest of the talking, introduce his co-panelists.
All right, thank you. Check, check. Hello, everybody. My name's David. And we'll get all the panelists up here first. So I think we have everyone. And maybe we'll do some introductions, and I'll give you the microphone just for everyone. You can introduce yourselves. You got a microphone. All right, so let's maybe start over here. You can start by introducing yourself and give one sentence spiel of what you're doing.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, cool. I'm Wesso. I'm the lead developer of Beefy. We're a multi-chain yield aggregator on 26 different blockchains.
I'm Anton from 1inch.
I like how short it was. I'm Frank from Summer, and we aggregate lending markets.
Cool, and I'm David, ex-Aave Genesis team, now working on x23.ai. So anyway, we want to keep this panel interesting for you guys. So I'll try to start with some interesting questions. I'm reading my notes on the phone, by the way. So the first one is around forks. So as we know in this space, there's a lot of forks. I think, or forks or copycats and things like that. So I think 1inch sort of originated, sort of related to Uniswap. Beefy is related to Yearn in a way, let's say idea-wise at least. Can you comment on innovation versus copying in the space? Let's start with 1inch.
Okay, cool. That's an interesting question, actually. I don't see this in any other space. I see this in DeFi and blockchain and crypto, that's probably the only way for protocol to exist. Protocol source code should be open source. It doesn't mean it should be open for copying, but it's usually like that. For example, we at 1inch, we usually develop protocols with MIT license. Some teams select BLS license or Apache license. They are pretty, every of these license allows anyone to use this code as they wish. But some teams, they try to protect their code, at least temporary, from being copycated. For example, Uniswap is doing this. They're protecting their code with business license for a few years, and after a few years, it became open license again. So actually, I like that this is happening, that all these innovations, all these protocols are open source, because it's also a great source of inspiration. I had just presentation about algorithms from those protocols, how I would create this presentation and analyze this thing if those source codes would be just closed and proprietary. Like I can't analyze most of the fintech solutions, especially because of this. They're proprietary, and this means that their code base is pretty huge. And yeah, all this DeFi makes us to develop smart contracts which are short, easy to read, and safe, and probably also gas efficient. So yeah, that's the best thing. But for sure, if we have this, that source code is available, someone always find it useful to use it. And sometimes it's kind of borrowing code with adding new things. Sometimes it's just relaunching same code with just numbers, change it, wallets, change it, or something like that. I mean, it's inevitable, but it's possible to copy code of your project, but it's not possible to copy your auditory, your users. And yeah, the protection here comes from actual traction.
Yep, got it. Beefy?
So the idea of forking something has been around forever. So like you think about the iPod, wasn't actually the first iteration of a musical player, portable musical player, right? But what Apple did was they took the idea and they made it better and more useful and easier to use. And so they improved upon the original idea. And I think that we're sort of seeing that happen with forks. And obviously, sometimes you have like one-for-one people just trying to, take advantage of the situation, and it's very easy. They can copy the code, launch something very simple, and then not really putting much effort into it. But for like Beefy, we found it, hey, originally the idea of yield aggregation to be, quite enticing, especially when the DeFi boom happened in 2020 and people were making like 1,000% yield and stuff like that, which we're sort of seeing a little bit now come to fruition again. But it didn't really exist. Yearn existed on ETH, but that idea didn't really exist on a lot of the side chains. And that was kind of the boom of all of these new blockchains. BSC was coming, Avalanche, Polygon. And so we were able to kind of fulfill that need on these other blockchains and then improve the actual user experience. And so we started to continually iterate and make it our own, even if it originally came as a forked product. So I think that it's also really important. In the space, we were just talking about open source code, like we believe in that, and it gives you a start as a developer, not only from like, hey, you don't have to come up with the whole idea yourself, you can just iterate and improve on the idea. Also, if something's been audited, it can help a little bit on the security side, because you're not having to like completely have a new novel code base. You can kind of rely on the previous using of the code base, the previous audits, the security. So I think it's important for the space. Beefy's been forked 400 times over the last 4 years. And we still are, I'd say, like the brand leader in the multi-chain aggregation space. So it really does fall down to your brand, your users, how well you can compete in the market at the end of the day, even if your code is open source and it gets forked.
Yep, and I guess one of the messages here is that even if you fork code, you should still get it audited, whether you make changes. And shout outs to, I think, one of the sponsors, Sherlock. They're around here as well. They're good auditors. But also, we talked about standing on the shoulders of giants here. So I guess we pay homage to the original code authors. We do stand with Uniswap. Woo. And I guess to put you guys, just focus on 1inch and Beefy for now. What are some open source innovations that you've also brought forward in the industry, if you can name just one?
I can name few. For example, we at 1inch, we usually contribute to popular Solidity libraries. I'm mostly talking about protocol level because I'm mostly involved in this development, but I'm pretty sure guys who work on backend, frontend, they also have pretty similar thing, but it's different. I mean, this industry is different from any other industry by its protocol level, smart contracts. And yeah, we contribute a lot to Open Zeppelin libraries. We propose changes, we propose features, we create new ERCs, how developers catch up on ideas to kind of standardize them and make it work similar across industry, because else they will be built differently and it will be much harder for yield aggregators to work or any other aggregators to work. So following these standards is a good idea. And yeah, we also contribute even like to Solidity compiler. So at least trying to do this.
Can I ask a follow-up question to this? Are you considering open sourcing the Pathfinder algorithm that you guys are using?
Probably at some point. We are checking this time to time, but it depends. We try to predict who exactly will benefit from this. And for now, we saw that 1inch users would not actually benefit from this. So competitors would benefit much more. But yeah, I mean, off-chain part of any project was always not that open source by default, especially because it does not involve any security risks and other things. It's like initially the very first versions of 1inch, probably for the first year, it was fully working on front end. So that's insane, but yeah, we did all the algorithm, all the Pathfinder on front end. But what happened then? We had so many integrations. Right now, we have more than 100 protocols on mainnet, and this means more than 50,000 smart contracts. So you just can't handle this amount in front end. People are opening this front end from their mobile phones. Yeah. That's impossible.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, Beefy, let's say open source innovations that you've contributed.
Yeah, I mean, everything we do is open source. So when it comes to like our vault, standards, our strategies that we do, but I'd say that the most useful thing is probably our infrastructure. So we even have like a Zap contract where it can kind of like create liquidity and deposit into Beefy all in one, using 1inch actually. But people have used that and come to us and ask how we're using it and how to integrate in the front end. Also, like when we relaunched our token, we utilize the XRC20 standard. So instead of having 5 different versions of USDC on a chain. They're trying to get where it's just one version of the token, and so working with Connext on developing out that so that a lot of these protocols who are deciding to launch on the different changes can use different bridge infrastructures without having to have different tokens. So yeah, that's just a few things we're sort of working on.
Okay, cool. So that's good to hear, because I think, yeah, if you're forking or building off other open source projects, you should contribute back to the open source world. So that's good. Good for you guys. Moving over to Summerfy for a bit here. You guys originated out of MakerDAO, correct? Used to be called Oasis. So you used to help users create CDPs, essentially, for MakerDAO. But now you're an aggregator of, let's say, I'd explain it as yield-bearing assets or something like that.
Yeah, lending markets.
Lending markets. How do you ensure there's no potential conflicts of interest since your origins are from MakerDAO? Yeah, can you comment on that?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, we don't get any funding from MakerDAO, or have never gotten funding outside of just that the team originated from it. So we originally got our salaries from the Maker Foundation. That's what we started with Oasis.app, as you said, but these days we are a team of 30+ people, and out of those 30, there's about 10 people who were formerly with the Maker Foundation, but the rest are just all new people, and we love all of the new protocols that are coming up in the lending space. So, for example, MorphoBlue, Spark, and Ashna are the new kids on the block, so to say. We support all of those, whilst also still, as you said, standing on the shoulders of giants like Maker and Aave, which we have supported for a long time. And yeah, we try not to be too opinionated about it, but basically show the best options for the users based on their criteria.
Okay, got it. Here's a tricky question for you. If you guys are deep in the DeFi space, you know there's a war happening between MakerDAO and Aave. So how does Summerfy decide to either deposit in Aave or deposit in Spark, which is a fork of Aave?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So there's I wouldn't say there's a war. There's I consider it just love, basically. Maybe from the from the Aave side, it might be seen as a war. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
No, so we let the users decide and let the markets decide. So if the markets determine that the rates are better on Aave, then they will show up as if you sort by borrow rate, and therefore attract more liquidity. So right now it's still very much the user's choice ultimately of which markets are they interested in. Yeah, very soon we'll also make it super seamless to go from one to the other. So, in our opinion, that only enhances the competition between these underlying protocols that the users make use of.
Okay, got it. And I think maybe going to the next topic around, I think a lot of us came into DeFi or crypto to get rid of the middlemen. And because we were sort of upset or didn't like the current system. But this panel are all aggregators, right? So you guys are becoming the middlemen or the gatekeepers now, right? So how do you balance that between becoming a gatekeeper or centralizing power? Yeah, if you can talk on that. Maybe we start with Beefy and go this way.
I think it's because it's hard. Using DeFi for a normal person is not easy, and so what we do is we make it much easier. Also, if anybody's not using a DeFi aggregator, I have no idea why you're swapping through one protocol, because you're just getting a worse rate, or you're leading yourself into issues where you're going to have bad price impact, or you're going to have slippage issues. So you should be using a DeFi aggregator on all blockchains, and that's the same thing I think with yield. Yield just makes it overall easier to handle. Right now, in order to be a normal liquidity provider and let's say earn a farm reward, you have to do like 7 transactions in order to even just get started. And then if you wanted to continually compound every day, you have to go in and do that. And so we just make it more easier to use for the retail users, easier to use even for institutional users. And so I think that's really where we kind of play the space. We're doing things that are a little bit more complex and taking away a lot of the steps that somebody would have to do in order to do the same thing. They don't have to use us. They can do it themselves. But I think we play a role to make it easier to, I think, a better value prop, all that.
Yep, got it.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, it makes no sense to use most of the protocols which have like number of options. Like, I mean, there are hundreds of DEXs, tens of money markets now, and yeah, there is a huge room here for aggregators, and they appeared and took the niche and got a lot of users' attention and traction. But probably they will be also included by default into wallets. It's easier for wallet to provide this functionality as swap functionality and use those aggregators under the hood and use lending or something like this. For lending, it's a bit different because risks are different. For DEX aggregators, it's not like that because any DEX could be integrated in even DEXs with bugs which are vulnerable. It makes like 0 sense in terms of security for users. Aggregator is kind of protecting them from all those smart contracts. It's one more layer here. But when you put your money in different protocols and use aggregator, you have different risks in different protocols, especially if some of them are like freshly deployed like yesterday. They have different risks. And the thing why they have different rates is that they also take those risks into account. So usually I see this situation is that they are or soon will be risk yield balanced. So it's kind of proportional to yield and negatively proportional to risks. And yeah, as you asked, here is a room for being a gatekeeper. But yeah, this is something which can be also solved by the technology, as usually. Is what I like in technology, that it solves issues which appeared because of the technology. So yeah, 1inch launched more than 1 year ago this fusion mode, which actually is kind of intent-like. It's highly popular nowadays. Describe any signature-based protocol as intent. So it's intent. You just provide signature what you want to swap, and then Dutch auction starts. And it's Dutch auction which is improving exchange rate for counterparties, for resolvers, and it's making exchange rate worse for you every second. But there are multiple resolvers and they compete with each other, and whenever rate is acceptable for them, they fill or partially fill your order, and it's like competition driven and Dutch auction based. And that's how we kind of exclude ourselves from this thing as being a gatekeeper, because we allow parties who being called resolvers to help users to fill their orders, and they do it in more professional way. Why all this thing appeared, that we saw that there are a lot of things with MEV attacks in blockchain, and every user, there's no way every user will protect themselves. So most of the users are not trying to protect. Even if you will warn them and try to force them, this wouldn't work. They will find a way to avoid this. And whenever you use this thing where professional resolvers who compete with each other, they do the trades, actual trades, this helps users to protect them.
Are you like centralizing the liquidity providers then? Because you're making it a little bit harder for normal people to be a liquidity provider in that instance then.
Not really. I would say if we would collect quotes from these resolvers and decide who is better, this would be centralization here. But how it works now, users announce like limit orders where price is not fixed. It's like moving on Dutch auction, and resolvers compete to get the best price for them. So that's how 1inch itself is being excluded from the trades. But that's good for users, because what we made, all this competition for resolvers, forcing them to improve prices for users, to have more liquidity, to have more exposure. Yeah.
I think also in general, like the whole reason of like using DeFi is the optionality. So it's very easy to get your assets off of Summerfy and use a different app, and therefore the competition between these UIs is extra fierce, because you have to make sure that you have the best experience and have the best security in mind and have the best user like flows, etc. So have the best rates, and you have to do all of that because like if you go to a bank, like I'm here from the Netherlands, if you go to the ING bank, the biggest bank in the Netherlands, and you have let's say 100,000 in your savings account, and you're trying to move that to a different bank, you cannot just do that in one transaction, or two or three. Like there's a blockade on transactions upwards of 10,000. There's multiple layers of what they call security, but what is actually like just the fact that they are custodying your money, and they are saying, well, we don't like you to move that quickly out of our banks.
Okay, that makes sense. I guess that's one of the advantages of DeFi is there's centralizing power, but we can always move our assets, hopefully frictionlessly, or choose other products. Okay, let's talk about Ponzinomics. We talk about yield and risk and things like that. Like a question that comes up commonly is like, where is the yield coming from? Like, is it all Ponzi's all the way down? Maybe let's start with Beefy, since you deal directly with yield. Yeah, where does the yield come from?
I mean, if you're yield farming a governance token, then it's the speculators is where the yield is coming from. If it's like, obviously coming from like lending protocol, the supply interest is real. The trading yield from trading between two assets and being a liquidity provider is real. The thing is that DeFi can't really exist without really thick liquidity. So like you need a lot of supply to be a lending protocol, and you need a lot of thick liquidity as a AMM, because if you don't have it, then obviously the price impact is going to be terrible and nobody's going to want to trade through you. So there was, like, especially for newer protocols, an over-incentivization of liquidity, because and that's what they're doing with the governance token, because they need to get liquidity providers to take the associated risks with putting it into a new protocol in order to even facilitate usage of the protocol itself. So yes, I guess the yield does come from the speculators at some point, and so you're seeing that sort of with like ETHDam right now. It's been absolutely on fire and been up only, and so the yields on providing liquidity on ETHDam have been significantly higher than a lot of other places. Whereas I think like on Ethereum, putting liquidity on Uniswap and being a liquidity provider, your risk-adjusted yield is a lot less, because Uniswap's trusted, it's been audited, it's battle-hardened, and so you're seeing a lot of very large liquidity providers very competitively competing for those trading yields. But the trading yields there are real, and they're real volume that's sort of going through, and whether it's arbitrage or real trading volume. But yeah, so I think it's a mix. Depends on where the yields actually, source is.
Yep, got it. Just being wary of time. Maybe a quick comment.
Yeah, I can comment a bit. As far as I can see, some of the yield is coming from trades, like transaction fees, like swap fees. Some fees in some protocols, they could be different, are coming somewhere, and those who provide liquidity or do some other useful job for the protocol, they will receive this as a yield. They will have some exposure in assets or in work they do, and they will earn. The other source of yield is when someone is borrowing. There are a lot of borrowers, as I described on my previous presentation. they borrow for some reason. Sometimes people borrow dollars for Ether because they don't want to sell Ether today. They want to sell it on all-time high or something like that. So whenever Ether will be back on all-time high, they will return their debt, repay debt, and they will still have their Ether to sell or something like that. But sometimes people make leverage with the money markets. For example, they put Ether, borrow USDC, then they buy more Ether, put it, and then borrow more, and at the end they have leverage. They turn their $1,000 into $4,000 of Ether value and $3,000 of USD debt. So it's still like 4 minus 1 is 1K, but you have 4x exposure on Ethereum to dollar. It grows faster, but it also drops faster. So, and those who borrowed, they are happy to pay tens of percentages annually. And those who provide them liquidity, they get this yield. And one more source of the yield is incentivations, like basically farming thing, which was initially proposed by Synthetics. And yeah, that's pretty natural. And some people still remember DeFi summer in 2020, where there were like hundreds of new assets, tokens. And what they did farming for liquidity providers. So whenever you provide liquidity of this asset with some other asset, you get more of this asset. Yeah, as you said, it's probably Ponzinomics. Yeah, it's like this.
Good Ponzinomics.
Yeah, actually it's like this. It's like a bonding curve, and yeah, it's economical activity which works like this. And if project do not have any other like real application, yeah, it's probably clear Ponzi.
All right. Quick question before we open up the floor to questions. You want a quick point you want to make?
Yeah, just that I've not yet seen a Luna of this cycle. So there's not really yet a real Ponzi scheme.
Athena? No jokes.
So that means we're not at the top then.
That's a whole nother panel. But no, that's fair. Let's open up the floor to questions. Can we switch over to the Slido? Apparently there's questions. Questions? No? There we go.
I can respond to the Ethena one if you like.
Maybe you want to give I'll let you have the last word. You can respond on Ethena. Yeah.
On Ethena, so real brief. I think Ethena is a real source of yield because it's basically using the funding rate of futures on centralized exchanges. The question is just whether whether it is as risk-free as some deem it to be. Because indeed, like there are many things that can go wrong with Ethena, and it's not all written in smart contracts. There are entities that you need to trust.
Okay, fair one. I won't dive too deep into that. Let's say the top question: 1inch isn't open source. Ooh. Developers can't generate swap call data without your API. Anton, what do you say?
I need to respond to this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 1inch is more than one protocol first. So this is about one of the protocols, the very first aggregator one. And this is only true for one of the aggregator protocol method. It's for method swap. But there are like tens other methods to swap on specific pools, on specific sequence of pools and other things. The only super arbitrary swap path is not possible to compose as a call data. That's true. Yeah, probably we'll solve this, but I'm not sure if anyone was asking for this. Yeah.
But some of your code is open source.
Yeah, I mean, every other protocol is open source. We have limit order protocol, we have farmings, we have Solidity utility library with a lot of useful code. Yeah, all other things are open source. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Good point. All right, the next question. What's the more secure way to generate a random private key using a wallet or repeatedly flipping a coin?
Wait, what?
So what's the best way to generate a private key? Should we risk it on our systems or flip a coin? Or what?
That should be crypto safe random.
True. So what's some opinions on randomness here? I think that's the
the core of the question. What's the best way to generate randomness?
I can give like an extra comment here. Yes, some projects did not succeed with good random. And this was a huge issue for users whenever they created some wallets. I remember one of the pretty popular extensions in the past, like 1 year ago, they discovered a bug that they only generate for user one of 4 billion private keys. And that was a huge issue. I think most of them were hacked at the end because 4 billion of wallets could be enumerated on your laptop in few seconds, few minutes. So it's not a huge deal. So yeah, generating wallets should be done by a proper code and using a proper source of random. It should be non-deterministic crypto-safe random.
True. And yeah, don't roll your own crypto, I think. So the next question, what value have you delivered back to your user base through your token for everyone that has a token? I think that's only some of... No, you don't have a token, do you?
We don't have a token, but yet we still have a ton of users. So apparently those users love our product.
Do you have some alpha to drop around potential airdrop farming for Summerfy?
There's nothing I can comment on this question.
You heard it here first, guys. All right. Beefy, how about you? What value... Do you guys have a token?
We have a token, yeah.
Yeah, what value have you guys delivered back to your user base?
I mean, a portion of the fees is delivered back to the token stakers.
Fees, yep.
Yeah.
That's good. And 1inch, I think you have a governance token.
1inch built a system. This fusion thing is where, as I said, resolvers, they can execute professionally trades and compete with each other. The way why they can participate in this thing, that they should have enough delegations. This means that people can stake and delegate their assets to those resolvers. And resolvers, they compete on the market for user orders, and they also compete on these delegations. So the clear way for them to compete for delegations is to share their revenue. They have farm to incentivize everyone who delegated them proportionally to their delegation. So people stake for some period of time, they get this voting power, which is kind of exponential to the lock period. And whenever it's been delegated, you will get rewards from this resolver. And you can redelegate to other resolvers. So what people usually do, they equilibrate and rebalance those yields from different resolvers. So resolvers compete with their sharing revenue with users to being able to proceed resolving of orders. So that's a system which puts resolvers and makes them share their revenue to compete in two different areas, competing for order flow and competing for delegations.
All right, got it. I think we have to do one last question, and it's for Summerfy. How can someone get started with Summerfy, and why should they?
So you can just go to summer.fi. It's as easy as that. And why should you? Well, it's if you want to go to the best place to borrow and earn in DeFi. That's why you should go there. So you can go long a long list of assets. Go short a long list of assets, all in DeFi, both on mainnet, Arbitrum Base, and Optimism. And lastly, on like with this new permissionless protocol called Ashna, which is basically the Uniswap of lending, you can go long any token. So if you have a Anton token that you want to long, you can just create a pool of Anton ETH and go long Anton ETH.
Nice. Also, Summerfy doesn't have a token yet. FYI.
Long Anton token to what asset?
to ETH.
Oh.
All right.
That sounds bullish.
I think we're running out of time. Just before I wrap up, one more question I'll pose. because we have a few hackers here, because it's a hackathon. One sentence advice to hackers. Let's start with Summerfy.
Just try.
I can advise that serious.
A quick one, Anton. A quick one, short one.
Short one. Serial building works. Yeah, you should be serious builder in DeFi. So yeah.
I guess like your first iteration's never going to be that good, so don't get disappointed by it.
All right, awesome. Thank you, everyone. Let's give a hand of applause for the panel.
Thank
Thanks.
you, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, David. That was really nicely done. That was nice, wasn't it? So just a very quick announcement. If you're a hacker that's sitting in this room, make sure that someone from your team is actually upstairs at the 3 o'clock briefing. So if you want to stay for this panel, that's completely fine, but just make sure at least one person from your team is there. That's about it. Is everyone enjoying ETHDam? Okay, one more time. Is everyone enjoying ETHDam? Yay! That is like such a foolproof way. It's just too easy. So really happy. I think we're all really happy. I think one really nice check-in is that everyone who's helping put this on is having also a really, really nice time, and nothing too crazy is going wrong. So that's actually really, really nice. Next up, I say that, touch wood, I think actually, let's be safe. Next up, we have a discussion about L2s. I am going to moderate this, but I also have to preface it with, I think this is actually a very important topic. My personal belief is that L2s very much lead to a lot of fragmentation, and we're very much in an L2 like absolute war zone right now, and then you have all the alt L1s and all the craziness. So I'm very interested to have this conversation with some people that I've spent some time with, not one of them, and so I'm very excited. Are you guys excited or what? Yeah. I am gonna try and be neutral though. This is gonna be on the current state and future of second layer networks. We've got Scroll, ZK Sync, and Starkweb. So I'd like, I didn't check this, shit. Togrol, how do I say it? Togrol, perfect. To please take a seat, round of applause. As well as Joel and Victor. So please take a seat. Welcome, welcome. Now, I'd like each of you to give a very short introduction of yourselves, and also maybe a short opening statement about what you think about the current state of L1s, and then we'll jump into some questions. Oh, right. Shit.
L2s.
Good catch.
There's this on.
At least they're sharp.
All right. Someone else go first.
All right, I'll start. My name is Victor. I work at Starkware. We're building Starknet. I really like olives as a fun fact. I think everybody should give a fun fact about themselves. And the current state of L2s, I agree with you that there's this thing of L2 wars, but at the same time, we shouldn't act in our own little bubble. We should act within the broader Ethereum bubble, because we're not a fragmented community. We're just one big Ethereum community.
Nice, nicely said.
Hello, is it working? Okay. Hello, my name is Togrol. I mostly shitpost on Twitter and complain about things. Sometimes pretend to do research, but I actually don't. I just complain about others. And yeah, I don't think, I think there is an L2 war, but we should make memes, not wars. That's what we should do.
And a fun fact about yourself?
There's nothing fun about me.
You chat shit.
That's the fun fact.
Fun fact. Hey, so I'm Joel Valenzuela. I work for Dash, which is a digital cash payments-focused cryptocurrency. And, yay. And fun fact about man, there's a few to choose from, but yeah, let's just say I haven't been using fiat currency pretty much at all for 9 years. So, or coming up on 9 years this year. So that's fun, right? Not so fun when you're doing it. But
how do you go to the supermarket then?
I do. I walk with my own 2 feet.
No, but how do you pay for stuff?
That's a secret.
Yes, I mean, you should have been in my talk yesterday, but yes, there's ways of doing that. But feel free, anyone, to ask me after this. Basically, I use an L2. Just kidding.
Cool. So on that note, what in your guys qualifies as an L2? Just to do some definitions, how would you explain it?
I was just on Twitter before I went on stage saying that Optimiums are not L2s. So I would say an L2 is a protocol that extends an underlying layer, obviously, but it has to have a trust minimized bridge. So what I mean by that is the security assumptions of communicating between those 2 layers have to be equivalent or less than 1 out of n, where n is unbounded honesty. For safety and for liveness, it depends. I'm still not sure because like certain people are arguing whether Validiums are L2s or not purely because like the safety, the liveness assumptions require stronger honesty. But like I'm still not sure. I would say that what we care about is safety, and liveness is kind of we can adapt it via economic assumptions.
Okay, so there's 2 kinds of L2s, sort of. In my mind, there's what I call like technical L2 and a market L2. So the market L2 is something that the market uses as an L2. So Litecoin is Bitcoin's primary market L2, where Litecoin is used as a substitute for Bitcoin in payments by most of the top payment processor metrics, much more than the Lightning Network, for example. So that even though it's a completely distinct chain, the market has kind of called that an L2, sort of. But for the more technical definition.
I've never heard that before, actually. I've never heard someone refer to Litecoin as an L2.
Yes, well, it's serving the purpose as an L2,
Yeah,
even though
fair.
technically it is absolutely not.
Yeah, of course.
And so technically, I would say some sort of protocol that, a different layer that in some way is inexorably tied to the base layer. Like, for example, it has to settle to the base layer somehow. There has to be some sort of, I guess, interaction with validators, or there has to be something.
Are you saying it doesn't have to be code? It can be some other likeness.
Are you talking about the first category or the second category? The market one or the
market one, I think.
Market one, I mean, I've actually heard it doesn't have to be code at all. In fact, I've heard some Bitcoin maximalists unironically, seriously, say the ETFs are an L2 scaling solution for Bitcoin. And
that's a cope.
Can we make that into a
poll?
poll?
That was not a joke, by the way. It was.
That's a cope. That's not a joke.
Yeah. Well, so one man's cope is another man's joke.
An L2 for me is an entity that takes all of the computational burden off of Ethereum, and Ethereum is more of this like settlement layer. It's like the base of the base, and it's really tough to do a lot of work on Ethereum. And so for me, an L2 is an entity that tells Ethereum, hey, I'm going to do this for you, and all I need to do is provide a little proof that summarizes what happened elsewhere. And this proof is what connects these 2 entities, and it should be the most secure proof, in order to take off the computational burnout out of Ethereum in the best way possible.
Thank you very much for that differentiating opinion, which is nice. And you're all right in your own way. What's more important in the L2 space? Is it general purpose scaling, or is it specific use cases, I guess, or aka app chains in that regard? Any of you can take the lead on that.
I think it really depends on a specific scenario. So like for certain apps, I can see them being an L2s purely from the perspective of like owning their own block space, but not being general purpose. So for example, I've been hearing a lot, I know this is going to be a bit of an alpha, but I've been hearing a lot of chatter about like certain projects being building L2s on Solana, because they realize that they just want to own the block space. It just makes sense. And then, for example, for Ethereum, most of the L2s are more from the perspective of scaling. So they are general purpose, and they are there to scale the overall throughput of the ecosystem.
Well, just to say, the combination of scaling and privacy is then, I think that's an extra layer on top.
Yeah, you can do that. Aztec is, for example, working on that on like a combined scaling / privacy L2.
Yeah. Just a reminder, so the question is, what's more important, the L2 space, general purpose scaling, or specific use cases? I forgot myself. So.
Oh, sorry, I misheard the question.
The other guys.
I think it's ideal if you're a general purpose chain, and at the same time you allow for one specific use case like gaming, for instance, and at the same time DeFi projects. I think that's, probably, it's the ability of being super flexible and catering to a lot of people to exactly what they need.
Yeah, my personal opinion is purely for the use case is mostly. I think if you have a general purpose L2 that people are trying to use, that kind of becomes the L1. It's like the vampire L1, right? That becomes the next thing. Whereas on the other hand, at some point, absolutely, it's not always easy to shoehorn every single use case into one exact technical solution. So, for example, if you have like a social media site and every single post, every single comment is some kind of a blockchain transaction, there might be some trade-offs you have to make for people's basic base money that they don't have, that kind of compromises one or the other. And so something like that would make a lot of sense. And this is something I've sort of gone back and forth with some like Lightning Network people on, is unlike most, I guess, critics of the Lightning Network for general scaling, I do think there's a use case for Lightning. I do think it can do things. It is optimal for some things. But ultimately, the market is showing what it's optimal for, which is settlements across exchanges and custodial platforms like that. And so, for example, if you have your Coinbase user, you can send for pennies, let's just say, to a Binance user or a Kraken user or whatever, through their large managed liquidity pools. Sure, that's fine. That's not a general purpose use case, or just very specific kinds of things. Or like if a social media thing like, say, Twitter wanted to run purely on Lightning, every time you tip back and forth, it all goes through their one big Lightning hub and all that. That's a lot
Token
better.
symbol degen.
What was that?
Token symbol degen.
Yeah. So basically, I believe that the whatever assumptions, like trust assumptions or whatever you use for the chain, should be for the general user, general purpose. So if someone says, oh, I want to use Ethereum because I want my smart contract to be immutable, trustless, whatever, all those kinds of things have to apply. And so if you have that, well, but I got to use, so unfortunately I have to use Polygon for my NFTs today because I'm too poor for Ethereum, right? And so unfortunately, all those things that made me want to use Ethereum for that, I have to sacrifice a whole lot of those to do something that's doable. So maybe all NFTs should be on a L2 and none on the main chain or something, but the fact that you can do both and it's just like a pyramid of wealth of like, you get all the
You would not do well in a room surrounded by ordinals, guys.
Yeah.
But you used your second definition of L2 here, the market L2, because Polygon is not really an L2.
Yeah, well, then they might have to reframe
L2-ish.
L2-ish.
Yes, definitely.
They used to claim that they're an L2, but not anymore. I think they got bullied enough.
Yeah.
What do they claim to be then? Do you know?
No, Polygon now, I think they just refer to them as a sidechain. Like it hasn't, so Polygon ZKVM is an L2, but like Polygon POS, the one that the majority of the people use, is a sidechain.
Okay, just for the audience members, can you define very quickly the difference between a sidechain and an L2? But we want to keep this really short because we're going to move on from this.
Sidechain doesn't basically inherit any security guarantees from the base layer, whereas L2s inherit certain security guarantees from the base layer.
But they achieve the similar goals. That's
in a way, but you can say that about any protocol.
Yeah, Fairs. Okay, so as the guys, I'm going to move to the Slido soon, probably in longer. If there is a poll, please let's go nuts for a poll in a minute. So the title of this talk or this panel really is the current status and the future of L2s, right? We can put the panel up. Let's go nuts. Fuck it. YOLO. We'll get back to this. Guys, focus. You get distracted by the screen. It's for the audience.
It looks interesting.
God, you would not do well on TikTok. So what is the current state of L2s in your opinion? I think there's something that are being used. There's a whole generation of L2s that are now coming online that arguably lack adoption. And I'm just genuinely interested in where you think we are now, and then kind of a little bit of a forward-looking statement in terms of what you think is going to come.
I think it really depends on, for example, if you look from the Ethereum perspective, it really depends on whether you want to look at the protocols that will eventually become L2s that are not definitionally L2s now. Like, for example, the majority of L2s that you currently use. Like, technically, there's only one true L2 on Ethereum right now. It's called Fuel version 1, and it has $8 on it. But everybody else, so Optimism, Arbitrum, Scroll.
It's a non-economic L2.
Oh, that's a fantastic protocol. And somebody actually tried to check whether if you like propose an invalid state transition, whether you can steal that $8. And actually, no, they got slashed and they lost like 1K or something on that. So the cost of the attack was like 100 times more than the actual funds inside that chain. But the rest of the L2s are eventually going to become L2s, whether it's going to be like in half a year, 2 years, whatever. And I think if you look at them, you can see a lot of things being done, both on the protocol level and on like user from like things from user perspective. So for example, like Arbitrum, Optimism have like massive TVL, a lot of apps, like a healthy ecosystem. Same with Base. And Starkware has a lot of unique apps that are being built specifically because it uses a different VM to everybody else. And then if you look at all the major ones, they are innovating in some way, whether they're EVM equivalent and they're exploring how to like optimize the EVM. So for example, Arbitrum has Stylus, which they refer to as EVM+, then Polygon is researching parallelization, etc. And then there are also new VMs that are just coming. There's Fluent that has WASM, there's Movement that is doing MoveVM, etc. So there are a lot of things that are happening. And I think in a year or two, once the tech matures to the point where you can actually call all those protocols L2s, we're going to have like a very vibrant ecosystem.
I think that all the L2s at the moment are in this like work in progress status. Sure, we all have our own prover, we all have our own sequencer, and we do things differently. But if the end goal is really to decentralize all of your components, let's say you want to build like a network of provers, that's still not the case for most of the L2s. So I'd consider, like the whole L2 industry is still a work in progress thing. Even though we have really cool apps and liquidity coming on these L2s, it's definitely something that is not 100% finalized. Like it's not like your final product. So it's always improving. You always find like new ways to innovate the chain. That's how I would define the status quo.
Cool, thank you. And I'm interested in your opinion on this, this question from a usability perspective, because that's what you care about.
Yeah.
So hit me.
Well, from me, there's currently a massive fragmentation kind of problem, and I definitely think that for the end user who just wants to use the thing, yes, if they all decide to go on Solana because it's simple, right now they'll have like 75% transaction failure rate or something like that. So there's those problems. But over the years, especially if you're a long-term user, I was wanting to be part of the Ethereum ecosystem, but just obviously priced out of L1. And then the next big thing is choosing an L2. And so it's like, well, do I use Optimism? Do I use Arbitrum? Do I use, again, Polygon, whatever you call it, the economic L2, whatever, but it's still presented, whatever the menu of options are. And then now there's Base, and I don't really know, I have not known historically. So I picked Polygon because it was like the number one, like the biggest at the time. And I thought, okay, well, this is where I get the most bang for my buck. And then I kind of feel like I chose wrong. Like maybe I should have gone for Arbitrum, but now Base is absolutely killing it. But then I do feel like I'm just kind of a Coinbase customer at that point. And so
use the Coinbase wallet for sure.
Yeah, which I don't. I'm not a Coinbase customer or a Base user. Same thing, right? But at some point, okay, now there's a new L2 that does things better. At some point, it's very hard to keep user retention long term if they have to sort of bounce around of which one to do. And if you do get everyone on one, what trust assumptions does that have? What security does that have relative to the L1? Is it then just like if everyone's using Base, I don't like that world, right? Maybe I'm being harsh on Base, but it seems like Coinbase runs the company, which is under a lot of pressures from governments and things like that right now. It's like one company is kind of under, a lot of pressure to kind of control everything. But yeah, so the user, especially if you want to use, like one of the things that's it's like a lot of this is done from the perspective of let's make things easier for the user, and paradoxically is the exact opposite of, oh yeah, they don't have to do the fees and do the gas estimates. Let's just do something cheap, so like an L2. And they don't want to worry about native tokens, so let's do a stable coin. And so then I click on the little menu of like, oh, I'm going to send, and then there's how many stable coins on how many networks, and it's so easy to get like the wrong one. It's like, okay, I'm going to pay this invoice in, it's the stable coin, but then you got the wrong stable coin or the wrong network, and now you got to swap back, but then whatever network doesn't support this, and it's chaos and it's a nightmare, and I don't know how there's so many users already on all these things.
This is a verbal response that's requested. How many of you enjoy making a transaction in crypto? I said verbal.
Yay.
Yeah. Who here fucking hates making a transaction in crypto?
I hate it primarily because all the wallets suck. I've never managed to find a good wallet that does everything that I needed.
That's after Justin's talk. We get to roast the wallet people.
It's going to be a long afternoon. Okay, so I guess on this topic, when we talk about, we asked a poll earlier, and I think it's nice that we revisit this now because it's about how do you make things more usable. So I want us to actually all stand up, and we're going to stand here and we're going to read it, and we're going to read it out together. So are ETFs a Bitcoin scaling solution? And this is what the audience thinks. 34 members is quite a lot. And so argue with them if you want. But I think it fits the market definition of an L2 in your thing.
I would say when I was coming on the panel to discuss...
I caused this.
Yeah. But, I would say that when I was coming on a panel to discuss L2s, I wasn't expecting...
We can sit down.
I wasn't expecting to be discussing ETFs on Bitcoin as an L2 scaling solution.
Really? Why not?
More.
I don't know. It sounds a bit depressing. I'll be honest. Like to build the most Cypher Punk thing possible and then to scale it via ETFs.
So here's an interesting thing. We're at a conference about privacy, and the reality is if someone buys a Bitcoin on chain, suddenly everyone's trying to figure out who they are as an institution. There's a plethora of tools out there to help people do that. Arkham Intelligence being one of them, but is the most crowdsourced. And it allows institutions privacy. And I'm not defending it. Let me be crystal clear. I'm not defending it, but it's one of the features that enables them. So I think my last question before we go to the conversations and the questions from the audience is, what do you think about privacy in L2s, built in, fundamentally easy to use? Like, just what's your thoughts on that? Because we're at a privacy event.
Could you just give me an example of how you would envision? Like for you, how would you see the ultimate usage of privacy in an L2?
Not necessarily for managing crypto assets per se, or using them, like, for example, generating meme coins. Definitely not that, but very much for like business transactions, or if I'm trying to actually sign a contract with a counterparty. And yesterday Oasis presented the idea of deploying a smart contract inside of a secure enclave, and the privacy in and what goes on the inside is provable, where the privacy out is all maintained. And that's not a shill for them, but that's just basically saying, like, it seems like privacy is getting closer to being real. I'm not saying it's there, but yeah.
I think the best way to like enhance your privacy on an L2 is to use your doxed ENS domain for everything. Then you're fully private. No, I'm joking. I think you can improve certain things. So like I think like if you take like for example an EVM equivalent chain, you're always going to be leaking certain data, especially with certain use cases, even if you try to completely privatize it. But you can do a lot of things. So for example, now that smart contract wallets are coming along, you can do certain things where you can, like, for example, introduce stealth addresses to the smart contract wallets, which would obviously not guarantee full privacy, that the amounts being sent will still be seen, but that's a good starting point, etc. So I think there are certain things that can be improved, but in general, I just don't see this happening, aside from Aztec and like a few other L2s that are specifically focused on privacy, this happening anytime soon, purely because like people are focusing on making their existing code base mature and optimizing the existing things. I think once that's done, then we can have a more serious chat about privacy and how we can introduce privacy there. But at the moment, I feel like it's a bit too premature.
I challenge everyone in this room to try and disprove that statement over the next 24 hours. Like, I think if there ever was a building full of people that can hopefully inspire that to happen sooner, it's going to be here. So I just want to get to the audience questions. So sorry, if you want to say anything else on this, then yeah.
Just real quick, I just think the privacy is extremely important, and especially once you do things that matter, and it's a lot of playing around on the EVM ecosystem right now. Once it's serious, once an NFT isn't a picture of a frog and it's your house deed, for example, I think you're going to need privacy. So I don't know if it should be baked in. You know, I don't really have a comment about baked into the L2 natively. Use Railgun in the meantime, please.
What animal did you just mention in your head? Frog?
Frog. I'm
Frog.
sorry, is that
well, the first question is, why is Togrul a duck?
It's not a duck, it's a wazzy. It's a fictional creature.
Come on, people.
Come on, guys. Everyone should know it. Like,
it's a penguin, right? It's like a penguin from
almost. Here. It's a fictional creature that lives in a fridge for 40 days. I'm not sure why. That's
okay.
The lore
if anyone wants to ask
that
about
food
it,
is.
you can do so after. Ask about that. You cannot do it after the event. Dash, which is dark coin, which is Xcoin equals Instamine scam.
Oh no.
You can. 2014 called it once its references back.
I haven't heard this conversation in like 7 years.
It's 7. Is it that recently?
Yeah.
It's been like 10 for me.
Okay, you can also have that fight outside. What are the exciting recent developments in cryptography for scaling?
Jolt was just announced like a few days ago, which is like a new prover. But I think
I got an ooh.
Ooh. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff happening in parallel. That like it's sometimes hard to keep up. Like one day you talk to someone from ZK Sync and they're like, oh yeah, we came up with this cool thing to optimize things. And you're like, oh shit, why didn't I think about it? And then you talk to somebody else within our team and then they come up with something else. So there are a lot of things happening. And I think we're still not there, but I think we have a few years of this neck-breaking speed of zero-knowledge proof improvements, because we went so far in the last 5 years. I remember 5 years ago when like doing a range proof was like super expensive on a normal PC, and now with like Plonky 3, for example, you can even compute a full validity proof for an EVM instance on your normal PC.
Don't drop the mic, but
we're looking into Circle Starks now, and it's just kind of an extension to Stark proofs. It was done in collaboration between Polygon and Starkware, and they released a whole paper on it around a month ago. So that's pretty exciting, and now we're working into integrating that into the current Starknet prover.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, hate to go back to that, but I think one of the most exciting developments in L2 scaling is the more
Bitcoin ETF.
That scales Ethereum.
Sort of. Yes. Well, I mean, but is the concept of the economic L2 in the market L2 in people's minds, where people say, "Oh, I use this instead," and instead of, I think a lot of the L2 argument comes from, I need to use this chain, and then I can't use this chain, so I'm going to not use it while still using it, sort of. And I think when people have the mindset of, oh, I do my this on this chain and my this on this chain, even though there is a certain amount of fragmentation that happens between juggling 5 chains or whatever, at least it gets people in the mindset of, I'm just going to use the thing that works, and then the L1s have to compete directly with the L2s, and then eventually that makes the L1s better or makes the L2s more like enshrined L2s or whatever come to the top or whatever. So just generally speaking, I think the concept of economic L2s in people's minds is kind of an exciting thing because it puts market pressure on the right way to scale.
I think like there's an advantage of hopping between 5 chains because you get airdrops from all 5 chains.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Which, by the way, that's a missed opportunity outside, is to, when there's the food trucks, it's called the airdrop station. So we get free snacks.
Ooh. Should I go there and ask one token?
I think at this point it's proven that airdrops do not create long-term retention. I think that is a statement that I'm quite... We'll see how that evolves. Yeah, TBD. Question for Scroll. Why is it so expensive? Call the devs, bro.
I was like, I'm gonna come on stage and at least people are not gonna like pester me here about how expensive it is. We're rolling out EIP 4844 and like upgrade in like 10 days. For 14 days, something like that. So it's going to get much cheaper. And yeah, and we have like a compression algorithm coming that will drop the prices by another 50 to 60% on an average transaction. So it should get much cheaper in like a couple of weeks.
Okay, well, there you go. I'm going to ask for one last closing statement that you think is maybe a fun fact or something about L2s that everyone here should know. Let's keep it short, fun, punchy, funky, whatever you want.
I'll start, I guess. Every L2 is someone's L1.
Boom.
Ooh, controversial. I think what I learned today is that the ultimate way to scale Ethereum is to launch an ETH ETF.
Hey,
again,
audience said yes. Audience said yes.
Gary, if you're listening, hit me up.
LFG.
I'm going to close it on... I'm going to come back to the whole bubble thing and that there is no real war. We all feel like we're in our own bubble and we want to all protect our own tech because we're all innovative in our own way. All the L2s are great. We're all different. And let's not make war. Let's make love in this... And memes in this Ethereum giant bubble.
Is Ellie here? Ellie here? Wasn't that such a nice statement?
But we also hate each other passionately.
Yeah,
Yes.
we didn't go into the whole like I'm going to steal your shit debate. So please give a round of applause for this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was fun. Thank you very much. Right? Well, the sword fight's coming up. I think that was an interesting topic. And I think that our next speaker is someone that definitely has an opinion on this. And I definitely would not think, how am I going to say this? He's not necessarily the most bullish person on a lot of things, but he can also be incredibly bullish on others. But there is no one else that I know on the planet that is as opinionated as this young gentleman. And so he's going to talk to you. I don't know the name of the talk, actually, so I'm going to allow you to come on, and you can just do it yourself, because I think you're more than capable. Please give it up for Justin.
Thank you. So the name of my talk is that Ethereum is dying without layer 1 scaling. It's obviously very clickbaity, but I mean it. And I think we're at a crossroads. I did a talk here last year on a similar subject, and I think on some ways I've been somewhat validated in my position. I am obviously a critic of modular scaling. I'm a critic of layer 2 scaling. I think it's the wrong way to scale a blockchain. I really think it's a losing strategy. And if Ethereum continues on its current path, I am convinced it will lose to competitors. Fragmentation has been mentioned a lot here today, which I think is great. One of the differences from when I did this talk last year is that a lot of the core devs have actually acknowledged the problem. This is why they talk about shared sequencing as a potential solution for that problem. In this talk, I'm going to explain why it's not a good solution to the fragmentation problem. And I'm even going to go so far as to say that technologically, this is solvable. And I'm really, especially want to drive this home to a lot of the developers in the room. But there's a difference between a problem being solvable from a technological perspective to a problem being solvable from a political, from a social, and a social coordination perspective. And I think that's the part that a lot of people are missing in this entire equation. The problem with fragmentation today, and if we look at the Ethereum ecosystem today, I would argue that you have the optimism ecosystem over here. You have the Arbitrum ecosystem over there. You have the ZK Sync, the Eigenlayer, et cetera, et cetera. You have all these separate ecosystems. And you also have the Ethereum ecosystem over there. Do you realize what I just did there? Do you realize what I'm doing here? I'm saying these are separate ecosystems. These are separate competing ecosystems. Optimism and Arbitrum are competing with Ethereum over fees and usage, all while the core developers decide we are not going to scale the capacity of Ethereum at all anymore. And I can maybe dive into that in a little bit more depth, why I can say that with confidence. But as it stands today, there is zero commitment to on-chain scaling. They literally raised the gas limit from the roadmap. They removed it. So sure, they can implement technologies that make Ethereum more efficient, that add to its quote-unquote scalability. But if you don't increase the gas limit, none of it matters. Because you're still stuck at, I would calculate it at about around 100 TPS, which is nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough. So what it seems like to me, it's a bit like Ethereum is rolled around and is showing its belly to predators. It's a surrender. It's a surrender to even try to be competitive. And obviously, you know, modular scaling advocates, they would say, well, everyone's just going to use these layer 2s, and the layer 2s are going to pay the layer 1, and this is how it works with this layered approach to scaling. Right? This is the argument. Let me take a recent example. I think you've all seen these statistics. Coinbase has made $40 million in revenue because of Base. And correct me if I'm wrong on these numbers, but I think only about 200,000 or so, can someone correct me? Maybe, yeah. It was a very small fraction of that is going back to the layer 1. Tiny fraction of that money, like orders of magnitude less. So basically, what Base is doing is they're taking all of this usage, they're getting all of these fees in, and only a small amount is going back to the layer one, right? What I'm proposing, wouldn't it be better if the layer one scaled? If the layer one scaled, all of that value would just flow directly to Ethereum, right? If the system could just scale. But instead, we're in this situation. And also want to point this out, this was mentioned in the panel before. If you look at the top 10 layer 2s right now, according to L2Beat, every single one of them has admin keys. They can steal all user funds, okay? They can censor transactions. They can deny you access. That's not the cypherpunk dream. That's not scaling Ethereum. That's something else entirely. That's not what I signed up for. I left BTC entirely by 2017 because I was fed up. I was fed up with Bitcoin not scaling. I was fed up with it abandoning its original vision, which was money for the world. You can't be money for the world if only a few people can use it at the same time. You know, that's ridiculous. And the claim, obviously the claim by layer 2 advocates is, well, we will decentralize in the future. I just want to point out, as a blockchain researcher, as an investor in this space for over a decade, the amount of times I've heard people say that versus the amount of times that actually happens is just tiny, tiny. And there's something to be said. Yes, I believe in individuals doing the right thing at times. That happens. People can be heroes. People can give up on money in order to some greater ideal. I do believe in that, right? But if we're looking at a system of millions of people, and there's this type of collective incentive mechanism, collective governance, then I'm not going to rely on the goodwill of individuals. If I'm predicting what's going to happen with this system, I'm going to say that the majority of people are going to follow their own self-interest. That's my position. Yes, if you're talking about large systems of people, if you're talking about civilization and society, the way you predict the future is by looking at incentives. You don't just wish for the best. That's a losing strategy. Okay, so today, all of these layer 2s are centralized, effectively. And the idea is, oh, well, they're just going to decentralize. Okay, so you're saying they're going to willingly surrender their power? Coinbase is just going to give up. By the way, Coinbase is a for-profit company based in New York, okay? I love Coinbase, by the way, for the record. Love Coinbase, fantastic company. They've done a lot for cryptocurrency. I just want to point that out, and I really respect them for standing up for cypherpunk principles for when it mattered. They pick their battles, but I appreciate that. And as a company, I don't blame them for building Base, right? Of course they build Base. They just made $40 million off it, okay? But in order for the fragmentation problem to be solved, and let me just come back to fragmentation. So the fragmentation destroys the UX. The fragmentation takes away fees from the base layer. The fragmentation destroys composability. Composability being, the reason why Ethereum DeFi was so successful in the first place. That's also destroyed now. What you're saying is that if Base were to decentralize, they would have to give up all of that revenue. They'll probably make over $100 million this year. It's a for-profit company with a board. Do you seriously think they're just going to give up that revenue? That's crazy. Really, if I was on that board, I would vote no to that, even though I love decentralization, right? That's crazy. So I think there's so much of this wishful thinking, and we have a lot of computer scientists and engineers, and I would really just emphasize, think about the human element here. Think about that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that these lessons that we've seen repeat through history again and again and again, these apply to Ethereum as well. These apply to cryptocurrency as well. And we can be so blind to it sometimes. It's especially upsetting considering that the exact same thing happened in BTC, right? Like what I'm talking about, BTC pivoted away from layer 1 scaling in favor of layer 2 scaling, right? The BTC chain got extremely congested, and that is when Ethereum became extremely successful. That is not a coincidence, okay? Because Ethereum was committed to layer 1 scaling. I signed up to Ethereum because I'm like, yes, sharding, layer 1 scaling, fantastic, I'm on board. I was a diehard Ethereum supporter from the day it was launched. I was mining it in the first week. It's literally been the largest asset in the fund I manage for the vast majority of its history, until very recently, actually. Because I've come this far and I'm just more and more losing hope for Ethereum because a lot of the core developers, a lot of your leadership is doubling down on this. And I don't think change will come from leadership here. Because they're doubled down, because they have massive perverted incentives, like billions of dollars, think about this example. If I'm a core developer, right? I could go work for the foundation and get paid a wage, right? Or I could found a layer 2 blockchain, do a token distribution, maybe even I'd make hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a lot better than a wage, right? I mean, this is part of the perversion and the corruption that's happening in cryptocurrency right now. You have only, like the foundation is literally only probably spending no more than a few million on layer 1 scaling, right? No more, really. I mean, real layer 1 scaling. They've abandoned it completely, in all honesty. But then in the layer 2 space, what is it? Exceeding $100 billion of funding probably now. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. Well, just insane amounts of money. Insane amounts of money. That's corruption, right? That's the people, your leaders are saying, we're not going to scale the layer 1, we're going to do this layer 2 thing. And this layer 2 thing, look, my main critique of layer 2 is the fragmentation issue. I'm going to go back to that. I want to go back to the core, and I'm going to check my notes here a bit too. The main thing, and the reason why I think it can't be solved, and the thing I found really exciting was shared sequencing. Who is aware of how shared sequencing works? Put up your hand. Wow, 2 people, 3 people? Oh my God. Okay, I was expecting a little bit more at an Ethereum conference. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let me explain shared sequencing for you. So Justin Drake recently came out on a bunch of prominent podcasts. Justin Drake, fantastic researcher, by the way, not just because he has the same name as me. And he came out and he actually acknowledged, yes, fragmentation is a problem. And that's that validation I was talking about before, where I think a lot of the Ethereum community was pushing back, and now the core developers themselves are saying fragmentation is a problem. Okay? Who agrees that fragmentation is a problem? Hands up. There we go. More people that know what the proposed solution is, at least, so that's good. So the proposed solution by the Ethereum core developers, as far as I see it, is this idea of shared sequencing. So as of today, the majority, well, pretty much almost all layer 2s have what's known as a centralized sequencer. And that's where the majority of, say, base revenue is coming from right now. They're able to order transactions, they're able to extract MEV, and they're able to skim the fees. And the idea behind a shared sequencing is that, and in principle, I'm actually in favor of the idea. I actually like the idea. I do. I just don't think it's possible to implement for social coordination reasons, and I'm going to get into that more. Now, what the shared sequencer does is instead of everyone just using their own centralized sequencer, how about we put the sequencer on the layer 1? Which in principle I like, right? Because I want to enshrine everything on the layer 1. I'm a monolithic scaling guy, right? So in principle, I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. This is a step in the right direction, right? However, and here comes the problem. In order for that to work, everyone needs to use the same shared sequencer, okay? And we're in an environment here, this environment, where optimism is saying, hey, we have a solution to the fragmentation problem. It's the optimism superchain. And then EitherDam comes along and they say, hey, we have a solution to the fragmentation problem through EitherDam. And then Polygon comes along and they say, hey, we have a solution to this interoperability protocol because of the Ag layer, right? And Arbitrum also has an equivalent thing, and there's coffee, there's a bunch of them, right? So this is the irony of it. It makes me sad and laugh at the same time, but when I hear these people talk about, when I hear Optimism or Arbitrum or Coffee say, hey, we're solving the fragmentation problem because we're building the shared sequencer that everyone's going to use, and then you're all going to pay us a fee. It's not going to work. See, this is a free market, and what naturally happens is that you're going to have competing parties with each other in a real free market, which is good, right? That's a good thing. Okay, but the idea that Base will give up its ability to censor, so be compliant, right? Will give up all of its revenue in favor of this higher ideal of using the Base sequencer, I think is total nonsense. I really do. I don't see a path from A to B. Even though technologically it's completely feasible. I acknowledge that. The problem is social. The problem is coordination. And the irony behind all of this is that's the problem that the layer 1 solves. The layer 1 is supposed to be a credibly neutral platform that we can all come together around, a common shelling point. This is why I believe in layer 1 scaling. And if I'm being completely fair to the modular advocates, I think at least the ones that I most respect, okay, like their position is that it's impossible to scale the layer 1. That is their position. I mean, who agrees with that statement, that it's impossible to scale the layer 1 while preserving decentralization? Hands up. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I think last year was very different. That's amazing. So we're getting further. Who thinks it is possible to preserve decentralization while scaling the layer 1? Hands up. Oh, wow. I was not expecting this at an Ethereum conference, a very enlightened crowd. So if it is possible to scale the layer 1 while preserving decentralization, all of these trade-offs that we're making, the fragmentation, the trust trade-offs, the high fees on the L1, like all of this, the horrible UX, as Joel very well described, you know, oh, do I have Arbitrum USD or Optimism USD? Oh, do I need to go through this bridge or that bridge? It's a total nightmare. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not taking any UX seriously unless it's just like one click. Like seriously, it should just work. The way it should work, this is how it should work, right? So I have Ethereum, you have Ethereum, okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scan a QR code and I'm gonna hit send. That's it. That's it. That works. That's how Ethereum worked for forever until it became congested. And now the layer 2 experience is very different. Okay, so I have ETH, you have ETH. What layer 2 are you on? Can I transact with you directly? Oh no, I can't. No, I need to go through a bridge first. Oh, that bridge is centralized, so I'm getting some risk. You know, hundreds of millions have been lost in bridge hacks, FYI. And then, okay, is a bridge. Is the layer 2 secure? Well, like I said, all of them have admin keys right now. All of them can censor. That's a lot to consider, isn't it? That's a lot to consider. And it just, if you consider those comparisons in UX, it's not even a competition anymore. And look, Ethereum pursued sharding for most of its history, and it pivoted away from it silently, I would say 22, 23, right? And I think it should pivot back. And when I talk to some of the core developers, even though I have the utmost respect for some of these individuals, they tell me that sharding is impossible. That's what they tell me. Sharding is impossible. It blows my mind, considering that we have multiple sharded chains fully implemented in cryptocurrency right now, proving them wrong. So all of this, This entire layer 2 scaling roadmap is based on a false dichotomy. The false dichotomy is we can't scale the layer 1 while preserving decentralization. And all of this, people would point back to the blockchain trilemma. I'm telling you today, the blockchain trilemma has been solved. It's been solved, okay? When Vitalik first talked about the trilemma, I think it was in the 2015 paper or 14, I don't recall exactly. You know, he referred to the trilemma as this is a scaling trilemma that applies to traditional blockchain designs. Yeah, that's why he was pursuing sharding, because it's a non-traditional blockchain design. We can overcome these limitations, you know? And look, I think a lot of you might not like Solana today, and I have my own critiques of Solana. It's far from perfect. There's a lot of flaws. But the fact that Solana's been outperforming the way it has, the fact that Solana, even with all of the problem it's going through, which is even more embarrassing for Ethereum, by the way, considering the crappiness of Solana, it still has more TPS than Ethereum and all layer 2s combined. You're losing. You're losing the main use cases that people actually use blockchains for right now, which is the speculation and the meme coin and all the stuff us technical people hate. But those are the stepping stones towards mass adoption. Okay, open your eyes. Ethereum is on a train. It's heading into a brick wall. And yeah, it's going to be a slow death, just like BTC in my view. Slowly losing its dominance over many years, and you can continue believe and you can have your little niche coin. But I'm all about global domination. I'm all about like freedom, right? Like I'm all about making the world a better place with this technology. And I just don't think this modular scaling roadmap can do that. And it's just utterly uncompetitive. There's no way that can actually succeed. And I don't see the proposed solutions working. And those do come back to this idea. And the incentives are perverse. I mean, there's a lot of talk of other potential technologies like ZK EVM and these type of things. But the situation we're in now, let's say Ethereum were to scale. Ethereum scales its main chain. What happens to Optimism? What happens to Arbitrum? What happens to ZK Sync? What happens to all these blockchains? Huh? Yeah, they disappear. They become worthless. Billions of dollars down the drain. So yeah, this whole idea that, oh, Ethereum will scale if they can, no, I'm not convinced of that at all. I'm not convinced of that at all because there's so much money on the line that's bidding on the contrary outcome. So, and look, from a VC's perspective, it's great, right? You can get in on the pre-sale, you can then dump on retail, you can play the hype wave, you know? But that's not building the future of decentralization. That's not building the future of cryptocurrency. That's a bait and switch. That's not what I signed up for. That's not the Cypher Punk vision. So yeah, I think Ethereum, and look, the leadership is gun-ho on this. I've been chatting with them, and I don't think they're going to change their mind. So the only way that Ethereum can actually course correct here is that you, the community, needs to rebel against your own leadership. That's not easy, right? That's what happened in BTC with the block size debates, and they failed. Even in BTC, when the majority of industry was on board with bigger blocks, the majority of miners were on board with bigger blocks, the majority of companies were on board with bigger blocks, the majority of users, the majority of stake was all in favor of bigger blocks, and they still lost in favor of what the developers wanted. Not what the people wanted, not what the market wanted. And this comes down to the core problem in all of this, that I think a few minutes left. The core problem in all of this is this. Ultimately, this is scalability is a problem, yes, but the bigger problem is governance. Because how do we get in this situation in the first place? How could this repeat again and again? It's clearly a systemic flaw in governance. It's clearly a set of perverse incentive that's going to lead to the same outcome again and again. We need to escape that cycle. I hope Ethereum can do that, but over time, I'm becoming more and more skeptical of that actually becoming a reality. And that makes me very sad because there's a lost opportunity there. You know, I care about this movement. I want to see mass adoption. And now, you know, when I talk to a lot of people, people say, oh, I don't believe in cryptocurrency because it's slow and expensive. Yeah, I don't believe in that either. Okay, I don't. And I also don't believe in compromising in terms of your custody, and I don't believe in compromising in terms of censorship. It's mind-blowing that some of you even think that's okay. So the solution is a pivot back to a sharded system. I think it's unlikely, so the more likely solution is people are just going to ape into other cryptocurrencies, even if they are Solana, which should make you all feel even worse. So thank you, everyone.
Actually, here, hold on to this for just a minute. Awesome. Thank you so much, Justin, for this very spicy, very, very enlightening conversation. I'd love to pull up the Slido so we can answer a few questions. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Don't go easy on me, okay? Bring it on.
All right, the first question we have is, if BTC and ETH are dying L1s while representing the majority of the market cap, what is the actual solution for trustless scalability?
I really appreciate this question because I had it in my notes to actually cover the alternative solution here. So the alternative to me, my favorite solution is sharding. And the reason for that is because it's a form of horizontal scaling. Vertical scaling, I think we can all agree is, quadratic scaling, we can all agree is a bad idea, right? Because if you increase capacity times 10, you can do that once, increase capacity times 10 again, your costs are maybe going to go up 100-fold after that. So it's not a sustainable way to scale a blockchain. I can all agree with you there in principle. So I particularly like sharded systems because it's a true form of horizontal scaling where we can increase the capacity of the network while simultaneously keeping node requirements low. Look, I'm not against purely parallelized blockchains like Solana as well. I just think they have a significantly lower upper limit. And what they are doing in effect compared to sharding is they're actually trading off capacity for speed. And in sharded systems, the trade-off, just to be fully transparent, is that a sharded system adds a few seconds to confirmation time. So there is a legitimate trade-off between something like Solana and a sharded system. However, if you compare that to the layer 2 ecosystem, obviously it's way worse when it comes to layer 2s and settlement times between chains, etc. So,
great. And we have another question. What are the competitors to which Ethereum would lose? You did talk a bit about Solana, but is there anyone else?
Well, that's like the trillion-dollar question, isn't it? That's what everyone wants to know. Where do I put my money? Look, I don't think anyone really knows that to any degree of certainty. It's my job to know that. That's literally what I do. I would recommend people diversify. What I tend to do is I go, okay, I want to invest in Ethereum competitors. I'll invest in like 5. And if 2 of those do well, I'm doing great. So, because some things are just not, even if you're just the best researcher in the whole world, just some things are just outside of our ability to predict, from politics to narrative to global events. So, diversify that. But I think what matters to me is it a scalable system? Is it decentralized? Is it programmable? I like proof of stake as well. By the way, Ethereum's economic model, what happened with EIP 1559, love it. It's beautiful. It's the best economic model as far as any cryptocurrency goes. That's also something I look for.
I think that goes into this other question we have, naming L1s that have solved the blockchain trilemma.
Yeah, there's a few. So EGLD, also known as Multiverse X, formerly known as Elrond, also known as eGold. Terrible marketing, very disappointing. But actually, I believe it's the only blockchain that has fully implemented sharding, and properly so. There's 4 shards validated by separate validators, of course, randomized shuffling, the works. And it's got all the other bells and whistles to it as well. The more well-known blockchain, obviously, is Near. So Near hasn't fully implemented sharding yet, but they're close. And then there's Ton as well. It's also a sharded blockchain, but Ton has got a lot of red flags attached to it. So, word of warning there, buyer beware. And obviously you have the parallelized chains as well. So it'd be your Solanas, your Suis, your Aptoses, your monads coming along, which has a parallelized EVM. But this is the perfect example of complacency in Ethereum, by the way. I see no good reason not to parallelize the EVM. Even if you don't care about increasing gas limits. If you parallelize the EVM and you do it with a way like minimal trade-offs, right? you can decrease your node requirements like 8-fold, right? It's ridiculous. We all have computers with multiple cores. Why would you not utilize multiple cores? It's just this ridiculous bottleneck, but it goes to show there's a degree of complacency that happens once a cryptocurrency becomes successful. People get comfortable. Fire some of these developers is what I would say. Hire new ones.
I think that's a perfect spicy note to end this Q&A on. Justin, I'm sure, will be available afterwards for all your further questions, but I just want to give you another round of applause for this incredible talk.
Thank you, everyone.
Awesome, thanks. Yeah. Awesome. And one of the things I love, and that I think all of you love about being here, is that we're not shying away from harder questions. We're not afraid to get political. I want you to just carry that energy into the rest of this afternoon and into tomorrow and into this next talk. So I'd like to welcome back to the stage Joel.
Real quick, we need microphones for everyone. There's a couple missing ones. How's everyone's afternoon going? You guys getting sleepy yet? Anyone passing out? It's the wallets panel. Everyone loves wallets.
Right now is if we can just have you guys come up and be friendly, share your mics, and then we'll get new mics for you.
Yeah, we need a L2 scaling solution for microphones. All right. Yeah, I'm happy to share. I can share with Paul, and then you guys can share. Right? We'll wait for everyone to leave the room first, and then we can... Minimal audience. Yeah, we can get started. Yeah, this is the least collateral damage from this talk. All right. So, looks like we have 29 minutes left. So, hey, everyone. Happy ETHDam. Hope you're having a great time. Hope you're taking things seriously and not too seriously. Welcome to the wallets panel. And has everyone in here used a wallet before? Raise your hand if you have never used a wallet. Raise your hand if you have used crypto but never used a wallet. Exactly. So this is why you all should be here for this panel. So I have some talking points, by the way, but we're going to kind of go with the flow if that's all right with everyone. Why don't you guys just go down from proximity and introduce yourselves? Paul, you first.
Hi, everyone. Mic check. Hi, everybody. My name is Paul Pui, CEO and co-founder of Edge. As you know, this is a wallet panel. We are a self-custody wallet, although as we'll kind of talk about a little later, I've started to really hate that term because it doesn't really tell what an application does. Since there's many things that in the crypto world a self-custody app could do. But yeah, I've been in the space now for about 11 years and been building for about 10. And both excited about what the space has become, but also very surprised relative to what it was in the early days of just kind of Bitcoin. So that's where I'm at.
Hello, everyone. This is Sami. Happy to be here as a Amsterdamer for several years already, so great to be here on the stage. So working as a head of marketing at Trust Wallet. If you don't happen to know what is Trust Wallet, it's one of the most trusted and secure Web3 wallet and crypto wallet and Web3 gateway. We have more than 80 million users globally so far. Trust Wallet was founded in 2017 as the first mobile self-custody multi-chain wallet, and excited to be here to speak about security and privacy as well. One of the recognition is the ISO certification, which we received earlier this year as one of the first self-custody wallets. So great to chat today with our fellow wallet teammates here.
Hey guys, okay, it's working. So I'm the CEO and co-founder of DeFi Wallet. We were the first multi-chain wallet extension. Yeah, we've been here for a little while. We're now the wallet that supports the most chains out there, and really proud of it. And a lot of stuff will happen later this year, but I'm going to touch on that during the panel.
Absolutely. And personally, I'm a user of 2 out of the 3. I needed to download Trust Wallet, but hopefully by the end of the conference, I'll have some feedback for you. Yeah, so real quick, this was a suggested point. What role do crypto and Web3 wallets play in 2024? And so this is a very open-ended question, obviously, but crypto and Web3 wallets, what kind of role do they play? Anyone got any thoughts on this? Anyone want to go first? It's kind of an open-ended one.
Yeah, happy to go. Well, I guess, so most of the people in the world that are holding crypto are not onboarded yet in self-custody. They're using like centralized venue, whether it's like a centralized exchange or some sort of centralized venue such as Transact apps, Robinhood, whatever it is. So as a self-custody wallet, you essentially the very first interface that you're going to interact with as a user before you even like think about interacting with Uniswap or any other dApps, right? So our role is somehow to make the onboarding of the people that are jumping into on-chain activities. And that's a lot of responsibilities, obviously, from a security standpoint, but also from a UX perspective. So I would say that like this is a critical piece of infrastructure, probably one of the most important piece of infrastructure when it comes to a blockchain technology, which is somehow like probably not as loved as other part of our space. And I was like actually upstairs and I heard like the previous panel with why the wallet sucks. Plenty of reasons for that, and we can go through them, which I don't think is completely true either. But yeah, I think it's an essential piece of infrastructure, right? Like we're the first thing, we're the gateway to crypto. So I think it's pretty important.
Cool. Who's next?
Yeah, if I build on what Emil was saying, like you said, centralized exchanges are the entry point for many users. Then when you know what has happened in the past year, for example, in case of FTX and a few other players, you know, and you have heard this, for example, during the previous panel as well, not your keys, not your crypto. So that is, unfortunately, there has been a situation where the users needed to learn the hard way, but at the same time, the industry knows, and it's a best education situation as well, that you really need to go to self-custody. If you want to mitigate your risks, self-custody is the true way for you to own your crypto. Obviously, then, if you speak about the user experience, again, like what Emil said, if I'm going to my, let's say, to my family or to my friends, and many of them say, like, so how does self-custody work? They understand the concept of it, your keys, your crypto, and then they say, like, so where do I put my email address and my password? What's this seed phrase thing here? And then the first thing they say, like, I actually don't trust myself. I cannot trust myself actually storing these seed phrases. What if I do lose it? Then obviously you will lose your keys. So I think we, as a wallet, we are in a critical phase to do the innovation to make sure that we will help users to trust themselves. In this case, we provide innovations when at self-custody, the security information is always stored at the user front, not at the provider side. And Trust Wallet, for example, just earlier this year, we introduced our smart wallet or account abstraction wallet called Swift Wallet, which basically ties the security information to users' passkeys. And that means that it's better user experience. They can trust themselves as long as they keep their iCloud or Google Drive passwords, passkeys safe. And then we can onboard the users. And finally, in many markets like Southeast Asia, they don't have even access to centralized exchanges to onboard to crypto Web3 in the first place. So those users will get the first touch point to self-custody automatically. And that's why the user experience, innovation, and the security and privacy aspects are critical to make sure that we can make it smooth and users can trust themselves.
I'm going to rephrase, I think, what some of my colleagues here mentioned as far as like exchanges and centralization. I think our mission of wallets, especially in 2024, is to end exchanges. Basically, get people completely off of them. And really the focus in how to do that is feel just like them. The goal, as opposed to training, there's a lot of people here, and no offense to the organizers of this conference, because they're really big on education. I used to really be big on education in the early phase of crypto. I've actually thought that, ironically, it's kind of part of the name of our company, Edge, and we have this quote-unquote education blog, but I think we need to get away from focusing on that as the solution, and instead simply deliver what people are already used to. But now in the wallet space, or what I prefer to say is the self-custody space, because everything's a wallet. Like Coinbase had a USD wallet, which is nothing more than a damn bank account. So in the self-custody space, we need to just simply make it feel familiar so that people don't have to ask the question or go to a workshop and take a half-hour course on how to use and get onboarded into crypto. They do what they would feel comfortable with if they were to go to a Kraken, a Coinbase, a Binance, or to a PayPal or a Venmo. That, I think, is our mission. Make it that familiar. Maybe it's not an email because we care about privacy, but it's the closest thing we can get in that familiarity space. And then we're able to onboard people and get them off all the centralized services.
Yeah, for sure. And that kind of get people off exchanges talking point is a little bit on, it's a couple questions down, we'll kind of address that. But time to pivot into FUD, or rather, recently there was a proposed or passed piece of legislation in the EU that would add some extra challenges maybe to the crypto space and how they operate in terms of custody versus self-custody, anonymous accounts versus everything else. And obviously from like the, I read the piece of legislation. Most people probably haven't. Most people just see somewhere on Twitter, X, whatever you call it, that, oh, they're banning privacy, they're banning self-cut. There's some like general like ideas out there, right? And so as annoying as it is to sort of address this kind of thing, do you guys want to kind of take a crack at it? Like, what's going on and how does this affect you, and what are some of the challenges that this new regulatory landscape, in this one in particular, but also just across the world, right, moving forward, how do you kind of navigate that world? Who wants to go first?
I'll happily take this one, I think, because there's what you see from the reporters and then what the actual legislation says. And of course, then there's the third layer, which is what people are predicting the next level of compliance is going to require. So to the best of my knowledge and who we've talked to, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, guys, is that the transactions from a centralized custodial service to a self-custody address need to be KYC'd, meaning a custodian needs to know who it is sending money to, and that address is owned by a specific person that they have personal information about. And so generally already true with a lot of exchanges, which are most of the custodial services. They're already KYCing users. So how do they actually prove, though, that when they send funds out to a self-custody wallet, that's the user's wallet? Now, ironically, this is something that actually our company's been dealing with for 6-ish years now, where we do an address proof. We just, in a way, it's kind of silly. We just simply sign with a private key a message that says we own this public key, which is this public address. And then that address goes to the exchange, and the exchange can say, okay, well, we have quote-unquote proof that this user owns the address, and we can now send funds to it. So the technology is there. It's been around for years, and it's more of a bit of a technical inconvenience that now all of the exchanges that you might interact with might need this proof. But the protocol's there. It's been baked into a handful of different wallets, including Edge. And so I don't think that that's a huge lift. It's just, once again, an inconvenience. The proposal that possibly they would ban self-custody to self-custody, it's not impossible. Countries could have draconian measures. But at the same time, they're probably realizing that that wouldn't end any of what they're actually concerned about from the viewpoint of illicit activity, because you could download a fully open source self-custody app, compile it yourself, and the illicit actors will probably go through that go through that challenge of doing so. So once again, I'm not too concerned about the existing, best of my knowledge, restrictions that are getting in place, because a small technical update can actually fix that. And in a way, it actually makes me a little bit happy. I've never been happy about regulation. So this is one of those very, very few instances where I'm a little happy, because there is a class of custodian services that are not exchanges. They're fully custodial wallets, especially in like the Bitcoin Lightning space. There's a whole bunch of them. Those products are effectively dead. Like, no one's going to be using those.
Fully agreed.
They would be fully dead under this kind of regulation, because they would have to KYC whatever entity it sends funds out to, which means you can only send funds to yourself. So in a way, it is going to drive people to the self-custody solutions from the viewpoint of being able to just simply send and receive.
And I fully agree with you on the fact that, like, if you're a custodial service, you should be regulated as a bank is. There is no reason why not. So I think it does make sense. Ultimately, like, it was only like regarding like officially licensed crypto services that had basically now to report on big transactions. I mean, that's nothing to do with like self-custody wallet being banned or anything that I've read on X or Twitter. I agree with you. I think in some sort of jurisdictions at some point or another, there will be like some regulations on self-hosted wallets. It's not just now. So let's see what happens. But I'm sure we all have, I mean, I know we all have like legal departments. We're all monitoring what's happening. Let's see what happens first. Probably going to be trust paying before anyone else.
Yeah, well, one thing, obviously not being any expert on the regulatory matters, but indeed right now it seems like the regulation proposal explicitly mentions that software wallets and hardware wallets are excluded. Self-custody to self-custody is not in the scope, but it's only basically when an operator is hosting a wallet. So basically centralized exchange in this case. So I don't see that really much is changing at this point, but obviously these FUD news, they are really attractive and getting a lot of interest there, but it's also a good opportunity to educate users. What I think always when there's regulatory changes, it's also a good way to increase the mass adoption. And Paul actually mentioned a really good example of what they have been doing. I think in the future, I would foresee, especially knowing that centralized exchanges are still critical on-ramp channel for people to join self-custody, there should be probably a standardized SoulPound KYC token which allows the sending side to actually verify that there's actually a KYC completed. It matches the one in their own record. So I think it's really critical actually in the security and privacy field as well that there's going to be innovation. It increases the user experience. When user experience is good, users will go to self-custody. So that's my narrative today.
Nice. Yeah, in like a sentence, do all three of you think that this is actually, for your companies personally, good or bad for business or neutral? What do you think?
I think it's bad only because it just costs more engineering effort. And when I mentioned that one little benefit, it's just a little nugget. I think that if I had to say, above or below 50%, is it 50% above 50% good or bad? It's still below 50% good, so it's still net negative. But you try to see the silver lining. That's probably the best way for me to describe it, but still a net negative because it's inconvenience. We could be spending our time doing better things than creating these address proofs and changing APIs and integrations. So still net negative in my eyes.
From my point of view, I wouldn't necessarily assess it from our point of view. Obviously, I agree that any engineering resource you might want to put it in certain aspects, but I always take a look at it from user point of view. Is it beneficial for the users? If the option is that there would be unclarity for users to perform this, and we have an engineering solution to do it, I think it's good for majority of the users. That's how I would frame it. So if we can help users to come to self-custody, then it's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm roughly aligned.
All right. So one thing, as Paul sort of alluded to with the ending centralized exchanges type thing, talk about DEX integrations. And as far as I know, for example, Thorchain is integrated across all three wallets currently. And there's a few other cross-chain protocols coming up. And so how do DEX integrations factor into the wallet roadmap in the future and right now?
Yeah, I'm happy to take this one. Well, obviously, like we were the reference wallet from Thorchain, were incubated by them originally. So for us, it was like a priority to support like Thorchain itself. Ultimately, when we built the wallet, we built it in a really chain agnostic way, and we didn't just want to support like a large array of chains. We also like wanted to allow people to communicate between the different ecosystems that were integrated, and obviously like a solution such as Thorchain was really important. Now, when we first essentially built our routing API, there was no equivalent. There was Rango early on, but we were kind of already like more or less at the same like level of development. Since then, we basically built an aggregator of aggregator with the routing API, right? So like we have like obviously Thorchain that was the first one being integrated, but then we also integrated 0x, Uniswap, 1inch, Socket, all the bridges that come with it. Osmosis, IBC transfer are integrated in it, and like we have MEV protection stuff. I mean, a lot of stuff coming into the routing API itself. So the idea is for the user to be able to go into the wallet, swap within an ecosystem any assets he wants to swap, bridge from an ecosystem to another any assets he wants to bridge, and not necessarily have to use 3 different wallets and interfaces to achieve the same thing. I'll give you an example. Like if you are currently like using like Phantom and you are trading meme coins or whatever you're doing, and using Base, that's great. Now there is Base, and we know that like there is DGen, motherfuckers, like all these different like shitcoins that are being created on Base. I want to go on Base. You have your Phantom. Base is not supported by Phantom. They don't have a custom RPC. You need a MetaMask. You need to download a new wallet. And since like Phantom is not going to allow you to bridge directly within the wallet to Base, you're going to need to interact with the third-party interface, and you suddenly have used like 3 different interfaces, 2 different wallets, and probably like put 15 clips into it. And also like you probably have met some issues like with funding a given address in gas before you can bridge. So that's kind of what we wanted to solve. On top of not having to deal with dApp transaction signing pop-ups and other things like that. So for us, it was very much like a huge focus. And we will continue developing our routing API to make it as performant as possible. And it's a lot of work. We're an interface, but a lot of the thing happen in the back. And I love when Paul said like improving our API, because that's the kind of things we had to build ourselves, and I'm pretty sure Edge Wallet as well. I trust you guys have like a really stable wallet, and you too, like, and I'm really admirative of that. But when all of these wallets have been there for a while actually, and when we all started, API providers were not catering for the needs of multi-chain wallets, and we either had to combine like different APIs, which leads to several point of failures and an overall dev experience that is absolutely disgusting. And I think that like most of us like have worked on our own API indexes. So again, like we're an user interface, but as you said, with the routing API, there was a lot of stuff happening in the backend actually, and under the hood. To answer your question, yes.
Yes. Who else?
I think if you think about where does DEX integration factor into our product roadmap, I would always take it to the one step further. Like, if you think about we are now, I just speak about because now we're hopefully in the beginning of the next bull run, and you're expecting that the next billion users will come to self-custody as well. The first thing, if they would land to a wallet that you just see your balances, which are 0 because you don't have anything, and the first thing you need to go to that browser, and these users never have been navigating in world of Web3. They're like, oh, so what do I do? They're like, okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Let me go back to the centralized exchange. But when we have been not only DEX integrations, but we have integrated on-ramp solutions, we have a bunch across globally different providers supporting different users, different on-ramp channels. Obviously, the DEX integrations are critical, so we support same chain swaps like 1inch and Thorchain like the rest of the wallets here as well. It's all about just making sure that they can meet their use cases. They can buy the crypto, they can swap the crypto, they can get into the world, and then when they get the comfort, like how self-custody works, they can actually hold and do actions. Then we open them and they can go to the full Web3 as well if they want. Another example of our success story, if I just can mention here, is that we just recently integrated the ETH staking with Kiln, and I cannot even remember the numbers right now, but we are one of the most TVL captured wallet together with Kiln, and that's the use case that we basically in a matter of weeks just went to. I think it's 20 million in ETH right now being staked. And the key is that users can just do basically one click. They have their ETH, they click on the home page that I want to stake my ETH. They confirm, they choose the node provider, and basically off they go. So this is the flow. Like, it's not only about the DEX integrations, but just providing the native solutions through the APIs that users can meet their use cases. And maybe later we still have time to speak about the security features we have integrated, but the same idea there as well.
So I'll pick off one of those concepts that I'll build on one of the concepts that was mentioned as far as the fiat on and off ramps. A lot of people get into crypto. That's the first thing that they need. They need to get into crypto. And the general integrations that we've seen over the past years are little to one-sided, meaning There's maybe buy support where people can purchase, and almost never is there sell support. We have focused on both sides almost entirely when at Edge. But to build on that, if you think about it, when you go to an exchange, the experience is vastly different to the average wallet when you just simply want to trade. The first thing you do is you typically deposit. And then once you've deposited, then you can very quickly trade. And that's vastly different. In wallets, it's like you buy and you swap, which is a much slower operation, especially cross-chain. It also doesn't give you a lot of the different type of order features that a centralized exchange will give you, such as a limit order, or maybe even leverage, stop limit orders. So fundamentally, if we really want to end the exchanges, we have to go much, much faster in the order types, and we have to be able to provide the kind of order types that the true traders are looking for. And so once again, those stop limit orders, potentially a little bit of leverage as well, where possible. And the nice thing is that DeFi is really starting to allow for this. Early on, we couldn't. It was challenging just to go from Bitcoin to Ethereum. Now we can take, in fact, like tokenized Bitcoin or synthetic Bitcoin that might be created on a chain such as Thorchain, and quickly transfer that and create limit orders for it, and actually provide and create market orders and provide liquidity not via an AMM, but with order matching. So really, once we start to mirror a lot of the experience that you get out of a fully centralized exchange, we really broaden the market, and there's so much more liquidity to be had and transaction volume to be had once you start tapping into the more frequent traders, which by and large wallets don't really do. I think you guys could probably agree. We're not tapping into the more frequent traders. We're tapping into the, oh, I want to buy some, and a couple weeks later, my friend said I should get this token. All right, I go get it, and I sit on it for a while. And that's some liquidity, that's some transaction volume. But until you get to the people that are, it's kind of like their side job to start trading, whether you call them the degens or not, they are providing liquidity to the system. Once you give them the features that they're looking for and the costs that they're looking for, now you've really exploded the use case of getting people off exchanges, providing liquidity to the DEXs, which really starts to steamroll the use of self-custody and really pull a lot of the liquidity off the centralized exchanges, which now transitions everybody. So that's what I'm excited to see, but it's a bit of a long road ahead, but I know what our target is. It's not just, let's provide a whole bunch of features. It's let's provide the features that really get people off the centralized solutions.
Yeah, well, let's look at some of the questions real quick. I did have one other, but I'll save that for last, the spicy question. But yeah, if you guys could put up some of the questions so far on the screen. I don't know if we can, see some action upstairs. He's running for it. He's pressing buttons.
Get my phone.
There we go. So let me just look at this. So the top one here, use open source and reproducible wallets like Unstoppable Wallet. Trust Wallet is a proprietary since Binance bought it in 2018. I don't trust it. Well, that's not a question. Show of hands, does everyone know what a question is? I'm just kidding.
I can make a comment on that one.
Yes, absolutely. Go for it.
True. Like there is some truth there, let's put it that way. So yes, Trust Wallet was bought by Binance earlier. Our roots are in the Binance ecosystem. That's true. Nowadays we are a separated entity. But when it comes to open source, we actually, when Victor, the founder, initially set up Trust Wallet, it was completely open source. But there was an issue there that suddenly there was like hundreds of Trust Wallets basically because it was open source, and that was really a tool for scammers to kind of lure in users. They thought that that's actually a legit Trust Wallet. So what we did there, we did the balance between that. Let's keep the key information open source. That's basically our wallet core. So that's basically where we have all of our private key security mechanism. That's fully open source. So anyone, whoever put the question here, you can go and check our GitHub repository. It's fully transparent from from the beginning until now, and it's going to be completely open source. So we are never going to be closed on the wallet cross site. So that will be there. But for the remaining, we just decided to do the best for the industry and best for the users, because if we were fully open source, we just saw that that's actually doing more damage for the user than any benefit. But Wallet Core will always maintain open source. Happy to chat with you afterwards as well. Let's take this offline, and I can assure you about the security aspects as well.
So I'll chime in with a bit of a different take. We're just about fully open source. You could compile Edge from our GitHub yourself and run it yourself. And so nothing is obscured. And from the viewpoint of protecting users, we've seen clones. And I don't know that closing source code prevents the clones, because they can still see what your app looks like and create one that looks by and large identical. No one's going to look at the real version and the fake version side by side to see if it's pixel perfect. So I will disagree with the statement that you close source to protect users from copycats, because it's very easy to copy a wallet, even if you cannot see the source code. And that has been done. So we stay open source for that level of transparency and auditability. We think that's important in cryptocurrency space. Crypto was born out of that ethos, and so we're going to retain that.
Okay, let's hit on this one on top, and please keep me honest for time, right? So what do you think is the optional, I think they meant optimal, but what do you think is the optimal setup between cold and hot wallets? What benefits and risks do you see in integrations between both?
Sorry, I was playing a bit with it, and I think I turned it off. I couldn't turn it back on. So, I mean, like, look, as soon as you support like a different type of hardware wallets, and you're also allowing people to create hot wallets, people can do whatever they want. We kind of like always recommend for people that have a lot of funds and holding onto them like for a long-term period to use like a Ledger or Trezor with the wallet extension. I think it's important to mention that for people. But I know a lot of traders and degens that are not gonna, use a hardware wallet, because in terms of execution, it just takes more time, and they just want to use the hot wallet for that, and they move the funds around based on like, if for one day you're trading with the hot wallet, at the end of the day, whatever you do, you put it back in the hardware wallet. So I think you need to give both options to the users and let them use the way they want. Ultimately, but we need to cater for the needs from that standpoint as well. We've been working on an MPC-backed feature, so you'll be able to log in with your social logins into the wallet, which is debatable from a security point of view. Much better from a UX perspective. There was always a compromise to be found, like between like UX and security. Ultimately, like as a wallet builder, like I will always recommend people that have like more than a few grants on a wallet to use a hardware wallet. I think goes without saying.
Yeah, cool. We have time for one more. Are we good? All right, so I'll take executive privilege for the last one, referencing the previous panel about, is that mine?
You want this one?
Mic check.
Mine's working. All right. Centralization, guys. All right. So referencing, there was a mention about like the wallets suck. And so the question is, why do the wallets today suck? Or do they? And you have the one that works?
So they suck because they are, by and large, not what you've ever used before. And I think that difference and change effectively creates that alienation. And probably the biggest challenge in wallets that I'm seeing in the industry is that no matter what you do, it's going to be different for one of two categories of people. You build one that does a lot of this abstraction and hides the keys, you'll piss off the people that have been giving you 30-minute how-tos and educational content on how to write down 24 words and put it in a secure place or etch it into steel. Those people are going to be upset and say that this is a piece of garbage. And then if you build a thing that's write down 24 words or etch it into a piece of steel, then you're going to alienate all the people that are used to Venmo. So no matter what you do, the wallet's going to suck. And this actually has roots in history in personal computers, in that the original mass-adopted personal computer, being the Apple II, required you to put a disk into the drive, type commands on a text-only screen to launch a program, which might not run unless you open the box and upgrade the hardware. And there were full hour-long classes on how to use a personal computer. And then the Macintosh came out, and suddenly you could click on an icon, but you couldn't see the command line anymore. You couldn't upgrade the computer, and people said, no, don't ever buy this thing because you're gonna have to run a program there and you'll need to upgrade it, and there won't be enough memory. And so computers sucked. And I think that's the phase we're in with cryptocurrencies. You're gonna piss off somebody, and you just don't know who it is that you're gonna piss off with whatever you build. So that's a challenge, and I invite people to try to see the Macintosh alternatives as opposed to latching on to the Apple IIs.
My addition to that one is that, or if I summarize, the key is the user experience. Yes, it's not as good as it could be, but it's much better than a few years ago. Basically, I would just like that it's like my grandma could basically just log in and feel comfortable. She's using anyway already a tablet to have Skype calls, so I would like that. It's in a level that she could use it, set up her wallet, and basically get started. Secondly, I think the security is non-negotiable. So basically, it means that if anyone is scrolling the crypto Twitter and they see there's a lot of airdrop opportunities, if they accidentally click any scam links, we need to have across all of the wallet security measures in place that they don't accidentally sign any smart contract approvals, that their wallets would be trained. So we just need to make sure that we have all of these foundations in place. Like, for example, Trust Wallet has security scanner, which does this already, but we need to make sure that users will feel safe that whenever they are navigating in world of Web3, they are fully secure. But getting started, feeling secure thereafter, those are the two key points.
Awesome. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm sorry, we gotta keep going. Also, you broke all the mics, so I gotta kick you off stage.
Sorry, I broke the panel last time.
Thank you so much again for this. Awesome. You can just leave the mics right here for right now. You stay on stage because you're still going to be participating. All right, awesome. We have next a wonderfully spicy panel, potentially, about the Cypher Punk ethos. So I would like to call up Justin, who this time will be moderating instead of pontificating. Awesome. There you go.
Thank you. Is the moderator's seat, I take it.
All right, while we're dealing with mic things, I just want to remind everyone again about ETHDam Bingo. If you are participating, you can still photograph yourself with any of our wonderful speakers, get yourself a blue rose, attend a workshop, and make sure that you share it on Twitter with the hashtag ETHDam Bingo. Are we good to go with the mics?
Yep. I won't be doing a lot of talking for this one, unlike the last few hours on. For this, because actually, it's a real honor for me.
Nope.
Is that better?
Try again.
Check 1, 2. I can just talk loud. Okay, do I just talk loud? What do we do here? Okay, I'm just going to talk loud. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so, like I said, proud to be the moderator for this. I'm going to keep it short because I want these guys to do all the talking. But like on stage here, you know, we do a lot of lip service to Cypher Punk ideals. But these three individuals...
Try it again.
These three individuals, excellent. These three individuals are heroes, as far as I'm concerned. I know, you can be humble, that's fine. But to me, these guys are the real heroes. And I just want to drive that home. And for different reasons. I'm just going to introduce each, and then I'm going to shut up and let these guys do the talking. So first of all, Joel, who you've heard talk, and obviously what I really admire about Joel is he did the hard thing and he's living off crypto and rejecting that dirty fiat. That's what he's doing. And we can really admire that he's done that the hard way and really stood for what he believes in there. And that makes me admire this man a lot. So you should all appreciate that he's here today. Okay, Kieran. We all talk about privacy. This is the founder of Railgun. Okay, Railgun. Okay, it's fine. Railgun is a privacy protocol built on top of Ethereum. And that is like absolutely critical if we want to achieve real privacy in cryptocurrency. So, everyone praise this man as well. And last but not least, is Amir Taki, who, when I first joined Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in 2013, 14, when I was a little baby Bitcoiner, this is one of the guys I really looked up to, and he was one of my heroes. And this is a man who's fought for freedom in many different ways. And he's done a lot of sacrifice, and he's done a lot of hard work for where it counts, for very little glory for this space. So I think you should all get to know Amir Taki better as well. And this is the moment when I retreat and let the Cypher Punks do the talking. Thank you.
Hi. So a couple questions first. First, is it just one microphone today? Okay. Second, oh, there's two? More coming. All right, that's fine. Second, what do you want us to talk about?
Since I'm moderator, let's start with what does it mean to be a cypherpunk? Like, how would you define that? What does that mean to you? I mean, it's easy to say the word and virtue signal, but what does that actually mean?
I'll let the other end of this start here, Amir.
So, cypherpunk, to understand it, I think we should look at the history. So, it comes from the cyberpunk movement, and then with the development of cryptography in the 90s, there were people who were heavily influenced by cyberpunk, and they said, oh, we can use cryptography as a means to, fight against this surveillance system. And I just want to note that about cyberpunk is that it's always very dystopian. So that's some kind of trap as well that we kind of need to think how to escape from. All this, if you look at all the cyberpunk literature and movies, there's some all-pervasive surveillance state, oppressing people, and there are freedom fighters living on the edge of society, resisting heroically against the odds, against that. And we kind of see this mental trap today when we look at a lot of the cyberpunk type products that are in the market, and they all have they all go like, oh, you don't want the state to spy on you, and it's very negative, emotion that they're tapping into, where we end up responding against that. So cypherpunk, it's part of our legacy, but it's also a mixed legacy, and I just wanted to offer that critique.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, just carrying it forward from the Solarpunk, Lunarpunk panel, right? You've got two components of the word cypherpunk. Punk being a kind of like Amin's definition for it, sort of a moral entrepreneur, right? Pushing some of the boundaries on the ethical side of things, in a good way, not in a bad way. And the cipher thing, obviously relating to cryptography. So, the cypherpunk movement trying to, promulgate cryptography as a tool for extending some of the rights to privacy and security that we enjoy in the physical world over onto the digital world as well.
Yeah. So I never signed up to be a cypherpunk. I never thought of myself as one. I'm just a user, and I want freedom. I want maximum freedom, and I use the tools that allow me to have that. But I guess how you could kind of break that down is pretty much everyone in here can probably use their bank card to buy 99% of the things they want. right now. And that's freedom, I guess, but it's freedom that you're allowed by someone who would restrict it. They could censor your bank account. They could do whatever else. And so for me, like the Cypher Punk, the punk part is making sure you have that freedom whether or not people would grant it to you willingly. And the Cypher thing just is like, I've been part of like the freedom movement for longer than I've been in the crypto movement. And it's a tough losing battle to be protesting, to be going through legislatures and public policy and writing papers and think tanks. That's a tough battle. And I think that the renewed fight for human freedom across the world has owed its thanks to technology, radical technology, new decentralized tech, permissionless tech, as it were, that kind of gives us the tools to not just have to ask permission to be free, but to actually be free. So basically, freedom tech. Users or pushers of freedom tech is kind of how I would define it.
Okay, I've asked another question. Since the Cypher Punk manifesto was written, I believe it was in the 1980s, if I'm not mistaken. 92, thank you. Since that was written and since we've had Bitcoin and since we've had all this explosion of cryptocurrencies, how do you feel about the cypherpunk movement today and where that is at?
I guess we'll just do wave format, right? Here, and then back. So I think it's strong and healthy in all the right ways. It's definitely split around a little bit. Before, in the early days, in the crypto world especially, it was like a lot of hardcore Bitcoiners. And the Bitcoin movement was very heavily cypherpunk. And then a lot of those ended up shifting. A lot of those are still in BTC, by the way, which is a little surprising to me, but it is what it is, right? But then you have a lot, for example, many of them sort of shifted over into Monero, and then the other sort of privacy type protocols. Seems like privacy is a key area where you kind of see all of this. It seems to be less, from my like almost external perspective, to be the principles are alive and well, but they're very distributed now. It's not like you have this core group of people as much that are the same movement, that are all aligned on principles, that are all pushing this. It seems like you have pockets of people here and there. And a lot of people, like, for example, just to randomly mention someone like Paul, who's on the last panel sitting right here, I would call him like an absolute cypherpunk, but he's also, a tech business person, in California, right? And a lot of people might have sort of dispersed into the greater normie world, maybe. But I think the principles are very strong and alive. At least that's my impression. A lot of it seems to have like grown up in some ways, or just dispersed and not been just this one kind of cohesive group anymore. That's just my impression. I could be very wrong, though.
Yeah, I think, okay. Probably dox my age a little bit here. I'm a little bit too young to have been around with the OG cypherpunks. But I think like a lot of that movement, like I found quite inspiring. Like reading up on the whole crypto wars and the fight to like have cryptography like actually publicly accessible and not classified as on the same grade as like a nuclear bomb or something. Like mathematics is not a weapon, but like. Nowadays, I think the movement has sort of grown a lot in some ways, right? Cryptocurrency has brought a lot of people in, but it has also in some ways sort of diluted the values a lot. And there's like, I guess there's benefits to having sort of like a big tent movement. You end up having a lot of supporters, but at the same time, you can't really, like, you got to make sure that you don't lose focus on, like, what you're actually here for, like, what matters.
So I'm going to provocate a bit because, first of all, about freedom. Freedom is deeply connected with the concept of nature. And when we talk about nature, we're not talking about the number of trees in the same way. When we talk about humanity, we're not talking about the amount of people. Nature and freedom is, about a society that is striving, it's moving up, it's ascending. And our role as revolutionaries is to increase that which is true and beautiful and good. And, when, Bitcoin in 2011, 2012 was invented, many of us saw that it was an inevitability that had finally arrived, something that was the herald of a new age, that we would just need to sit back, relax, and it would play out. And that's exactly what everybody has done. And the promise of cryptocurrency was that it would, it's a highly liquid form of money that can be sent anywhere in the world. It's something that allows people to evade, paying fees to your local nation state. And it's something that essentially renders the business model of nation states obsolete. And yet, we're here in 2024, and that vision has still not materialized. So something went very wrong there. And you kind of, you see it here in this conference where there is a lot of, talks about regulatory compliance. And crypto regulation is an open and official provocation against liberty and sovereignty, and all who advocate for it are domestic enemies of the people and must be absolutely opposed. The right of people to use and to deploy cryptography is something that should not be infringed. And right now, we are essentially trapped inside of the cycle of industry where we look at, big tech, surveillance capitalism, and we go, that is the gold standard for how we need to operate. And as a result, we're not able to construct the technologies that people need. Those people, they create technologies to enslave people. That's why it's this very dystopian vision of technology where you have a product and everybody is reduced down to essentially cattle or sheep that are to be herded using psychological techniques to extract value out of society. And, it's not a user base that's empowered. And that's why the products we're creating are so bad. And we haven't been able to deliver that power into the hands of people. It's a mental trap. We're actually enslaved. We who claim to be fighting against the system are actually entrapped by the system. And, everybody, when you speak to everybody, everybody feels in the next 5 years or so, there is going to be a major event of macroeconomic or political significance. We don't know what it is, but we know that there is some impending thing about to happen. And it's reflected in the media. It's reflected in the sci-fi, which, you compare it with the sci-fi from the 90s and the sci-fi which was all really optimistic, with visions of the future. And now it's all very brooding and depressive and dystopian. So widely in society, there is this pervasive mistrust of the elites. And yet you come to conferences, this is not the worst, this is quite good, but a lot of crypto conferences where, privileged people working on technology are saying regulatory compliance, and yet that is not what the people are feeling. The people, the fact is that there's so much media about criminals, and I'm not saying that we're criminals, we're very different from criminals, but the fact that there's so much media glamorizing criminals just shows that people have this instinctive feeling that there is an occupation by the nation state into our lives. It's a foreign occupier. It's no longer something that holds legitimacy. So clearly, the Overton window has shifted, and to really take advantage of that, we need to rally, we need to mobilize, we need to step up. And so far, it's not good enough what we're doing.
This is why I love Amir Taki. Really, the heart and soul of this movement is right here on this stage. Now, another question. If I were to paraphrase the Cypher Punk manifesto a little bit, I think one of the parts that I feel that's often forgotten as part of this movement is I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Cypher Punk movement was about a widespread adoption of privacy-preserving technologies and freedom technologies. I think in this industry, we tend to forget about that widespread part of that definition. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I could actually start this then. That's kind of a little bit how I've sort of shifted over the years a little bit. In 2015, as many people know, I stopped earning fiat currency, only earned crypto since then. In 2016, I closed my bank account thinking like, ooh, I'm going to be, Mr. Cypher Punk, live off this stuff. The interesting thing, though, is, and I have to be slightly self-critical in this way, but also a lot critical of a lot of people I like to a greater degree, is at some point, we're LARPing. LARPing is live action role playing. And as much as literally everything Amir said is like spot on in my heart, it's like, yay, preach, preach. How many people who fist pump to that still have bank accounts? How many people have all their money still in confiscatable assets? How many people, still use Google Maps to get everywhere? How many people, do all those things? Or how many people also maybe in their personal life sort of reject all those things, and then they have a very limited kind of life where they get to feel morally superior on the internet, while the rest of the people, the planet, the human species, then just is still living in the same kind of enslavement that the very privileged few get to pontificate against because they have the circumstances in life and the lack of family to feed, et cetera, that lets them, play like hardcore Cypher nerd on the internet a little bit. I'm being a little dramatic to sort of emphasize the point. But at some point, this stuff needs to make the human race better off, or it is fucking pointless. And so, as much as, I kind of had to kick my own self in the ass a little bit, because there were a few years in there where I was feeling too comfortable being like, oh, I'm hanging out with my libertarian buddies in New Hampshire, and I get like, this guy will sell me, goat's milk for crypto, and this one will do this, and I have an arrangement with that. And I'm like, look, I'm so fun and pure, I'm doing all this stuff. But what does it serve the world? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then, okay, I can podcast about it. I love to podcast. That changes the world. I mean, a little bit, but for the most part. At some point, I think we need to start onboarding new users, and a lot of the users are not just people who are willing to go through the annoying hurdles that we did, that are willing to have like a million different VoIP numbers and all this kind of stuff and graphene on your phone. And sometimes that, as great as that is to promote, at some point we need scale. We need to start not just, and part of that, of course, is the scaling debates. And I think that a lot of these, I'm going to make everyone angry today. I think a lot of the Bitcoin and Ethereum, to a lesser extent, but mostly Bitcoin to begin with, the scaling restrictions happened partially because of outside economic forces trying to take things over, but also because of the useful idiots of the cypherpunks, of the people that are saying, I want to run my node at home. I like my little thing. I want to keep LARPing as a cypherpunk. The whole rest of the world, they don't matter. It doesn't matter if this freedom technology never gets out there. It doesn't matter if everyone else is using fiat except me. I get to run my node and rebalance my channels and all this kind of stuff. And because of this, the world should suffer. Because of my privilege, the world should suffer. And I just reject that. And I have to admit, this is a difficult balance because it's two opposite things. The more principled you are, the more lonely you are. The fewer people can do that, the harder it is. At some point, at the other end is full KYC, lack of self-custody, everything, which is no. The answer is no to that. At some point, we have to find the spot where we can cause the most aggregate freedom to the most of the human race. And of course, if you onboard everyone to a custodial solution, sure, you touch everyone, but you touch everyone in a not very meaningful way. If you have absolute everyone compiles their wallets from the source code and does everything else, and there's like 300 people that do that, that's like the maximum for like very few people. So somewhere there's a math equation of total freedom. It's like the freedom factor multiplied by numbers of people that are using this equals total freedom. At some point, we have to have a hard look at ourselves, and I don't know the answer, by the way. I'm not talking to you like I know where this is, but we have to find the way to maximize the total freedom for the human race. Otherwise, our principles are on the whole meaningless, even if we personally like them.
All right.
I'm sorry.
That's a hard one to follow. Like meme coins, right? So
you chose the right direction.
Why is that the only thing that like we seem to be able to build that has any semblance of mass adoption? I think the problem here is, yeah, as you said, the only thing that well, okay, user experience sucks, right, in crypto. And for things where like maybe the benefit's not so obvious, we're not going to be able to get very many people to jump that hurdle. Okay, and now, right, user experience sucks, but like what is the thing that gets people to jump that hurdle? All right, fine, it's meme coins or it's basically number go up. Right, so now everyone's building for number go up faster, right? Okay, now we're like, we're optimizing for number go up faster, which means user experience for everything else sucks even more. And now we've got an even higher hurdle. And like, how long have we had 12 words for? Like that, can we get something better already? I think the problem here is just the incentives at the moment are just so messed up that we end up optimizing, and we're going so like laser focused, but literally laser focused in some cases, right? On these like completely pointless. I mean, they're funny, but they're completely pointless use cases. Can we devote some effort into something actually useful, please?
Yeah. So there's two things here that I want to. The first was the question about, you know, how do we step up? But the second was about this obstacle, which was framed in terms of, you know, a purity towards absolute privacy and then compromise, which I think is mistaken. But about that second thing, which I address first, so I spent many years in the free software movement, you know, squatting buildings. We would squat buildings. We would, you know, create these communities where anybody could come. They could work on political technology, and we'd invest a lot of energy into creating these communities. And our idea was, you know, that people would come there, their minds would be opened, and they'd go, oh, "This is a really good idea," and somehow this idea would infect people. Seeing how we live would kind of infect people, and it would organically spread. Now, when I went to Syria, you know, it was an eye opener because I went there as an activist and who was very much into this idea. What he mentioned, meme coins, memetics. This is a very fashionable thing in protests these days. Like, if only we can get the catchy slogan that spreads, and everybody, and then suddenly we have free society. But what happened in Syria was that the government imploded, and the Kurds, which had an organized movement, a cadre, 10,000 cadre, who had been fighting Turkey for, you know, decades, studying political philosophy in the mountains, really well organized, really well disciplined, were able to go into that chaos, and they were able to mobilize people. They were able to arm people, form them into self-defense committees, organize society along the arms of, you know, economics, education, healthcare. And it was very eye-opening because I was able to see firsthand how a new government is constructed or how society forms itself from zero. And the thing is that, you know, it's not a tendency to it's not about compromise or about you know, having an ideology or having firm principles. I'd say it's about, are you living a lifestyle, or are you working towards like a higher purpose or a higher sense of ideal? And this is something that has infected politics. This like very hyper-individualist. It's something from liberalism, from the system, which it says like, oh, you know, don't try and change the world. That's mistaken. That failed in the past. Look at communism. No, just try to change yourself. Try and change your hair color, you know, or bits or your fashion. But that doesn't change anything fundamentally. So, you know, like, and that tendency is called lifestyleism. It's positivism is a tendency where you go, oh, humans, you know, they operate like, you know, mechanical machines, and you you give them this meme and they do that, and you give them this other meme and they operate in a different way. But people are also driven by stories, by narratives, and you know, we can work. You can have movements which are not driven by just immediate self-benefit. You can't. There have been many times in history where people came together around a common shared sense of purpose, shared ideals, and they tried to put that into practice. To give really practical examples in the domain of technology, you know, when I was a teenager, I discovered about open source software, and my friend said to me in school, he said, oh, have you tried Linux? And I was like, Linux, what's that? And he was like, oh, it's an operating system. I was like, an operating system? And he was like, yeah, you know you've got Windows and stuff on your computer. You can change that. You can put other ones on there. I was like, whoa, really? And he was like, yeah, and this one, it's made by people all around the world, like people together contributing code, building the technology. I was like, wow, that sounds incredible. And the more I went into it, I was like, wow, this is the new economy on the internet, people building this technology. And I read the manifesto of Richard Stallman, which is a manifesto for free software, where he was saying, we can build a vision of technology that's liberatory. And as a 16, 15-year-old, that blew my mind, and I was like, wow, this is something I'm going to devote my life to furthering. This is an exciting project that I want to be involved in. Another example is the Silk Road. I remember when the Silk Road first came about, you know, it wasn't just the marketplace. I would meet people that didn't even know that I was working on Bitcoin, just random people who would say to me, oh yeah, there's this marketplace where you can buy and sell everything, and it's undermining the governments. And people saw that as a sense of purpose. And Dread Pirate Roberts, he had manifestos on the front page, and people were really infused by that vision and ideal. So that's the first thing. But about this second thing, so, you know, there's this, everybody knows that the software we're using today is slower. The computers have got faster, but somehow the software is sluggish. It's slow, it's less responsive. And also, the cool technology that we saw in the movies of the 90s or the 80s, the cool future that we were promised never materialized. You kind of see the desire in cryptocurrency projects where they kind of make this like terminal-esque, like this like UI that looks like old keygen, you know, keygen crackers or terminals, but it's in a web browser, so it's like a simulacrum of this vision from the 90s. And also, I read a headline recently, and it said Gen Z, they don't know how to use a file system, and they can't use printers. So they've actually like regressed in terms of technology. They've gone backwards. So, you know, when I initially was working in Bitcoin, when I got into Bitcoin in 2010, 2011, everybody was like, like constantly talking about the evil of the central bank, and there was this like singular focus or vision that we need to like destroy the state. But then, as Bitcoin started to grow bigger in 2011, there started to come all these business guys and like all these like, and the main narrative at that time, which now in Bitcoin is like, it's cool to be a cypherpunk who is against the system. But back then, the main narrative is like, oh, we need to get the big banks involved, and we need the regulations, and everybody was talking about mass adoption. And I'd get people who would come up to me at conferences, and they go like, oh, Amir, you're a developer, you're an expert in writing software, but I am an expert in marketing. And let me tell you how marketing, and they're like, we need to appeal to the masses. We need to get mainstream mass adoption. So there's always this mass adoption meme. And that is something that really killed the free software movement. The free software movement in the early 90s had this idea that we were going to build a operating system, free software, that would bring freedom to society. And that was like a grand vision or a grand purpose. And everybody started building that, and as it started to get bigger, all these business guys started to come in, like happened in the early history of Bitcoin, and they started going, oh, talking about freedom is scary. It's going to scare away the business people. It's going to scare away the investment. So we actually have to get rid of the ethics, and we have to focus on utilitarian things. And that was the birth of open source. Open source was about saying, it's not about freedom software. It's just the open source is cheaper, it's more secure, blah, blah. And then what happened is we got rid of the ideology part of free software. And then, all the big business and the money started to flow into open source. And then around 2000s, everybody was, that was the big thing, mass adoption of open source software. And you got things like Ubuntu come along. And this is kind of where Linux went wrong, because they kind of looked and they said, oh, what's the gold standard? The gold standard is Windows, it's Mac. And as opposed to Linux, which was very innovative in the early 90s, so it was creating software technology that people were like, whoa, I could not imagine this software could exist. Post-2000s, it became derivative. It started just playing catch up. And the thing is that market of like mainstream normies that, are completely disempowered is already captured by big tech, surveillance capitalism. And, the freedom software has a completely different market. I see now that there is a change happening in Linux, a kind of Linux renaissance, where there's a soul-searching moment, where people are kind of going, okay, what was it that initially gave us power in the first place? What was it that was allowing us to innovate and deliver technology that expanded the design space? And you're seeing now that there's this realization, okay, a Linux, it's not a Mac and it's not a Windows, it's a Linux. Linux has a fundamentally different economic value proposition to Windows or Mac. When you use Windows or a Mac, you are a customer, and there is a corporation, and you are taxed by that corporation. It's the same with any proprietary software product that you use. But when you use Linux, you are part of a community. You are not just a user, you are also a developer. You are a participant in developing that piece of technology. In fact, that piece of technology is an aspect of an economic network. The technology exists to build infrastructure, to allow communities to band together, to have power, and to have economic power. That is not what that other types of products are aimed towards. And when we base our development decisions off of those other products, we're essentially, and this is the problem with crypto now, where we're stuck in this paradigm where we're like, okay, and this is why and I explain the whole paradigm, how it starts. Like you have an idea, and you grab some cheap devs and you get them to hack up a proof of concept, and you go to parties with all the cool VCs, and maybe you take drugs with them, and then they go, oh yeah, let me write you a check, and they give you like some money, and then you use that to hire marketers. You don't really hire devs because you're not really building technology. You hire marketers and you send them to conferences and, you know, they give speeches. And, you know, you keep pumping
Amir,
the thing.
I do want to interrupt you because we need to make sure you have time to speak later. But what I would like to do now, because we have a lot of questions in the Slido, if we can pull that up and we can knock out maybe one or two. Oh yeah, also we did this poll. Are meme coins the path to wider adoption? Yes. I'm really happy to hear that most of you feel that no, use case is important. So if we can go ahead and switch to the questions, and then if we can do maybe one or two.
Sure. Let's see here. I need to stand up to see this. And I'll read it out for you so you guys don't need to. Do you agree that there's too much compliance, too little counter-economics and agorism in crypto? Oh, and also, a round of applause for Amir for his stance. Come on. All right. To answer the question.
Yes.
Okay. Kieran?
Yes.
Amir?
Yeah, I'd let them talk. Go on, answer.
Let's just go to the next question so we can save some time here. Why are meme coins not useful? You make money and at the same time stress test the network.
That is useful, for sure. I'm not going to deny that. It's not important to what I care about, but it's important to what other people care about. I'm not here to tell people what they can and can't do. That's not very Cypher Punk.
Yeah, I think there's two things to this, right? So like one, sure, yes, it does stress test the network and all, but like in terms of like the people actually like using the meme coin, like they just have it sitting there in a wallet and they're like hitting refresh on the price all day, right? That's really like how does that make your life better? Maybe the joke's funny, right? And then the other side of it was, you know, like number go up, right? And like fundamentally, I think just like a pure redistribution of wealth system, like it's just one person wins, the other person loses. There's again, same deal. How is that making people's lives better?
Amir?
I mean, as a builder of technology, I can easily be resentful against meme coins that seem to have like usurped with no work, you know, easy path to wealth. But I do have like artist friends who were telling me for more than a year going, oh yeah, Sonic Obama Inu coin is going to be big. And they were like big believers in it. And indeed, like just suddenly shot up recently. And I was like, how did they even know about this stuff? So from my experience trading, I'm always hesitant to completely dismiss things that I don't understand. And I understand tech, but I don't understand like art and meme coins and NFTs and stuff. It's not my area.
It's hard to bet on stupidity. Sorry. This is actually, I had the same question actually, so I'm glad someone else brought it out. Oh, it's gone actually. Well, I'm just going to repeat the question what I saw. What are the practical things people can do today as users and as developers to help promote more freedom in the world?
Yeah, we got to think about the principles of what we're trying to accomplish here. And the second part is we have to actually make those work. So there's a Morton Blackwell quote I'm very fond of, which is you owe it to your philosophy to study how to win. Notice you have to have a philosophy first, and you have to apply it, but then you have to study how to make that win. So I would encourage anything that removes a part of someone's life from the control of the powers that be, get anyone you know to use it. Try it. Like, hey, download Signal, encrypt your messages, start off there. Oh, VPN, okay, very small stuff. You know, but then download a crypto wallet that's self-custodial, learn about it. Buy something from your local, convince your local farmer to do that. And start off small. At some point, if you're very committed to what you're doing, you have to figure out how to make it win. And you have to ask yourself, is it winning? And if it's not, you can't blame. Like, that's the thing with the meme coins. I don't care for meme coins, right? But I can't blame them because if I can't compete with meme coins, it's my fault. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. Well, they took away all the... No, I didn't do a good enough job to compete against them. Either they're there and they're always going to be there, and that's fine. Or I lost to a meme. I lost to a dog with a hat, right? And so a lot of us lost to dogs with hats. Take it. Oh, you take the hit, shake it off, come back, and learn from it.
We can laugh about it at least. Kieran.
Well, go see my talk from yesterday. There's if you're using, if you're an online user, right, there's a whole bunch of alternatives to, common services that I went through and my own experience using them. Make the switch. And then 2, go delete your bank account and follow, this guy's videos. And, yeah.
Applause for that. Okay, Amir.
If you go to the DarkFi website and you go to our docs, and you click the hamburger on the left, we have a section called Learn, and that's a full course that you can use to learn about political philosophy, to learn about development, to become a developer, to equip you with the tools of power. And we also offer mentorship for people. So essentially, you have to become a leader. You have to learn political philosophy, read Manifesto for a Democratic Civilization by Öcalan, learn Python programming, and then also in terms of work, there is no shortage of things we need to create or things we need to develop.
Well said. I think that'll be the last one, right?
Yes, that sounds good. Another round of applause for our panelists here.
And one more round of applause for freedom. Come on. Here we go. We're in a good company here.
Yes, awesome. Because, this time next year, everyone's, going to be totally unbanked and just spending crypto, right? Everyone's going to follow Joel's talk and take those steps. Yeah?
I'll take a couple people, a few.
Great. Oh, yeah. Yeah? This works for you? All right, so now we are giving the entire stage to Amir. Oh, give you just a few minutes? All right, cool. So, so while I have you here, oh, yes, microphones, very helpful.
It's fine here, I guess. This is fine, this one. I'm getting out stickers.
It's got all kinds of swag for you, but you have to stay and listen to the presentation.
Yeah, this is a good one, guys. I wouldn't miss out on this one.
Awesome. So is everyone excited about tomorrow? Because we're going to do the hackathon tomorrow, pitching projects. Do we have any hackers here? That's a good answer, because you should all be building, hopefully. Awesome. And then after this, we've got the Boral downstairs, outside again. I actually haven't been outside. I hope the weather's nice, maybe? No, it's nice? Okay, good, good. And did anyone catch the magician during the lunch? Yeah. Yeah, did he blow your mind? Yeah, he was good times. He's good times. Awesome. And so has anyone won ETHDam bingo yet? Has anyone completed their bingo cards? No? Maybe? Yes? Awesome. Congratulations. And what did you get? What kind of prize did you get? A mouse pad? Nice, nice. I know that I think we've got some other fun swag that you can take, like keychains and stickers, but then there's other fun prizes that we came up with. You should definitely check them out. All right. Are you gonna sit up here? Do you want a mic here?
I will manage. Let me just get out my materials. Just so I'm prepared.
Sure.
Okay, that's that one.
All right, another round of applause for Amir, everyone.
Hi, so, come up and take some stickers. This is, if you want some stickers, DarkFi swag, this is your chance. They will be gone. So come.
Everyone loves a good sticker, right?
It's free stuff. And they're shiny. the irony that DarkFi has glowy stickers. We're but we're not. Yeah, well, we're not a glowy project, so, but we have glow in the dark stickers. Well, I'll wait for them to finish, you know. Nice. So that profile picture is Jay Stark. So I want to dedicate my talk to Jay Stark and Ross Ulbricht and John McAfee, which it's strange. Ross Ulbricht, he seems to have faded from our memory, but he is now in prison for life. And Jay Stark, he was killed by the German government, and McAfee died in very suspicious circumstances. So thanks to those guys. So my name is Amir Taki. I'm a free and open source software developer for over 20 years. And during much of that time, with other hackers, we squatted buildings to found hack labs, centers where we worked on social and political technology, the early precursors to hacker spaces. I was one of the first 5 Bitcoin developers. For most of my time in crypto development, I focused on strong anonymity, and I also worked for a Catalan cooperative and was a professional poker player. In 2015, I joined the YPG, where I fought on the front against ISIS. And later, I left the YPG. And then I was in Syria for 3 years working on economics projects. So enough about me. In this talk, I'm going to be talking about DarkFi. DarkFi is a L1 for anonymous smart contracts. And we have our own peer-to-peer network. We have a distributed hash table, which is kind of like what IPFS is. We have a ZK virtual machine. We have a smart contract engine. We have our own blockchain. In terms of applications we've built on it, we have completely anonymous DAOs, atomic swaps, fully anonymous peer-to-peer chat, which nothing like it exists in the world, and also anonymous task system, all peer-to-peer. And all of it completely anonymous. So when I talk about the DAO, I don't just mean that your identity is hidden. I mean everything is anonymous. The treasury, all the actions, who votes on what, the amount, the token-weighted voting, etc. All of it completely anonymous. So in this talk as well, I'm going to be dropping a lot of references. So you might want to have a pen and paper or a phone handy to write down in case you have something interesting. So to begin with, I'm going to talk a bit about the back history of DarkFi. So with the project called Dark Wallet. So in 2013, I founded a project called Dark Wallet, along with Cody Wilson, who created the 3D printed gun, with Vitalik Buterin, who he later left after 8 months to create Ethereum, and a group of Spanish hackers. And if you're interested in Dark Wallet, you can go on YouTube and you can search Dark Wallet and you'll see our initial announcement video. I definitely recommend people to see it. And also, interestingly, if you search Dark Wallet, you'll see another video called Dark Wallet Alpha. And in that video, I'm talking about, I go, should we call it Drug Market Ultra or Death Market Revived? And that is because when Ross Ulbricht went to jail, I created the first version of what later became Open Bazaar, and that was called Dark Market. And on Reddit, at the time, in Bitcoin, the main narrative was about mainstream mass adoption. And there was a petition on Reddit to get me to rename my software to something less scary, because it would scare away mass adoption of cryptocurrency. And at that time, the Bitcoin Foundation was trying to make inroads. It was this clique of business guys who kind of saw, these crazy anarchists had created this really interesting kind of plaything, and we kind of need to wrestle it out of their hands. And if we could just get it used by the big banks, it would make payments cheaper and like credit cards less expensive. And so that was in full swing, and Dark Wallet was a kind of response from the crypto anarchist side of Bitcoin, a rallying call against that co-option of Bitcoin. And the name of Dark Wallet actually comes from a speech by the director of the FBI, James Comey. In 2013, he made a speech about the going dark problem, which is the cryptography technologies widely used throughout society now created an all-pervasive danger for law enforcement, where it threatened to create these dark, impenetrable zones in the internet, as if that's a bad thing. So he says, it's just a quote from him, he says, "Unfortunately, the law hasn't kept pace with technology, and this disconnect has created a significant public safety problem. We call it going dark." So that's the origin of Dark Wallet, and DarkFi has its roots in that origin story in 2013. So before I go more into DarkFi, I want to talk a bit about our philosophy. So there's a headline that I read this month, and it says, then the headline says, "I'm 28 and I'm scheduled to die in May." So the article continues, Zoraya Ter-Beek, 28, expects to be euthanized in early May. Ter-Beek was never able to muster the will to finish school or start a career. She said she was hobbled by her depression, autism, and borderline personality disorder. She recalled her psychiatrist telling her that they had tried everything and that there's nothing more we can do for you. It's never going to get any better. At that point, she said, she decided to die. I was always very clear that if it doesn't get better, I can't do this anymore. So we now live in this situation in modernity where there is a peaking of mental disorders and various different types of pathologies, and also this pervasive sense that there's something deeply wrong. And there is an experiment from 1962, a study that was published, that I think can illuminate us some insights into the situation that we find ourselves in. And it was an experiment by a professor called John Calhoun, which is called Universe 25. And it's not without its detractions, but I think the experiment still holds. And in Universe 25, what John Calhoun did is he got a very large warehouse, huge space, and he put these many floors, and he put a population of rats inside of there. And the rats had access to unlimited resources, unlimited food and water. And the rats began to multiply, and they thought, the rats, because they were interested in this question, like, okay, what happens when the population peaks? And they thought, it would have there'd be some natural self-balancing mechanism that would happen there. So I read just what it says, what his quote was. So, having reached a level of high population density, the mice began exhibiting a variety of abnormal, often destructive behaviors, including refusal to engage in courtship and females abandoning their young. By the 600th day, the population was on its way to extinction. Though physically able to reproduce, the mice had lost the social skills required to mate. many female rats were unable to carry the pregnancy to full term or to survive delivery of their litters if they did. An even greater number, after successfully giving birth, fell short in their maternal functions. Among the males, the behavior disturbances ranged from sexual deviation to cannibalism, and from frantic overactivity to a pathological withdrawal from which individuals would emerge to eat, drink, and move about only when other members of the community were asleep. The social organization of the animals showed equal disruption. So what he found was more dramatic. The mouse population was not self-regulating and would grow to unsustainable levels, resulting in not just a moderate decrease in quality of life, but an explosion of all sorts of strange and novel pathologies, followed by a total population collapse and possibly extinction. So I would just tell you about the author's conclusion, and then I'll offer my own conclusion. So the authors kind of concluded that, when a population gets too big, and they term this the behavioral sink, it reaches a terminal point at which these pathologies develop and the population kind of explode. But I kind of draw a different conclusion from that. And I should also note that, the experiment is not without its detractions or criticisms, but I still think that it's still an interesting experiment. So there's a well-known fact about crows. If you keep a crow as a pet, if you keep it in a small, confined environment, it will develop mental disorders. It's an animal that is extremely intelligent and needs a huge amount of space to roam around in. And if you keep it confined, it will start to peck at its own feathers, and eventually it will stop to eat and it will die. And the thing I would be interested to see about this experiment was, okay, how would this experiment differ with the introduction of predators? Or if the rats actually had some kind of struggle in their existence, in their lives? Because as we know about evolution or nature, in nature or evolution, when an organism doesn't use a certain feature, like it's like our long appendix, or the tails in chimps, like once chimps changed how they locomoted from swinging on branches to walking along branches, they very quickly lost their tails. Or the back flippers in whales, they very quickly atrophied. So there's something about in evolution of minimizing energy usage or optimizing out inefficiencies, where if something is not used, it atrophies. And this is kind of related to the phrase Charles Darwin, he says, nature red in tooth and claw. It's like all the beauty in nature comes from what's, like this constant struggle, the so-called Red Queen hypothesis, that, you're never actually standing still. You always, to stay where you are, you have to keep moving forwards. And related to this, in medicine, there is this modern idea of the hygiene hypothesis. Now, we've seen a growing rise in these modern immune-related disorders, such as asthma, other things like, various immune system disorders to do with digestive system, etc. And one of the main theories about why that's happening is the increasing, is that in our developmental cycle, parasites or pathogens, they play a necessary role inside of our biology as we grow. And eliminating these means that we lose some very important trigger inside of our biology. And I kind of think that we can kind of extend that concept, that hygiene hypothesis, to kind of mental immunology. So, also another interesting fact is vegetables. Vegetables are actually poisonous. When you eat vegetables, they're trying to kill you, but vegetables are very healthy for you because those chemicals that they excrete in your body, they trigger biological responses that are very essential for life. So it's actually an important thing that we need for our existence. So biology actually requires resistance in order to develop and to grow. And the complete sanitization is bad for health, including mental health. So there is this concept that when there is a struggle, that humans developed by overcoming the obstacles, not by turning away from the obstacle, but in the process of overcoming the obstacle, we develop and we're able to grow and to ascend and to move upwards and to become higher parts of nature. So here is a quote by Nietzsche from Twilight of the Idols, and he says, "The criminal and what is related to him. The criminal type is the type of the strong human being under unfavorable circumstances, a strong human being made sick. He lacks the wilderness, a somehow freer and more dangerous environment and form of existence, where everything that is weapons and armor in the instinct of the strong human being has its rightful place. His virtues are ostracized by society. The most vivid drives with which he is endowed soon grow together with the depressing effects, with suspicion, fear, and dishonor. Yet this is almost the recipe for physiological degeneration." And here is another quote by Ernst Junger, in which he says, "The cult of crime is so characteristic of our times. Its dimensions and extent are easily underestimated. It would be no exaggeration to say that 3/4 of literature deals with criminals and their deeds and their milieu, and that its appeal lies precisely there. This indicates how far the law has become dubious. People have a sense of being under foreign occupation, and in this relation, the criminal appears a kindred soul." So I have to add an important addendum here. So the criminal label is a label that is given to us by the state. We're certainly not criminals. We're forest rebels. And we have to differentiate ourselves from criminals with our morals, because unlike mafias, we have a philosophy. And this history of the state is a 5,000-year history of oppression. And they like to call us criminals, but they themselves are criminals. You know, they go, oh, you know, that technology, it's a criminal technology, but we've all seen the scandals and the pedo rings and all the imagery and all the stuff they do as well, like assassinating people and the corruption that's so endemic in a terminal society that's really reached its peak. And free society is the origin of all the value that is created. You know, when people have a vision and they want to create, you know, a piece of art, or they want to create a product, or they want to create something new, there's some drive within them that causes them to create that new thing. And state civilization, since the origin of human history, has been in a continuous war with free society. You know, we always hear these textbook stories about, you know, civilization, this, you know, glory, but it's actually not true. The original state civilization that emerged in Sumeria was a slave civilization that was waging war, that built pyramids where the priests inhabited the upper areas and maintained statues of the gods, and they would use their military to conquer surrounding areas, to seize the surplus, and to expand their military and expand their conquest. And if you're interested in this topic, there's a very interesting documentary, you can find it on YouTube, called The Ascent of Woman. It's made by BBC, is the first episode. And it's very stark when you see the transition of the artwork in early society or early civilization, where the artwork went from imagery oriented around nature or oriented around growth and fertility, to imagery oriented around domination and war and slavery. And that imagery is night and day. You can go to museums and you can see that. So now we kind of stand on the precipice of a declining US global power. And we're seeing the rise now of a multipolar world. And so kind of we need to stop thinking of the regulation and the compliance. And we have to kind of look to our own future. We have to chart our own path, because the free society, and also about our free society, the society which actualizes human beings, you know, where people are managing their affairs without the state. So, so anonymity, which is name of my talk, anonymity as a hard offensive power. As free society, we now have a new tool. So if you look up on Wikipedia the definition of hard power, Wikipedia will define hard power as military and economic power. And I think actually now there is a new third emerging form of hard power, which is cryptography. So, you know, right now, people view cryptography and privacy as a defensive technology, but it's more than defensive. And even this meme, you know, like, oh, privacy is normal, you know, like, oh, you know, privacy is normie, essentially. Like, oh, when I go to the bathroom, nobody want to watch me. No, privacy is not normal. Privacy is exceptional. Privacy allows us to conquer and expand the territory of freedom, as Satoshi said. And right now, and all those narratives about compliance, they're losing sort of narratives because, and the reason DarkFi as a concept is so powerful is because we're in a kind of feedback loop with the nation states. When people talk about compliance and the states crack down on crypto, that is an example of a fragile narrative where there is a migration of capital and users out of those systems. But in the case of DarkFi, where DarkFi is by design an anti-fragile system, where when the states crack down on anonymity, it validates the DarkFi narrative. It kind of like drives capital and usage towards DarkFi. So DarkFi is in a very strong position, whereas all those other RegFi kind of privacy, normie kind of things are in a weak position with regulation and the states. As soon as states crack down, that entire thing kind of shatters. So if you're interested in that, there is a video that we made in collaboration with Rekt News, R-E-K-T. You can find it on YouTube. So it's called Lunapunk and the Dark Side of the Cycle. And we have this concept of the dark forest. And the dark forest, it's a forest that provides the forest rebel, the kind of cyber guerrilla, with concealment. And the guerrilla operates in this forest. He's in a symbiosis with this anonymity forest, this kind of ecology. And the more the guerrilla helps the forest to grow, the more the forest protects the guerrilla. And so now I will talk about some of the technicals of DarkFi. So I'm immensely proud of what we've been able to achieve. And I'd say that if you go to the DarkFi website and you click the documentation, and then there's a hamburger link, and you click that, and you go to start here, and you scroll to the very bottom, there's a section called a detailed overview. And you'll find all the specifics, about the overarching view of DarkFi. So imagine now that you've cloned the DarkFi repo, and you're in the folder, and the first thing I would invite you to look at is the source directory, src. And if you go in there, there's a subdirectory called net. That's our own peer-to-peer network that we've implemented. And that network is multi-transport. Yeah?
I want to make sure you're giving us a summarized overview of your detailed overview.
Yeah, summarized. Okay. I mean, I could just read it if you prefer.
No, we're good. We're good. Just a couple more minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes. Huh. I mean...
Well, how about this? We've got a couple questions.
I don't want to do the questions.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if they
Sorry,
want,
folks.
they can come afterwards and talk. I'd rather give the info.
Well, what I'd love to do is just ask you one question, and then people can talk to you more outside. And
yeah.
We've got one question here, which is, will DarkFi abide or comply by the rules of even one regulator in the world?
I mean, no.
Perfect.
No, but
awesome.
I mean, we don't have we're not managed by a company, and all of our developers are completely anonymous, except me. You can contribute using Tor. We even have our own chat system. I mean, like a lot of these projects, they're like, oh, we made a chat, but then they're saying join our Discord. But we don't use Discord. We don't use any centralized chat system. We have our own peer-to-peer, fully anonymous chat. You can change your nickname. All the messages are completely unlinkable. We don't use GitHub issues either. We have our own task manager. It's by design, is meant to be a system that's completely resilient and not able to be attacked. I mean, you could attack me, you could take me out, but it doesn't mean
Please don't.
The system can still operate. That's like, because yeah, too much of crypto is like, oh, you know, we need to make a company and chase the money, and you know, I don't think that's going to hold water when there are extinction events, long-tail extinction events that are rare by design and are unplanned for and completely unlike anything you've seen before.
What I'd love to do is just for everyone to give Amir a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for your time and for sharing this with us. And what we can do is I would hope that people can come to you and ask you more questions and have a chat. Is that cool? Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. We really appreciate your energy, and we would love for you to carry this into tomorrow for our final day of ETHDam. We'll see you downstairs for the Borrel. Thank you so much.